उसकी बढ़िया ग्रीन लाइट जमा लिया सर, जमा लिया। इसको टेक्नोलॉजी
नहीं सर, नहीं।
से नहीं बात।
यहाँ से लॉग आउट हुआ।
यहाँ से लॉग आउट हुआ।
अगर लॉग आउट हुआ
हाँ
तो खत्म।
तो इसलिए अपन ने को होस्ट रखे हैं ना। अच्छा, जूम लॉग आउट हुआ तो
यूट्यूब से यहाँ से देखिए।
अच्छा
डिजिटाइज आता जर ऍडव्हान्स केमाची आहे मी फोटो काढतो तुम्हाला मोबाईल मध्ये दिसतो त्याचं सॉफ्टवेअर आहे सॉफ्टवेअर आहे तुम्हाला डायरेक्ट फोटो एडिट करके डायरेक्ट आप शेअर करना तो या म्हणजे तो डिजिटल मध्ये फोटो राहतो तसं मला तेच म्हटलं की हे जे म्हटलं जातं सारखं सारखं की त्याची काही खेळ नाही किंवा असं टाकायचं आहे का आपल्याला वो लिखा ही है ना वो डाल देंगे
कहाँ पे?
अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ।
हेलो, किधर है?
एंडोस्कोप का पहला यूनिट फ्लोरा बोटैनिकल गार्डन इसे आपने टाइप करते हैं तो बोटैनिकल गार्डन अभी ये जो है बना ये यूनिट ये अपन ने लिया है आगे हां हर्बेरियम फ्लोरा मोनोग्राफ इसमें पेरी में है तो फिर वो हमको यहाँ पे देना है प्रैक्टिकल में तो ये यूनिट पे अपने प्रैक्टिकल तो हर्बेरियम बनाना फ्लोरा यूज करना मोनोग्राफ बनाना ये I know what I will want of this medical technique. ये वो पिताजी खर्चे तो प्रिपेयर क्लैडोग्राम ये फाइल पूरा करते हैं मैं अपने फाइल को बाकी को करती हूँ फिर ये बात हो गया तो तुम्हारा ओवर ये वाला को भी उसमें क्या क्या करना है हम लोग करते हैं आर्टिकल सजेशन कौन सजेशन भी अपना तो मिली जुली करता है नहीं तो बिकॉज़ हमने गवर्नमेंट तुमच्या होते ना केले काय गवर्नमेंट तुमच्या होते ना काउंटरचं त्या दिवशी आता मी पण सांगितलं मॅडम तर काय झालं तुम्ही आम्हाला कळलं त्या दिवशी तुम्ही त्यांना नाही राखलं आपलंच नाही
मी त्यांना म्हणून म्हटलं ना त्यांना की बरं इतका वेळ का बरं त्यांचं उत्तर काय आलं माहिती आहे ना तुम्हाला या लोकांनीच दिलं नाही म्हणून मला नाही हो तुम्ही नाही म्हटलं या लोकांनी कंप्लीट करून नाही दिलं म्हणे पाठवलं नाही म्हणे
आणि काय मग हे आज असे बसले म्हणजे ते असे बापरे आणि आम्हाला असं बसून टाकतं वाटते
अरे सर लाइव देख रहा हूँ मैं इधर वो कैसे चेयर लिमिटेड है ना
सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगा नहीं हमें सर प्लीज कैन यू टेल मी
पण मग आपण बायोडायव्हर्सिटी अंडरस्टँड बायोडायव्हर्सिटी मग हो कधी नाही नाही मग कधी नाही
नाही ना.
चल जाऊ द्या. नुकतावर आहे. देखो. नुकतावर आहे ना. आज कॉन्फरन्स आहे. हे काय तर ते कॉन्फरन्स आहे आज आंबेडकर कॉलेजची. पाहत नाही काही नाही तुम्ही. पाठवलं नाही म्हणते सरळ.
अरे अभी तो जा रही है ना मैडम. अरे पण आता तुम्ही बोलल्या तेव्हा वो ये चला रहे ना. अच्छा सर बहुत स्पीड में चला के रहा है. लोग इसको इतनी जल्दी कैसे क्या सोच रहे हो. वहां से और तुम करनी अरे अपन ज्यादा प्रिपेयर आप टाइम पास कर रहे हैं हो जाता था अपना बढ़िया. अरे पर अभी क्लास ही है ना. हम चलते हैं अरे पर मैडम के साथ में सर के अपने को बोल किसी का नहीं है. हाँ वो ना और यार वो भी गाड़ी देखो अपने को इनकी भी गाड़ी थी देखो. अच्छा What is this?
Kindly unmute. Sir, kindly unmute.
Please unmute your mic.
Thank you so much. August gathering, learned colleagues, scholars, and dignitaries on the dais. Rather, I must say, the galaxy of intellectuals on the dais, and all my charming, happy faces and my dear academicians, a very good morning. All of us were a bit stagnant past 2 years and are still overcoming the COVID pandemic. It gives us immense pleasure to organize this offline inauguration after 2 years gap. To start with, please raise for the university song.
या भारतात बंधु भाव वसुदे देवरची असादे ये सर्व पंथ संप्रदाय एक दिसुदे मतभेद नसुदे या भारतात बंधु भाव वसुदे देवरची असादे मग हिंदू असो ख्रिश्चन बाबो इस्लामी आंदोलन सुखी गरीब अमीर एक मतानी मग हिंदू असो ख्रिश्चन बाबो इस्लामी स्वातंत्र्य सुखाया सकला माझी वसुदे देवरची अकादे मानवता राष्ट्र भावना हो सर्वस्वी मिळून समुदाय प्रार्थना प्रयास करो मानवता राष्ट्र भावना हो सर्वस्वी मिळून समुदाय प्रार्थना उद्योगी तरुण वीर शीलवान दिसू दे देवरची यथा दे या भारतात बंधु भावांचे वसू दे देवरची यथा दे अस्पृश्यता समूळ नष्ट हो जगातुनी आजादी भाव विसरुनिया एक हो आवे अस्पृश्यता समूळ नष्ट हो जगातुनी अनिंदा कामनी हि सत्य न्याय वसुदे देवरची यथा दे या भारतात बंधु देवरची यथा दे सौंदर्य रमो घर घरात स्वर्गापरी ही नष्ट हो दे विपत्ती भीती हो हरी सौंदर्य रमो घर घरात स्वर्गापरी ही नष्ट हो दे विपत्ती भीती हो हरी तुकड्यात सदा सर्वदा तुकड्यात सदा सर्वदा प्रेमेत कसू दे देवरची यथा दे देवरची यथा दे देवरची यथा दे या भारतात बंधु भावना वसू दे देवरची यथा दे हे सर्व पंथ संप्रदाय एक दिसू दे मतभेद नसू दे या भारतात बंधु भावना वसू दे देवरची यथा दे
Today, remembering our father figure, Sri Sadanandaji Philchale Sahib. He was always our motivation. We miss you, Dada. I'm sure your blessings will always be with us. Before moving towards our program, let me take the opportunity to thank all our Samiti members of Param Puja Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Smarak Samiti, our secretary for the Param Puja Baba Saheb Ambedkar Smarak Samiti, Dr. Sudhir Philchale sir. Thank you, sir, for being a pillar and for standing behind us every time. Apart from that, the Samiti members like Shri Vilas Gajghate Sahib, Shri Sute Sahib, N.R. Sute Sahib, Lady Governor, Dr. Kamaltai Gavai, Dr. Dabhade, Rajendra Gavai sir, we are really thankful for providing us the free hand and for helping us out so that we can organize such events. Friends have said that if you have 2 pennies, buy a bread with one and the book or a flower with another. So let's welcome the dignitaries on the dais by shawl, saplings, and mementos on this National Science Day. Science Day is all about celebrating the goodness science has brought into our lives. So let us celebrate together. I request the principal of our college, Dr. Mrs. Bhuvneshwari Mehre Madam, to please welcome the Honorable Vice Chancellor of RCMNU, Nagpur University, Dr. Subhash Chaudhary sir, by offering him shawl, sapling, and memento. I must thank Dr. Subhash Chaudhary sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, for making it today and being physically present here. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, madam. Madam, please be there. The next eminent personality which we have here, I always wanted Dr. Raju Mankar to be a part of some or the other function of the Ambedkar College. And yesterday on the 11th hour when I contacted him, he was so generous that within few seconds he accepted my invitation. Thank you, sir. Only a good heart like you can do this. So I request Dr. Mrs. Bhuvneshwari Mehre Madam, sorry, to please felicitate and welcome Dr. Raju Mankar, Director, LIT Nagpur and ex-Vice Chancellor of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Luneri. Thank you, ma'am. I request our Vice Principal, Dr. Revatkar sir, to please welcome our next dignitary, Dr. S.R. Thakre sir, Joint Director, Higher Education, Nagpur Region, Nagpur. I call upon Dr. Rahul Kamble, Faculty, Botany Department, to welcome Dr. M.B. Bagde sir, Principal, Porval College. I request Dr. Ratiram Chaudhary sir to welcome our next guest, Dr. Abhay Shendi sir, Principal of Priyadarshini Engineering College. May I have Dr. Anjali Kadam Madam to please welcome our Principal of Dr. Ambedkar College, Dr. Mrs. Bhuvneshwari Mehre Madam. I must not forget to mention here that Dr. Mrs. Bhuvaneshwari Madam has been a mother figure, and we are really fortunate to have you, Madam, and for helping us out for every event. Can I have Dr. Alok Rai to welcome Dr. D.P. Gogle, sir? Dr. Gogle, sir, is the head of PGTD of Molecular Biology and Genetic Engineering. I request the HOD of Botany Department, Dr. Subhash Sonkuar, to welcome the Principal of Porval College, Dr. Ratiram Chaudhary, sir. Head of Botany Department, Dr. Ratiram Chaudhary, sir. Dr. Ratiram Chaudhary, sir, is the head of Chemistry Department of Porval Science College. I request Dr. Rahul Kamble to welcome HOD of Botany Department of Dr. Ambedkar College, Dr. Subhash Sonkuar, sir. Without being the obstacle between the audience and the dignitaries, I request our principal, Dr. Bhuvaneshwari Mere Madam, the chairperson of today's function, for her welcome address.
Thank you, Archana. A very hearty and pleasant good morning to one and all. With the beautiful saying, science of today is technology of tomorrow. Happy National Science Day 2022. At the outset, I, Dr. B.A. Mehere, principal of the college, feel extremely honored to welcome you all for Transdisciplinary International Conference, which is jointly organized by 4 premier educational institutions of Nagpur on topic Integrated Approach in Science and Technology for Sustainable Future, which is a theme of this year National Science Day. To initiate, I first seek the blessings of 2 stalwarts of humanity, Lord Gautam Buddha and Revolutionary Legion, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar. We are very much elated to his 2-day program we have hosted in a college, which is an international scientific deliberation at Diksha Bhumi, which is a foremost leading educational institution situated on a wholly sprawling land of Diksha Bhumi, where in 1956, Param Pujya Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, architect of Constitution, embraced Buddhism and ignited the spark for fundamental rights for education, social awareness, and economic development. Here, in a college, young minds are transformed into society responsible citizens of India. The dedicated management, teaching staff, technical staff renders the services for betterment of society. And we are proud to be accredited A+ in 3 consecutive cycles of NAC by Bangalore and conferred an award for College for Potential Excellence. Honorable respected Vice Chancellor, sir, Rashtrasant Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur, Dr. Subhash Chaudhary, sir, good morning and welcome, sir. I extend my warm welcome to Dr. Raju Mankar, sir, Director, LIT Nagpur, and ex-Vice Chancellor of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere. Today's guest of honor, our efficient and able administrator, Dr. Sanjay Thakre, sir, Joint Director, Higher Education, Nagpur Division. honorable patrons, our holy Bhante Surai Sasai, President of Param Puja Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar Smarak Samiti Diksha Bhumi, Nagpur. My gratitude to Sunil Kumarji Porwal, President, Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Seth Kesrimal Porwaj College, Kamthi. I also welcome Dr. Satish Ji Chaturvedi, President Lokmanya Tilak Jan Kalyan Shikshan Sanstha, our young dynamic visionary secretary, Param Puja Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar Smarak Samiti, and Dr. Sudhir Fuljale sir, he is Director of Management Studies and Research Institute, Diksha Bhumi, Nagpur. Other dignitaries, awardees, felicities, and respected eminent, Dr. Devendra Fuljale sir, retired senior scientist from Baba Atomic Research Center, Mumbai, Dr. Sriram Sonone sir, Department of Chemical Engineering, VNIT, Nagpur. My warm welcome to all the guests who are here for this two-day international program. I also welcome, my warm welcome and greetings to our eminent chairpersons, Dr. M.B. Bagre sir, Principal College, Kamti, Nagpur, Dr. Abhay Shende sir, Principal Priyadarshini and Jail College, Nagpur, Dr. D.P. Gogle sir, Head Department of Molecular Biology and Genetic Engineering, RTMNU. My worthy colleague, Professor K.G. Revatkar sir, Vice Principal, Head Department of Physics. And now I congratulate sir for appointed as a principal at Samudrapur. Heartiest congratulations, sir. My hall conveners, organizers, Dr. Subhash Somkar sir, Dr. Ratiram Chaudhary, Dr. Utpal Dongre, Dr. Rahul Kamre, Head Department of Chemistry, Head Department of Botany, Dr. Anjali Kadam Madam, she is ICIASTSF Coordinator, Priyadarshini College of Engineering, Dr. Archana Meshram, she is hosting the program, Dr. Alok Rai, HOD Department of Microbiology, and Sandeep Mandal from the same institute. All eminent speakers across the globe, and the list is very long. Juries, scientific technical session conductors, all my worthy colleagues, Dr. Devrat Begre, Rohan Chaure, Pradeep Hirapure, Rita Laktakul from my parent department, and all the technical team which are there for the Zoom platform and for YouTube streaming. I once again welcome you all for today's Eve of National Science Day 2022. We commemorate and pay respect and gratitude to great physicist, Nobel laureate Dr. C.V. Raman sir for his great achievement for the invention of Raman's effect in 1930. To show the dignity and respect to all the scientists, we honor every year and celebrate all over the nation National Science Day. And it is a responsibility to pay salutations by contributing greatly to the field of science through science and technology, innovation, and sustainable future. This two-day international scientific deliberation will definitely prove the best platform to build and strengthen the linkages and collaboration amongst leading research and development, science and technology organization to promote innovative practices, cost-effective and eco-friendly sustainable technology for sustainable future. With this positive note, I wish all the organizers, coordinators, and this program, the science enthusiasts, creative thinkers, all the best for this program or international conference. I wish a grand success. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you, madam. I now call upon Dr. Subhash Somkar sir for his introductory remarks on Transdisciplinary International Conference on Integrated Approach in Science and Technology for Sustainable Future. Over to you, Dr. Subhash Somkar sir.
Thank you, ma'am. At the outset, I pay my respectful tribute to the great revolutionary, father of peace, humanity, and scientific philosophy, Tathagat Gautam Buddha, and great revolutionary father of Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar, the architect of modern India. I would like to thank all the dignitaries on the dais for their kind guidance, moral supports, and valuable wisdom to make this event possible because of their constant communications and guidance. This event, this transdisciplinary international conference on integrated approach in science and technology for a sustainable future is possible. Thank you, all of you, sir. Dear friends, you know, this venture is organized in collaboration with 4 important leading research institutions, and all the organizing team, they effortlessly work for making this event a grand success. For this important event, we received 146 abstract from different research institutions worldwide, and we also have blessings from C.N. Rao, Bharat Ratna, Honorable Bharat Ratna C.N. Rao, and Director General, Scientific and Industry, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, New Delhi, from Dr. Shekhar Mandi Sahib. For this conference, we have different keynote speakers, plenary speaker from the important cutting edge technology and new innovative techniques for the sustainable futures, and definitely that speakers will highlight that and also enlightens our budding research scholar for new age technology, for innovative techniques for the sustainable futures. You know, sustainable development is the development of the present without compromising the needs of future generation to meet their needs. And you know, development is very important. It is a very crucial factor in the recent time, but development should not be at the cost of nature, and that development should be done without destruction of the natures and natural resources, so that our future generation could get their fundamental rights of meeting all the needs of natural resources from the environment, from this biosphere. I must say that we all should unite together for this important cause of sustainable development for the sustainable future during these pandemic times. Thank you so much. Thank you once again.
As I already mentioned, that we are very blessed and fortunate enough to have Dr. Raju Mankar sir here today as our chief guest. I request Dr. Subhash Sonkar sir to please introduce him to us.
Thank you, ma'am. It is my proud privilege and honor to introduce before you Dr. Raju D. Mankar sir. He is a director, Lakshmi Narayan Institute of Technology, Nagpur, Rashtra Sant Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur, and Honorable ex-Vice Chancellor, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere, District Raigad. He is a professor he joined as a professor at LIT, RTM Nagpur, and he also did his PhD from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur in 1999. He is the recipient of prestigious DAAD fellowship and worked as a postdoctoral fellow in 2002-2001 at University of Karlsruhe, Federal Republic of Germany. He also worked as a visiting scientist at University of Karlsruhe in the year 2002 to 2004. He is also the recipient of Sardar Iqbal Bahadur Singh Gold Medal Award by Nagpur University in 1989 and Ideal Principal Award in 2009 conferred by RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur. He started his career as a teaching lecturer in 1989 and rose to a position of professor in 2002. He was appointed as a director of LIT Nagpur in October 2005. During this period, he was the Vice Chancellor of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lunere, Maharashtra. Professor Mankar joined back to his position as a Director of LIT Nagpur in 2015. Professor Mankar had been the nominee of His Excellency, the Vice President of India, on the court of Pondicherry University during 2007 to 2010. He is also the nominee of of His Excellency the Governor of Maharashtra on the Board of Management of Yeshwantrao Chauhan Maharashtra Open University, Nashik. He is a member of Western Regional Committee. Because of the short of time, I can briefly introduce. He is a nominated member of various national and international committee for the various scientific cause. Because of his dedication to the research and teaching profession, he is recognized as a fellow of various national and international institutions and academies. He mentors many PhD, postdoc fellow, and designed number of patents, technology, database to his credit. He authored, edited several books and research in various reputed journals. In view of his outstanding contribution, various awards and honor were conferred on him. He visited to many countries for the scientific collaborations. With these brief introductions, now I request Professor Mankar sir to please address this scientific gathering.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to be here with you. Chief guest of our today's function, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Rashtrasant Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Dr. Subhash Chaudhary sir, Dr. Thakre sir, Joint Director, Bagade sir, Abhay Shende sir, Dr. Mehere madam, Dr. Gogule sir, Dr. Ratiramji Chaudhary, and Dr. Subhash Somkuwar. All the dignitaries present in this hall, faculty members of the institute, and the students. I'm very happy to note that the four prominent institutions of the city, Dr. Ambedkar College, SET, K. Srimal Porwal College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Priyadarshini, JL College of Engineering, and our PGTD, Molecular Biology and Genetic Engineering Department, jointly organizing this international conference on the auspicious day of National Science Day celebration for 2 days with the theme Integrated Approach in Science and Technology for Sustainable Future. I have seen the program for next 2 days, and there are many eminent speakers who are the authorities in their own areas who will present their plenary lectures in various sessions. And we are also told that many researchers are going to present their work in terms of presentations, poster presentations and all. And on this occasion, I'm really happy to note that the organizers are going to award Professor Meghnath Saha a Lifetime Achievement Award for 2022, and also Dr. C.V. Raman Distinguished Award 22. I congratulate all the dignitaries nominated for these awards, and I am extremely happy to note that my student, to whom I actually taught at Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Dr. Shriram Sonone, who is now with VNIT, has been nominated for this distinguished award. The theme of this year's Science Day celebrations, all of us know, is about sustainable development. And regarding this sustainable development, United Nations has given a global agenda. India and many other countries are working towards the goals to be achieved by 2030 decided by the United Nations. And in one line, the theme is leave no one behind. So development is necessary, development is happening, and we are more conscious or talking about this issue of sustainable development very recently in last few years. Earlier, the focus was only on development with whatever resources are at our disposal, and we never bothered about the consumption or utilization of natural resources in the race of development. There is no control on that, and later on we realized and the scientists realized that this is to be controlled. The natural resources must be utilized for the development, but in a controlled manner, and the term came, the development is to be there, has to be there, but it has to be sustainable. And in simple words, Dr. Somkur already mentioned, what we want to convey from this, development is a must. We must go ahead in all sorts of life, but the development should not be at the cost of devastation of natural resources and our ecosystem. And it is said that we should leave the things as they are, as far as possible, for our next generation. And that is the theme, and this Agenda 2030 is set, and all the countries, almost all the countries, as a part of this United Nations program, are working very hard and consciously. Our Prime Minister also has given the agenda for our country to play our role. And when the country wants to play the role, it is of course through all the walks of life, and university, education system, institutions, they play more important role. So there is a role of university, there is a role of institution, and there is a role of teacher as well as student in saving our ecosystem, preserving our ecosystem, and that is nothing but we are looking for sustainable development. Thank you very much, and I wish this conference all the success, and I congratulate the organizers, all 4 institutions who are the part of this 2-day conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Rightly said that technology and development should go, but keeping in mind the ecosystem. But it's always said that एक ही उल्लू काफी था बर्बादे गुलिस्ता के लिए, एक ही उल्लू काफी था बर्बादे गुलिस्ता के लिए, हर शाख पे उल्लू बैठा है, अंजामे गुलिस्ता क्या होगा. But I'm sure with all the people out here who are struggling hard for sustainable development, we will surely make it. Now is the time for our next speaker, Dr. S.R. Thakre sir, Joint Director, Higher Education, Nagpur Region. I won't be going into the details of Dr. Thakre's resume, because if I do so, it's going to take a lot of time. So I would like to just mention that Dr. Sanjay Thakre, born in 1973, is Professor and Joint Director of RTMU Nagpur University. Dr. Thakre has 65 publications to his credit, along with Opus publications and Google Scholar citations more than 786, 16H index as per the Scopus and Google citation. That is really, I'm to say, very much a thing to appreciate. Apart from that, he has one patent. He was on editorial board membership, and he has 156 articles reviewed in very reputed international journals. 20 international conferences and 46 national conferences is quite a big number, I must say, Thackeray sir. And with the academic experience of 24 years and administrative experience of 14 years, we are really fortunate to have you here today for addressing this August gathering. Over to you, Dr. Sanjay Thackeray sir.
Thank you very much, madam. Good morning to one and all. Dignitary on the dais and off the dais. The Honorable Vice Chancellor of RTM Nagpur University, Chaudhary sir. Another dignitaries, the Director of LIT, a well-known institute, the Mankar sir. The Principal of Oral College, Bagre sir. The Principal of Presidential College of Engineering, Shende sir. Principal of this Premier Institute, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Mehra madam. The Gogle sir, Head of Department, the PGDT, Molecular Biology and Genetic Engineering Department. Somkor sir, Head of Department, Botany Department of this institute. Ratiram Chaudhary, Head of Department, the Oral College, Kamti, and other dignitary, and my the other teachers and student friends. Actually, when I got the message to attend this conference, actually, I think that whether I should go or not, because you all of know that previously I am working in the research, and nowadays I am more inclined towards the administrations. But definitely, when such types of invitation, when I got it, definitely that inspired me to do it something in the research. So it remind me actually, please note that you are doing research in the past, and that was the force me. Definitely, it will help me in the largely. When I am entering into this hall and when I see this title of this conference, that is the integrated approach. This conference, the title itself shows that integrated approach, because this conference is organized by the 4 institutes. The 4 different institutes come together and join the one conference. So this is one of the examples of the integrated approach, and itself shows that how to work it for the betterment of the life. So sustainable development, when we are talking about the sustainable development, and I think the nature also graced this conference. See that before 2 days, we think that the summer was started. And yesterday night from this and today, there is the cloudy environment. So see, this is the change in the environment. So there are the number of points are there, number of issues are there, which we think on that. What maybe this development is there, because rightly the Mankar sir says that development and sustainable development, this should be go hand by hand, because it is very important. Because everywhere, as we know that there is a war is going on. So what may be the science, what development is science? It is the betterment for the mankind. But at the same time, the same science will definitely destroy the life or destroy the mankind. So we should think that when you develop the science, when you think about the development of the science, definitely you should think about the sustainable development. And definitely behind this concept, when the scientists think about that one, they are thinking about the betterment of the life. Definitely, I am not talking too much on this because the inauguration, this ceremony is quite long and many more speakers are there. So I come to my word with because there are the many deliberation is there within these 2 days, and definitely that deliberation will help us the development in the science and technology. I wish you the success, the grand success of this conference, and I am thankful to the organizer. Definitely this conference will help us to betterment of the mankind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now is the time to release the proceeding cum souvenir of our conference. So I request the dignitaries on the dais to please release the proceedings. Thank you so much. Moving on to our next section, it is the felicitations with Professor Meghanan Saha Lifetime Achievement Award and Dr. C.V. Raman Distinguished Scientist Awards. Albert Einstein said that science without religion is lame and religion without science is blind. Before moving on to this felicitations, let me give a brief about Professor Meghanan Saha and Dr. C.V. Raman. Professor Meghanan Saha was a great Indian scientist. He made remarkable contributions to the field of astrophysics. He put forward an ionization formula which explained the presence of the spectral lines. In 1915, Meghanan Saha ranked first in the MSc and applied mathematics and pure mathematics. In 1917, he started his professional career and joined as a lecturer at the newly opened university, that is College of Science in Calcutta. He taught quantum physics along with S.N. Bose. He translated the papers published in German by Einstein and Hermann Minsky on relativity into English versions. He was elected as a fellow of the London's Royal Society. In 1932, Meghanan Saha moved to Allahabad. Academy of Science was established. He returned to the Science College, Calcutta in 1938, and during this time, Saha got interested in nuclear physics, which later was named after him as Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics in the curriculum of Higher Studies of Science. He invented an instrument to measure the weight and pressure of the solar rays. He produced the famous equation, which he called equation of reaction isobar for ionization, which was later known as Saha's thermo-ionization equation. Professor Shah was the leading spirit in organizing the scientific societies like the National Academy of Science in 1930, Indian Institute of Science in 1935, and the Indian Association for the Cultivation of Science in 1944. He was the chief architect of river planning in India. He was an Indian astrophysicist who was nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics in the year 1935 to 36. Your contribution, Sir Meghnad Saha, can never be faded. And so we will be awarding today in his name. The next category is Dr. C.V. Raman Distinguished Scientist Award. Neil Tyson says that the good thing about the science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it. And Dr. C.V. Raman was one of the great scientists of India who was awarded 1930 Nobel Prize in Physics for his work on the scattering of light and for the discovery of the Raman effect. At the time of his graduation, there were few opportunities for scientists in India, and he studied the physics of stringed instruments and Indian drums. In 1917, he was offered the professor of physics at the Calcutta University, and he decided to accept this opportunity. And after 15 years of service at the Calcutta University, he left the job and has shifted to Bangalore and became the director of the Indian Institute of Science, where 2 years later, he continued as a professor of physics. Professor C.V. Raman was also the first to investigate the harmonic nature of the sound of the Indian drums. In 1943, he founded Raman Research Institute near Bangalore, and the discovery, that is Raman effect, made a very distinctive contribution to the physics. He was also conferred with Bharat Ratna in 1954. So moving towards the first section, we have two eminent people to whom we will be conferring this awards. That is Professor N.B. Singh, Professor Emeritus, Department of Chemistry, SBSR and RTDC, Greater Noida, UP. He will be offered with Professor Meghnad Saha Lifetime Achievement Award 2022. To accept this award of Dr. N.B. Singh, I would request Dr. Sonkuar sir. Okay, Utpal Dongre, Dr. Utpal Dongre from Biochemistry Department will be accepting the award of Professor N.B. Singh on his behalf, and the award will be conferred by Dr. Alok Rai. I request Dr. Alok Rai . चेंज कर दिया अच्छा Alok Rai will okay small changes there, that is Dr. Alok Rai is going to receive the award on behalf of Professor N.B. Singh, and the award will be given by our Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Subhash Chaudhary sir. I would like to mention that Professor N.B. Singh, former head chemistry department and former dean faculty of science, DDU, Gorakhpur University, is presently an emeritus professor at the Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry and Research Development Cell, Sharda University, Greater Noida, UP. Dr. Singh has been teaching postgraduate and undergraduate classes in the chemistry for last 50 years. Dr. Singh was postdoctoral fellow at the Free University of Brussels, Belgium, during 73-74 and received the most prestigious Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship, Germany in 1977, and has worked at Technical University Aachen, University of Kassel, University Kassel, and Technical University Dortmund, Germany. His main areas of research are solid state chemistry, material science, cement chemistry, thermodynamics, and water purification. Professor Singh was president of Indian Association for Solid State Chemists and Elite Scientists from 13 to 15, and he received many awards. He has more than 300 research publications to his credit. He has authored 8 books and written 36 book chapters. He has supervised 41 PhD students, and Professor Singh is UGC nominee in the advisory committee for DSA program in chemistry of JNV University, Jodhpur. Google Scholar citation is above 7,000. Thank you so much, Dr. Alok Rai, for accepting on his behalf. The next award goes to Dr. Devananda Funjale, retired senior scientist and head, Nuclear, Agri and Biotech Division, BARC, Mumbai. I request Mankar sir to please do the honor and felicitate our next awardee today, that is Dr. Devananda Funjale sir. To give a brief introduction about Dr. Devananda Funjale, he is a research advisor at Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore, visiting professor of School of Bioengineering, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Tamil Nadu, a senior consultant in Dubai, former senior scientist and head plant biotechnology and secondary metabolite section, nuclear agriculture and biotechnology division, Baba Atomic Research Center, Mumbai, a former professor at Homi Bhabha National Institute, BARC, Training School Complex, Mumbai. And he has a very huge experience. He has done his PhD in 1991. And scientific and professional career is very vast. He has been a visiting professor at Chennai, senior consultant at Dubai, research advisor at Vellore, scientist at Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai, professor at Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai, and visiting professor at Department of Life Sciences, University of Mumbai. Next, the category is Dr. C.V. Raman Distinguished Scientist Awards. And in this category, we have 4 people whom we are, or 4 eminent persons whom we are going to felicitate with Dr. C.V. Raman Distinguished Scientist Award. That is Professor Martin Desmond, Dr. Srinam Sonane, Dr. Sanjay Thakre, and Dr. Mohammad Rizwan. On behalf of Professor Martin Desmond, I request Dr. Utpal Dongre to please accept the award. And I request the Honorable Vice Chancellor to please felicitate Martin Desmond. Martin Desmond from Argentina is a biochemist, a PhD faculty of pharmacy and biochemistry in the university, and pharmacist. He has held several positions, that is, his full-time professor in the Analytical and Physical Chemistry Department, Faculty of Science in Argentina, and a researcher, as well as the member of Institute of Chemistry and Drug Metabolism. He has several research projects in his credit, and he has been felicitated with 30 awards like Initiation in Scientific Research, and oral communication awards, and including in top 10% of highly cited authors, and the list is endless. Next awardee is Dr. Sriram Sonamne from Department of Chemical Engineering, VNIT. I request VC sir to please do the honors. He is a nominee for Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award of 2021. He is BTech, MTech, PhD in Chemical Engineering and Associate Professor of Department of Chemical Engineering, VNIT, Nagpur. The citation index is 2,670 as Google Scholar. He is an executive guest editor of Current Pharmaceutical Biotechnology, guest editor of Elsevier Journal, which is related to sustainable wastewater treatment. Congratulations, sir. Our next awardee who is going to receive the prestigious Dr. C.V. Raman Distinguished Scientist Award is a very humble person. Our Joint Director, Higher Education, Nagpur Region, Professor Dr. Sanjay Thakre, sir. I request VC sir to please felicitate him. As I've already mentioned in brief about Sanjay Thakre sir, and we all know him. Many of us know him personally as well. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. And congratulations. Our next, Thakre sir, you'll have to wait there because it's your turn to felicitate the next awardee, that is Dr. Muhammad Rizwan sir. So Dr. Rahul Kamble will be receiving the award on behalf of Dr. Muhammad Rizwan sir at the hands of Dr. Sanjay Thakre sir, Joint Director, Higher Education, Nagpur Division. Dr. Muhammad Rizwan is the Deputy Director for Center for Study and Research, CSR, New Delhi. Thank you so much, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. Director, Dr. Raju Mankar, sir, and Dr. Sanjay Thakre, sir, and many congratulations to all the awardees. The Young Scientist, next section is the Young Scientist Award 2020-22, and that will be conferred online. So I'm just going to mention the names. That is Dr. China Babu Naik, Senior Scientist, ICAR, CICR, Nagpur, India. Next award is to Dr. R.P. Singh, Director, R&D, Azud Biotech Private Limited, Greater Noida, India. The third award is Dr. Simant K. Srivastav, Darbhanga, Bihar. Dr. Aniruddha Mondal, from Sweden. Dr. Utkarsh Moon, Department of Agriculture and Food Engineering, IIT Kharagpur, West Bengal, India. And the last awardee in the Young Scientist Award is Dr. Amrutraj T. Zhade, Postdoctoral Fellow, Molecular Virology Lab, IIT Mumbai, Puri, Mumbai, India. So that was all about the award sessions. And one more award to go. It is said that good peoples are rare to find, but Dr. Ambedkar College is really fortunate that we have many gems over here. But on the other hand, we are really feeling sad that one of these precious gems of our Dr. Ambedkar College will be shifting to a new venture that he has wished to join, that is being a principal of Samudrapur. But our Vice Principal, Dr. Revatkar, I'm sure that in spite of you being principal, vice chancellor, going to UGC, or going to many more positions you wish to, you will always be the family member of Dr. Ambedkar College, and we will always keep on bothering you and seeking your guidance. So please, may I have now our Vice Principal, Dr. K.G. Revatkar, sir, and we are going to felicitate him for the outstanding contribution to the science faculty of Dr. Ambedkar College, and I request Dr. Mankar sir to please felicitate him. Sir, this felicitation doesn't mean that we are setting you free. Congratulations, sir. Now is the time for our presidential speech. The president of today's function, that is Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Subhash Chaudhary, sir. I request Dr. Subhash Sunkur, sir, to introduce Ratiram Chaudhary, sir, sorry. Dr. Ratiram Chaudhary, sir, will be introducing today's president of the function, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Subhash Chaudhary, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Respected dignitary, seated on the dais and up the dais, respected the teachers and so many participants, dear my students and ladies and gentlemen. Today we are organizing a transdisciplinary conference on the eve of National Science Day. And really, it is, I am saying that is successful. And on this occasion, we have the dynamic, energetic personality as the president of the functions. So I'd like to introduce his biography of today's president of the event, Honorable Vice Chancellor, IIT Nagpur University, Nagpur, Dr. S.R. Chaudhary, sir. So I am so lucky to get the opportunity to read out the bibliography of the Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. Well, today we have with us Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. S.R. Chaudhary, sir, the Rashtriya Tukraji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur, Maharashtra State. Well, Dr. Chaudhary sir has done a BE with civil engineering from Nagpur University, postgraduate, and post-graduation in structural engineering from the Amravati University, Amravati. While a PhD in civil engineering from the Nagpur University, Nagpur. And apart from this, he has obtained the degrees like MBA, PGDIM, PGDOM, and DIM. Moreover, he has teaching experience more than 35 years. Really, before taking the charge of Vice Chancellor of Rashtriya Tukraji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur, Dr. Chaudhary sir was the pro-Vice Chancellor of RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur, as well work as the University of various committee of the Nagpur University, as well as he work as the principal at the JD College of Engineering, Nagpur, and Vidyaniketan Institute of Engineering and Technology, Nagpur. Really, he is great. Moreover, Dr. S.R. Chaudhary sir has worked on the several prestigious and academic professionals bodies of IIT Nagpur State, Nagpur. Moreover, he has a life member in various scientific organizations like the life member of IST, MIST, the secretary of IST, Maharashtra and Goa section, the member of SMSC, IST, Maharashtra government and Goa section, and the life member of Institute of Engineer, MIE. Apart from that, apart from these bodies, Dr. S.R. Chaudhary sir is on Academic Council of IIT Nagpur University, Nagpur, and Accounting Council of the member of the Dr. B.A. Technology University of Maharashtra State. Really, Dr. Chaudhary sir has, and apart from this, Dr. Chaudhary has published more than scientific research paper, which is indexed in the essay and Scopus abstracting. And under his guidance, awarded 4 PhD students in civil engineering stream. And more eye-catching achievement in his life, he has got 1 Indian patent on the civil engineering in material science. Apart from that, he has received many research grants from the different scientific organizations, and really such great personality with us. So I meekly requested Honorable Vice Chancellor to deliberate a view on this occasion. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. With great tribute to Tathagat Gautam Buddha, Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar, and Rashtriya Sant Tukraji Maharaj. Here I declare that the seminar conference has been inaugurated and open for further proceeding. As the name suggested here, that is integrated approach in science and technology for sustainable development. It is already noted by Dr. Sanjay Thakre that the conference began with the integrated approach itself. Topic is the second part. Integrated means coming together, and 4 colleges came together to start with this conference. That is the great initiative, and they proved that integrated approach would be more successful after completion of this conference. Even if you see the song of Rashtrasanta Tukaji Maharaj, that is Ya Bharatat Bandhu Bhava Nitya Vasudev. The basic thing is integration of all kinds of people, all caste of people, all region of the people. That is the concept of integration. And integration has more power. And it is the need of the time. You see, whenever we come across, whenever we need anything, we always try to search the new concept, new technology, new process, and we always strive for that. But it is at most important to keep it in mind that any development, any process, any technology should be sustainable. And this sustainable concept came just before last 2 decades. It has been talked about sustainable development. And the technology need for the sustainable development is the appropriate technology. And why this is now necessary? In science and technology, we find out many more things, many concepts, everything we find it out. But nothing is new. Nature is the biggest laboratory for science and technology. Everything comes from this nature. इस नेचर के बाहर का किसी ने कुछ नहीं खोजा है. Everything is here. Still, there are many things which is not explored, and we need to explore that. And that is the science. The science has to reach up to that level. Many things are just now imaginary. One could not find it out. One could not explore the basic concept or basic thing or the reason behind that. That's why we feel it as imaginary things. But most of the concepts are already launched, already in existence. But only we need to explore. And that's why the new concept, that is innovation and incubation concept, was launched. Whenever anything comes in our mind, the first the first seeding is in the mind, that idea comes forward, and then we start to find out the solution of that. कोई भी चीज अचानक नहीं आती, पहले अपने दिमाग में वो जन्म लेती है, and then it start innovating or research starts from that, and then we get the final conclusion. We come at one conclusion. I said, jitne bhi scientists, all scientists, whatever concept they have proved, whatever they have stated, all those were from the observations and kuch to unke mind mein aaya, then they entered into the thought process, and after all they came across the conclusion. ये conclusion भी कहाँ से आया? किसी ने लाके नहीं बताया उनको, ये भी उनके दिमाग में कहीं तो भी है. That's why education is the cultivation of mind. We say, सारा ज्ञान, सारा knowledge हमारे दिमाग में ही है. Only we need to explore that. We need to enter deeply and go in deeply, so that we can find out what exactly truth is. आप कोई भी एग्जांपल ले लीजिए, न्यूटन का एग्जांपल लो. वो एप्पल झाड़ के नीचे गिरा, बोला जाता है व्हाट इज दैट. एप्पल झाड़ के नीचे गिरा, बस चालू हो गया खोजना, और उसके बाद उसने कंसेप्ट निकाला कि नहीं, देयर इज अ ग्रेविटेशनल फोर्स. क्या न्यूटन के पहले नहीं था ग्रेविटेशनल फोर्स? था. आम या एप्पल नीचे तो कभी ऊपर तो कभी गिरा नहीं, या साइड में भी नहीं गया, वो नीचे ही आया ऑलवेज. But the discovery which we did is through the nature only. हमारी body itself is the biggest laboratory to understand each and every concept.
हमारे आई लेंस है, वो कहाँ सिग्नल जाते हैं, नर्वस सिस्टम सिग्नल जाते हैं। यहाँ अगर आपने ट्रेस किया तो आपको पता चलता है व्हाट सेंसर्स, एवरी सेंसर्स आर हियर। हमने तो अभी निकाले सेंसर्स, बट द नेचर हैज डेवलप्ड सिंस सो मेनी इयर्स, सो मेनी डिकेड्स, सो मेनी centuries. Nothing is, and whenever we फाइंड आउट एनीथिंग, जब भी कोई रिसर्च, कोई प्रोसेस या कोई टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप हो गई, साइंटिस्ट ने या जिसने भी डेवलप किया उसने पहले अपने नेचर और उसकी कंसेप्ट देखा है, और सिमिलर टू दैट डेवलप द टूल्स, द टेक्नोलॉजी एंड एवरीथिंग। चाहे वो आप एरोप्लेन ले लो, वो बेड सीट रहेगा, आप स्पैनर ले लो, पाना पाना, हमारे जो ट्रीज में हम पाने का ना ये नटबोल्ट कसते हैं, उसका आप शेप देखिए कैसे है, वो स्ट्रेट नहीं होगा, ऐसा तिरछे ही होता है, क्योंकि हमारे हाथ का जो पकड़ है, जो ग्रिप है, और जिस वक्त हम खोलते हैं कोई भी चीज, उसका पावर ज्यादा रहता है, स्लाइट इंक्लिनेशन। सो एवरीथिंग दे डिजाइन विद द ऑब्जर्वेशन ऑफ द नेचर, एंड दैट्स व्हाई reference is our nature and our body, or the animals or plants, and that's why one can very easily find out the solution, and it becomes the reference, it becomes the terminology, or we can say similarity, to find out the new things. And that's why whenever we develop anything, it is always talked about the sustainability. And integration is another thing. I don't know why this integration term is used, whether this integration means interdisciplinary or integration of what. I am still confused on the title which has been mentioned here. I think it may be interdisciplinary nature. Yeah. So that is the right one. That is interdisciplinary nature. So this is integration or interdisciplinary concept. Recently is talking about, आजकल इसकी बहुत बातें चल रही है। एजुकेशन भी इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी होना चाहिए, इंटीग्रेटेड होना चाहिए, करिकुलम इंटीग्रेटेड होना चाहिए, सारे डिसिप्लिन एक जगह आके ही नया रिसर्च बना सकते हैं। दिस इज द नीड ऑफ टाइम, क्योंकि अभी बेसिक साइंस में, बेसिक इंजीनियरिंग में अपने अपने रिसर्च हो चुके हैं या उस लेवल तक पहुंचे। नाउ इट इज द टाइम टू इंटीग्रेट, टू फाइंड आउट द sustainable product, or the useful product, or useful process, or useful technology. And that's why isolated research, isolated we can say technology, or compartment system is now obsolete. It is to be resolved, and all faculty, all colleges, all disciplines must come closer to form one family. अभी हमारी फैमिली बिखरी हुई है, आर्ट अलग है, लॉ अलग है, कॉमर्स अलग है, साइंस अलग है, टेक्नोलॉजी, सबको एक जगह आना पड़ेगा। You know हमारा भी now we are living in the nucleus family and joint family. इन दोनों में कहीं तो बेनिफिट है। And now we will come back to the concept of joint family. एक दूसरे का सहारा, एक दूसरे के साथ से जो कुछ बनेगा वो ज्यादा इम्पैक्टफुल रहेगा, ज्यादा यूजफुल रहेगा। Same is the concept being forced in the new education policy, that integrated approach, interdisciplinary approach, multidisciplinary approach should be started, should be initiated. Only conferences will not serve the purpose for integrated approach or interdisciplinary. Our curriculum is to be designed with the integrated approach. Our teaching learning process has to be designed in such a way that every integrated approach should be there. And that's why Nagpur University has definitely initiated that process. इसमें आगे है, I don't know how much you know, but it will come to you up to एक साल पहले, just before in November 2021, 20 I think, November 2020, एक साल के पहले, we the Nagpur University, we took one decision that any faculty student, either it is art, commerce, science, whosoever maybe, can opt any subject of any discipline. हमने curriculum को disturb नहीं किया, करिकुलम उतना ही है. If any fast learner wants to learn, art student wants to learn information technology, yes, he can opt information technology subject. उसके डिग्री में हम लिखेंगे कि BA with minor in information technology. उसके मार्कशीट में लिखा जाएगा कि these are the additional subjects which the students has taken. And that multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary approach we already introduced before implementation of national education policy. We have started this, and in engineering, this concept has already been brought in the curriculum, within the curriculum. Additional subject ले सकते हो, बात अलग है. Lekin within curriculum also, if the civil engineering student wants to learn something from a computer, he can opt those subjects. If the mechanical student wants that I need to learn music, yes, one can take the music subject. That open electives are also kept. Even after that, if he wants engineering student to learn finance, yes, he can opt those credits. Those credits can be earned, and that's why that interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary concept has already been launched or already been decided in the Nagpur University region. I think no university has implemented that, but Nagpur University could do this. That is the thing, and you have chosen the topic and the concept very rightly, which is the current need. And here, every field has its own importance. Either it is art, it is science or commerce and everything. And that's why sustainability means what? To balance everything. Nature, person, human, animal, everything. Then only we can live for long. Otherwise not. Every development, as rightly stated previously by speakers, that there should be development, because man is such a person, such an animal, that he never stops. He always move ahead to develop something. नहीं तो अभी आदमी ही क्यों आगे बढ़ा? जानवर तो वही हैं. सदियों पहले जो खाते थे आज भी खा रहे, जो पहनते थे नहीं पहनते ही नहीं थे. लेकिन हम लोगों का पहराव बदला. एवरीथिंग वी चेंज्ड. आप अगर 100 साल के पहले की जिंदगी देखेंगे, अभी की देखेंगे तो चेंज होगा, बिकॉज दिस इज द नेचर ऑफ द ह्यूमन बीइंग कि दिमाग का इस्तेमाल करें. So that is the power given by nature to the human being to utilize the brain to develop something which is not given to the animals. But उनको nature मालूम है, उनको system मालूम है. That's why they are sustaining. वो sustain है, हम sustain नहीं है. हमारी बॉडी, हम चाहे जो खा रहे हैं, लेकिन हमारी बॉडी को जो सस्टेन होता है वो हम देते नहीं दो एक बार. Then something come forward and we come across any disease and everything. So that is the sustainability which is favorable for the ecosystem, and that's why to maintain the sustainability, everything, every concept, every person, every domain is important, equally important. आपने देखा होगा कि ये लाइट, देयर आर टू व्हाइट लाइट एंड ब्लैक. ब्लैक इज नॉट द लाइट, इट इज टोटली ब्लैक. व्हाइट लाइट यानी व्हाइट कलर क्या होता है? व्हाइट कलर इज द कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ 7 बेसिक कलर्स. 7 कलर मिलके एक कलर बनता है, वो है कलर, मतलब कंबाइन जो होता है वो व्हाइट है. इसमें का एक भी शेड कम हो गया 7 कलर में से तो आपका कलर अलग हो जाएगा. इसलिए श्वेत रहने के लिए, क्लीन रहने के लिए, व्हाइट रहने के लिए हर कलर का प्रोपोर्शनेट और परसेंटेज जरूरी है. इन दी नेचर आल्सो सस्टेनेबिलिटी मेंटेन करने के लिए हमको वो हर डोमेन, हर पर्सन, हर सेक्टर, एवरीथिंग, ऑल, ईच एंड एवरी पार्टिकल इन द नेचर इज इम्पोर्टेंट. वो चाहे एनिमल हो, इंसेक्ट्स हो, मैन हो, प्लांट्स हो, एवरीथिंग, ऑल आर इम्पोर्टेंट. इसलिए तो हम कहते हैं सेव नेचर, सेव फॉरेस्ट, सेव एनिमल्स. राइट, अभी हमको ध्यान में आ रहा है कि ये सब इम्पोर्टेंट है. डेवलपमेंट के लिए, फॉर डेवलपमेंट वी जनरली यूज, बहुत अच्छी बात कही है मानकर सर ने भी और ठाकरे सर ने, वी यूज द नेचुरल रिसोर्सेस. बहुत ज्यादा यूज करते हैं, चाहे वो पेट्रोल हो, चाहे वो ट्रीज पेपर हो, वो आपके इवन टिश्यू पेपर हो या कुछ भी हो, हम वेस्ट कर देते हैं. और इसका इम्पैक्ट कहाँ हो रहा है? वेल इट इज मेकिंग एडवर्स इम्पैक्ट दैट हमारा जो फॉसिल फ्यूल है, जो हमारा पेट्रोल है, कोल है, ये खत्म होते जा रहा है और एक दिन ऐसा आ जाएगा कि ये खत्म हो जाएगा, क्योंकि ये परमानेंट है। ये कोई हर साल उगता है, नया डेवलप होता है, ऐसा नहीं। दिस स्टोरेज विल बी वैनिश्ड। आने वाली जनरेशन हमारे नाम से कोसेगी कि हमारे पूर्वजों ने क्या करके रखा है। So for better sustainable future, the word last word is very important. That is sustainable future. हमको फ्यूचर के बारे में सोचना है। आज हमको सब मिल रहा है, ठीक है, लेकिन एट द कॉस्ट ऑफ व्हाट? हमारी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन का हम कुछ तो भी जोड़ रहे हैं, उसका हम छीन रहे हैं उनका जो राइट है। That is to be somewhere we have to decide. हम सोचते हैं कि फॉर एवरीथिंग वी यूज द इलेक्ट्रिसिटी। ऐसी कौन सी चीज है जो हम इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पे नहीं चलाते? पहले हम कुछ एक तो एनिमल एनर्जी यूज करते थे, या तो हमारी ह्यूमन एनर्जी यूज करते थे। घर में कुछ भी काम रहा तो हम मैन्युअली करते थे और हमारी एक्सरसाइज होती थी। ये बॉडी की सस्टेनेबिलिटी के लिए थी। Whatever work we were doing, it was for our body sustainability. At the same time, हमारी जो एनर्जी यूज हो रही काम करेगी, विदाउट एनर्जी ये पूरा ब्रह्मांड जो चल रहा है विद एनर्जी है। A single factor which is most common and important is energy, and the power which controls this energy is God, so whosoever it may be. Everything moves, everything is going on with a particular rhythm and in continuation. कुछ नहीं रुक रहा है, बराबर चल रहा है। उसको कोई कंट्रोल कर रहा है, क्या कंट्रोल कर रहा है, that is different. चाहे सन हो, मून हो, अर्थ हो, एवरीथिंग, ऑल प्लैनेट्स आर मूविंग विद फिक्स्ड ऑर्बिट, फिक्स्ड रिदम एंड फिक्स्ड टाइमिंग। Who is controlling this? हमारी गाड़ी चलने के लिए पेट्रोल खत्म हो गया तो रुक जाते, लेकिन वो कैसे चल रहा है? Some energy is there, and energy is there. And that's why हमारी जो डे टू डे लाइफ में लगने वाली एनर्जी, we are using this, and we are not only using, we are overusing that. हमने बड़े गर्व से कहा कि इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल आ रहे हैं, अरे लेकिन इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में सस्टेनेबिलिटी नहीं है। इलेक्ट्रिसिटी आती कहाँ से? हमारे पावर, थर्मल पावर से। थर्मल पावर्स कैसे चलते? कोल से। कोल आता कहाँ से? फिर फॉसिल फ्यूल है। लेकिन जितनी ज्यादा आप थर्मल एनर्जी प्रोड्यूस करेंगे उतना कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड एमिट हो रहा है, उसका क्या हो रहा है? इट इज नॉट सस्टेनेबल। छोटा सा कुछ काम करना रहा, हमारे पास हर चीज का अभी इंस्ट्रूमेंट या इक्विपमेंट या गैजेट्स निकले हैं, प्लग डाल दिए, मशीन चालू की, हो गया। But over consumption of this electricity, over consumption of petroleum, over consumption of paper, over consumption of many more things, which is not recyclable, is always harmful for the nature and for sustainability of human being. And that's why one should not only think about science and technology development, one should also think about the humanity point of view, global point of view, nature point of view. And that is more important. I think you all will definitely look in the sustainability and development in that direction. And this 2 days conference would be helpful for all the participants. And if you add this angle of sustainability with your conference and in future also, we will come with the proper sustainable solution for our future generation. I congratulate those recipients of the award for their better achievement, and I congratulate the organizing team for organizing such nice topic, selecting such nice topic and organizing conference on the topics. And I wish them all best successful event in future. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really a treat to the ears to have you here and hear you out. We are moving towards the end of the session, inaugural session. I request Dr. M.B. Bagde, Principal S.K. Porwal Kaunty, to propose a formal vote of thanks. And I would like to mention that after the vote of thanks, the online sessions will be going on, and it will be followed by the inaugural ceremony after this inaugural ceremony, it will be followed by Dr. Anjali Kadam Madam, who will introduce the keynote speaker, that is Professor K.P. Yadav from University of Raipur. So we are not going to have a break. Online sessions will be going on. So over to you, Dr. Bagade sir, for vote of thanks, and I, Dr. Archana Mishram, would take your leave with the warm regards. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
A very good afternoon. Chairperson of Grace International Conference, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Chaudhary sir, dignitaries seated on the dais, Honorable Joint Director, Dr. Thackeray sir, Dr. Madgar sir, and other dignitaries. First of all, I would like to thank the chief guest of, the chairperson of this today's function, Honorable Dr. Subhas Chaudhary sir, for sparing his valuable time and giving a very nice talk on the recent development in science and technology. Sir, I'm very much thankful, and on the behalf of organizing committee and all the 4 colleges, we are very grateful to you for sparing your valuable time. I'm grateful to Joint Director Dr. Sanjay Thackeray sir for his valuable time and guidance for this gathering. I am thankful to Director Dr. Raju Mankar, who at the 11th hour he has given the consent to be the chief guest of this function, and I am very much thankful to you, sir, for this for providing us for your time. I am thankful to the governing bodies of all the 4 colleges, that is Ambedkar College, S.K. Purwal College, Priyadarshini College, and Department of Molecular Biology and Genetics, for providing this cancer venture. I am thankful to the principals of principal and head of the colleges who has collaborated for this conference, and I am thankful to the recipients of this awards who is present here for this function. Last but not least, I am thankful to all participants who has submitted their abstract and are present in this conference. So once again, I would like to thank all the participants, especially the technical team who is providing this facilities offline and online mode. Thank you very much.
Please raise for the national anthem. जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल वंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. Have a good day. Thank you. Over to you, Anjali ma'am. All students, please wait here. Yeah. Dear students, we will serve you the refreshment here itself, so please do not leave your chairs. Thank you. Please be seated. A very warm and pleasing afternoon to all the esteemed dignitaries present today, virtually joined respectable authorities and enthusiastic delegates. After inaugural function, we are going to start with our very first keynote address. Yes, let me introduce you that magnetic person. Yes, on behalf of ICIASTSF 2022, it's a great pleasure and honor for me to introduce our respected eminent speaker, Dr. KP Yadav, who is an avid creator, rapt achiever, and someone whose achievements knew no bounds. He is blessed with innumerable qualities with a proven track record of dynamic, idea-centric leadership, qualities with a flair for innovation and immense contribution in the growth of multidisciplinary universities and institutions. Professor Yadav is Vice Chancellor of Maths University, Raipur CG, and also Margadarshak of AICT, Rajasthan Technical University, Kota, Hindi Sahitya Bharati for Rajasthan State, advisor to Kingdom Life Christian University, South Carolina, USA, and he is also associated with many more other such reputed organizations. He is patron of Mahatma Gandhi International Peace Center, International Human Rights. Moreover, Chair Professor of Medical Image Processing Center of Excellence, Member National Advisory Committee, NCAT Bengaluru, Peace Ambassador of India in Worldwide Peace Organization, as well as he is empaneled expert in various national organizations like UPSC, NAC, Agriculture Scientific Recruitment Board, and BPSC. He has 26 years of wide experience in teaching, research, administration, and industry. Before joining Vice Chancellor of Maths University, he was Vice Chancellor of Sangam University, Rajasthan. His expertise in accreditation and ranking system. As an author of repute, he has written 20 books and published and presented more than 150 papers. As a mentor, he has supervised 11 PhDs, 2 postdoctoral fellow, 4 Doctor of Science. This divine persona is recipient of several awards and nominations. I would like to mention a few. He has been honored as Chair Professor, Best Director NCR, Lifetime Research Achievement Award, Emeritus Excellence Award, International Scientist Award, Most Influential Vice Chancellor Award, National Education Excellent Award, and Vishwaguru Global Guru 2021 Award from USA and Nepal. Yes, sir. Each aspect, yes, Yadav sir, I know you joined this conference. Sir, each aspect of your life is driven by education and determination. Your biography is rare, spotless, and full of achievements. We are proud that such a diligent and creative person joined us today virtually. Yes, herewith, I am glad to invite such a distinguished world-renowned professor and India's top higher education expert, Professor Dr. K.B. Yadav sir, to enlighten us on the topic, Integrated Approach in S&T for Sustainable Future. Please, sir.
Thank you, madam. A very warm good afternoon to one and all respected amenities present in this transdisciplinary international conference on integrated approach in science and technology for sustainable future, jointly organized by Dr. Ambedkar College, Seth Kesarimal Parwal College of Arts, Science and Commerce, and Priyadarshini JL College of Engineering, whose principal Dr. Abhay Shinde is our good friend and have been a scholar also. We gathered here to celebrate National Science Day through the international conference, online and offline, that is blended mode. The theme of National Science Day 2020 integrated approach in science and technology for a sustainable future. It is one of the best topic or theme chosen by the Government of India, by the Department of S&T, Science and Technology. National Science Day, as we know, it is celebrated every year on the 28th February to commemorate the discovery of scientist Dr. C.V. Raman's Raman effect. Many institutions organize open houses for their laboratories and apprise students about career opportunities available in a particular research laboratory and institutions. Government of India designated February 28 as National Science Day in 1986, meaning thereby from 1986 onwards, we are celebrating this as a National Science Day on the 28th February. Though this is a complete week that we have started from 26 onwards. On this day, scientist C.V. Raman announced the discovery of the Raman effect, for which he was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1930. On this occasion, team-based science communication activities are carried out all over the country. Department of Science and Technology, DST, acts as a nodal agency to support, catalyze, and coordinate celebration of the National Science Day throughout the country in scientific institutions, research laboratories, and autonomous scientific institutions associated with the Department of Science and Technology. National Council for Science and Technology Communication, NCSTC, DST, has supported various programs countrywide by giving grants to its state S&T, that is Science and Technology Councils of the state government, and departments for organization of lectures, quizzes, open debates, conferences and workshops, symposiums, etc. Integration of science is based on 4 pillars, and these are coming together of all science ministries and departments to work on the theme-based approach of problem solving. Second one is extended science integration aligned with technical, engineering, and medical institutes. Third one, extra science integration that is aligned with line ministries, departments of central government. And last one is extended science-driven approach involving industries and startups leading to a sustainable future. National Science Conclave is involving science ministries and departments from the center and all states and all union territories to deliberate upon pressing problems facing India and effective solutions for the same. Referring to the success of the integrated approach, Ministry informed that 168 proposals requirements were received from 33 line ministries or departments for scientific applications and technological support and solutions by all the 6 science and technology departments include ministry. As per the ministry, the Department of Science and Technology acts as a nodal agency to support, catalyze, and coordinate the celebration of the National Science Day throughout the country in scientific institutions, research laboratories, and autonomous scientific institutions associated with the Department of Science and Technology. National Council for Science and Technology Communication, NCSTC, already supported countrywide for the science and technology councils of the state governments. The DST instituted the National Awards for Science Popularization in 1987 to simulate, encourage, and recognize outstanding efforts in the area of science and technology, communication, and popularization, as well as inculcate scientific temper among the masses. These awards are presented every year on National Science Day, along with SERB Women Excellence Award by the Science and Engineering Research Board, that is SERB, a statutory body of the Department of Science and Technology, that is DST, supporting basic research in frontier areas of science and engineering. It provides grants to the women scientists below 40 years of age who have received recognition from anyone or more of the national academics, such as Young Scientist Medal, Young Associateship, and so on. AWSAR Award, an initiative of the Department of Science and Technology, that is DST, Government of India, to recognize the dissemination of Indian research in science, technology, and innovation being pursued by PhD scholars and postdoctoral fellows in popular science writing format is also presented on the day. Now, let us discuss what is the sustainable development. Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Sustainable development has been defined in many ways, but the most frequently quoted definition is from our common future, also known as the Brundtland report given in the year 1987. Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. That is known as the sustainable development. Sustainable development is the idea that human societies must live and meet their needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their day-to-day needs. Specifically, sustainable development is a way of organizing society so that it can exist in the long term. This means taking into account both the imperatives present and those of the future, such as the preservation of the environment and natural resources or social and economic equity. The concept is often broken into three core concepts of pillars: economic, environmental, social. Business and governmental commitments to sustainability are increasingly common, though these efforts encounter skepticism over corporate greenwashing, which is the practice of providing a false impression to make a business seem more environmentally friendly than it is. Some evidence is accruing that investors are actively embracing green investments. Inherent to sustainability is the idea that people should not degrade the environment for short-term profits. It's necessary for life to exist. With the increasing intrusion of the effects of anthropogenic climate change on modern life, that is, effect of the anthropogenic climate change on the modern life, ranging from uncomfortable heat waves to expensive and lethal weather events, as we are seeing throughout the world, it has gained a great deal of attention. The notion also acknowledges that human systems ought to be fair if they hope to last and to reduce the total amount of human misery on the planet. The Industrial Revolution is connected to the rise of the idea of sustainable development. From the second half of the 19th century, Western societies started to discover that their economic and industrial activities had a significant impact on the environment and the social balance. Several ecological and social crises took place in the world and rose awareness that a more model was needed. Recently, we have seen Armenia fight, and now the Ukraine fight is going on. That may be having a great impact in also in the environment also. Here are some examples of the economic and social crisis that shook the world in the 20th century. In 1907, the American banking crisis to 1999 Erika disaster. That is in 1907, that was American banking crisis. And in 1999, that is Erika disaster we have seen. But also the global warming, air pollution, the issue of ozone layer, the loss of biodiversity, these are things are still continued. We have to take care of these things. The list is long, but we have to solve it by using science and technology for the betterment of the society. With these words, once again, I would like to congratulate to the organizers and convey our best wishes for the grand success of this international conference. Thank you all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Over to me, please. System, over to me, please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. The best way to predict the future is to create it. As the boundaries of science and technology are merging and leading towards transdisciplinary areas of research, yes, sir, you enlightened us on this topic. Professor Dr. K.P. Yadav, sir, you really indeed elaborated us importance of integrated approach in science and technology and need for it for sustainable future. You elaborated very well various efforts and policies given by government for achieving this target. Sir, as well as you very well quoted that sustainable development is a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And as well as main pillars which govern the sustainable development are economic, environmental, and social. I am very sure participants and all the respectable authorities here are enthralled by your words of wisdom. It has been a big honor that you accepted our invitation irrespective of your busy schedule, and looking forward more fruitful cooperation and support for the benefit of our region. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And thank you all respectable dignitaries present here, all academicians present here, as well as enthusiastic delegates present here today for your patience listening. Now, thank you very much, sir. Yeah. Now break for a few minutes, I hope so. Break. Yeah. And very soon we are starting with our technical session 1. It's a break.
अजित, अजित।
हेलो सर, धनंजय सर, मैंने आपको को होस्ट बनाया है। हेलो। Sudhamoy sir, good afternoon. Sudhamoy sir, Mandal sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Utpal.
How are you, sir?
Utpal. So when is it going to start?
How are you, sir?
Yeah, fine. I'm fine. How are you?
I am fine too, sir.
Okay.
Meeting after too many days virtually.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, sir.
Actually,
How's
I
it?
was supposed to go there. Okay. But
Yeah.
somehow, otherwise you would have been there now, by now.
Yes, sir. How's everything there, sir? At your place?
Yes, everything okay. Fine.
Hello.
Everything fine. Okay.
Yes. Okay, yes. Good, sir. Nice to meet you virtually.
Yeah. Are we starting maybe in another half an hour?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Okay. Where the inaugural function was a little bit running longer, right?
Yes, sir. Inauguration is completed. Keynote speaker, Dr. Yadav has given his lecture. That is also completed. Now, respected Ahmad Abdallah sir will present his lecture.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
see him online, and even the next speaker also is online, Dr. Riyazuddin.
I believe he is the next speaker, sir, Ahmad Abdallah sir. And then
Yeah.
after Riyazuddin sir.
Dr. R. Riyazuddin.
Yes, sir. Riyazuddin sir is the second speaker.
Yeah.
The
And
first
third
one
is Dr. Aniruddha Mandal.
Yes, sir. Ahmad Abdallah sir is the first speaker.
Right.
Yes, hello, good morning.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello. Sorry, it's still morning here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Good afternoon, respected Ahmad Abdallah sir.
Thank you, good afternoon. Do you hear me well or?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
I have heard so many things about you, about your research from Chaudhary sir, Lambert sir,
I think they probably exaggerate.
and Dr. Lambert sir.
Yeah, those are my dear friends. I mean, I was
Yes.
very happy when I visited in December 2019. I visited Nagpur, and that after that, I think COVID came, and this was, I think, my last face-to-face conference. I was there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, definitely. Okay, sir. Just we will wait for a few more minutes,
Sure.
15 to 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
At the stage.
Hello, Ratiram sir. Are you there in the meeting? Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, Ratiram sir. Hello. 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 Good afternoon, Ratiram sir.
Sir, आप join हो जाओ उसमें.
Hello. Audible?
रतिराम सर जॉइन व्हायला सांगतात आणि पूर्वज तर आपल्या मुंडा सरांना करा आणि रतिराम सरांना करा.
Dr. Abdullah sir is there in the meeting.
Yes, I'm in the meeting.
Okay, sir. Okay. Professor Abdullah sir is ready for this technical session. So now I invite Dr. Rathiram Chaudhary sir to please introduce Professor Abdullah sir before the August gathering on this online platform. Dr. Rathiram Chaudhary sir, please introduce Honorable Abdullah sir before the August gathering. Thank you.
Is Dr. Rathiram there or?
Sir,
Dr. Ratiram sir.
yeah. Hello, is it audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible. You are audible, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, one and all. Now we are in second session, and in second session we have Dr. Abdullah. Dr. Abdullah is a professor at Chemical Engineering Program, Texas A&M University at Qatar. His research focuses on the development of advancement material for energy and environmental application based on the polymer and nanomaterial, including polymer nanocomposites, functionalized graphene-based material, anti-corrosion coating, polymeric membranes for gas separation and water treatment, as well nano hybrids of the metal and metal oxides and 2D carbon nanomaterial for catalysis, adsorption, energy storage, and thermoelectric materials. He has published 19 peer-reviewed 19 peer-reviewed journal articles, and his H index is 38. Total citation is 16,000. 16,000, and granted 7 US patents. He is the recipient of the Distinguished Researcher Award from the Indian Association of Solid Chemistry and Allied Scientists in 2019. And Qatar Excellence in the Innovation Award from the Thomson Group in 2016. Science, Lands and Faculty Award from the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company in 2014. So,
with this brief introduction, now I invite Dr. Professor Abdullah sir to please introduce before the gathering and enlighten our gathering with your cutting edge technology research. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shadari, my dear friend, for the nice introduction, and thank you for the invitation to speak in this integrated science and technology conference. Today, I'll share with you some of our work on development of air dehumidification membranes for air cooling applications. And I selected this topic because it's actually an ideal topic that shows basically the integration between the technology and the science. We all know basically air cooling processes are a technology basically challenge, but today we'll show basically how the scientific knowledge and development of membrane can actually contribute to this technological challenge. So in my talk today, I'm just gonna talk very briefly about the air cooling systems, and then we'll focus more on a new or alternative process that's called basically membrane-based vacuum dehumidification air cooling process. And then after that, we'll talk about the membranes basically that are suitable for this process. And then we'll show basically our recent work on that, and then we'll finish with conclusions. So as you know, air cooling system, there are conventional air cooling, but recently there are basically a recommendation of to look at alternative basically air cooling systems that offer basically reduction in energy consumption. And membrane-based vacuum dehumidification is one of these recommended processes. And the challenge with this membrane-based air cooling is actually it requires a very advanced membranes in terms of performance. So we look at the requirement for the membrane to be used in the air cooling system and what are the current types of membrane that are candidate for this kind of application. And then we'll talk about in more details what are the best among these type of membranes. As we all know, basically air cooling is, or air conditioning basically, it functions to cool the air and remove moisture. And this becomes basically recently became a requirement. I mean, before maybe air cooling was basically a luxury, but now I think due to global warming and change in the temperature all over, it becomes basically a requirement both in residential and commercial application. And that led that air cooling actually consume a significant fraction of the global energy consumption. And that of course lead to, again, a more environmental impact due to CO2 emission, etc. So currently, basically, air cooling processes consume about 2,000 terawatt per hour, and about 10% of that is actually in the Middle East because of the very harsh environment that we have here in the Middle East. So we look first how basically air cooling is done, and there are of course conventional processes that already commercial and been used for a number of decades, and those conventional air cooling systems we can classify them in three different categories. One is basically the evaporative cooling. The second is the absorption dehumidification with desiccant. And the more common one is the vapor compression or mechanical basically cooling system. The evaporative cooling, probably most of us are familiar with that. So basically this is an adiabatic humidification. So if we look at the psychometric chart, which shows basically the relation between the air humidity, air temperature, and like degree of air saturation. So if you, let's say you're in an environment where you have a really high temperature, 40 degrees C, and low humidity, so this would be typical of arid environment. And then you can easily actually, if you humidify the air adiabatically, that will result basically in reduction of temperature. So if you humidify the air completely, you will reduce the temperature from 40 to 22 degrees. Of course, 22 degrees is good for air conditioning, but of course, saturated air is not possible because it's not comfortable to breathe basically very humid air. So usually you need to go to humidity 50 to 60%, and then that allow you to reduce the temperature maybe from 40 to 30%. If your air basically is at 40 degree, but it is already has high humidity, like for example 60%, although even if you humidify it completely, then you only reduce it to 27. So it requires basically that your environment has to be very dry, then basically you humidify it, and that leads to cooling. So it's not applicable in every area. The second is basically absorption dehumidification, and basically this tend to remove basically the moisture from air using basically a liquid desiccant. And that basically has some disadvantage, because after absorption of humidity using liquid desiccant, then, or liquid or solid desiccant, both can be used, then you need to basically regenerate the desiccant, which requires high temperature, and that increases basically the energy requirement, and that makes it not energy efficient process. The most common process that's currently used is the vapor compression, and it's basically a refrigeration, a dehumidification process. And you can see in space cooling, it's about 99% of the space cooling currently use basically vapor compression cooling cycle. And we'll look at this process in a little bit more detail. We all are familiar with basically the systems that are based in vapor compression. We have either the central cooling or split type of units or window type of units. All of them are based in basically vapor compression. And vapor compression, basically what you do, you use refrigerant. So if your air is at 40 degrees, use refrigerant to cool the air. But that doesn't reduce the humidity. As you cool the air, basically you go close to the saturation, and then once you go close to saturation, you continue to reduce the temperature to reach the required level of humidity. And then that would be, for example, here at about 10 degrees C, then you actually heat it or mix it with the hot air to go back to the required humidity and temperature. So that makes the process really inefficient, because you have to go to a really low temperature, lower than the required temperature for cooling, which is like 20 degrees, for example. And that process is basically just use a refrigerant cycle where you have basically a compression and expansion process, and the heat is basically exchanged with the refrigerant. So this process basically has a coefficient of performance of about 7. So that's how we define basically the energy efficiency of that cycle. Recently, there was a demand for basically more energy efficient cycles, and the Department of Energy in the US has done screening for all basically alternatives to the vapor compression cycles, and there is a report that was published in 2017, and basically they looked at the most of the cutting edge processes that could serve as alternative to the vapor compression cycle, both for cooling applications or for heating applications, basically. And because we're interested in the cooling application, so you can see basically in cooling application, in terms of energy saving, we have the membrane-based cooling, we have a solid desiccant or liquid desiccant. So we have the desiccant base, which we discussed already, the limitations, the evaporative cooling, which is energy efficient, but of course it only applies for a very dry environment. And then we have also a thermoelectric cooling that offer good saving both in heating and cooling. So we'll look at basically the thermoelectric and the membrane type processes, and see basically what are the advantages and disadvantages. So we're not going to look at the desiccant base because we already discussed the limitation for the regeneration step. So those two processes that we selected, the thermoelectric and the membrane, both are basically offer some advantage. So for example, thermoelectric cooling, it's a solid state, so that actually a good advantage in terms of maintenance requirement, etc. Membrane, of course, using membrane, it's quite simple. It produces a better air quality, and it has a reduction, gives significant energy reduction, basically. But those two processes are basically not commercial yet, so still at the research stage. There are some pilot that has been already in some of the research group, but still not really commercialized. So if we look at the thermoelectric cooling system. It's basically an electrostatic heat pump, and it uses basically shape memory alloys. And shape memory alloys, it's basically an alloys mostly based on nickel or titanium based. And these alloys basically they change their crystal structure under application of pressure. So if you actually at high pressure, they change from, this is basically an iron based kind of alloy. You can change basically the structure from austenite to martensite, and that lead to actually increase in temperature. So there will be release of energy, and that will lead to increase in temperature. And if you're working at lower than the critical stress basically for this alloy, you change basically in the reverse direction, and that absorb heat, and that result in reduction in temperature basically. So you can get a temperature gradient. So you can basically you get a change in temperature based on a change on stress applied on these alloys, and you can result basically in significant temperature shift between the two crystal states that could be reached, for example, 10 degree, etc. But this is basically requires to go to high pressure, and you can see some kind of equipment that need to apply this kind of stress on the this shape memory alloys. And fabrication of this shape memory alloy is still very expensive, so that's currently not really commercial, or the future for commercialization. It's still really difficult. You need to go to a significant reduction of the fabrication costs of the shape memory alloys, and also in the process type, you need to try to simplify it so the size and the weight of the process would be, or the system would be lower. The membrane-based or air cooling, it combines actually two kind of process. So it combines basically evaporative cooling, which is an energy efficient process. If you remember, in fact, evaporative cooling, you can see here it has the best performance in terms of air cooling. So if we use basically the evaporative cooling and combine it with the membrane dehumidification. So remember the example that we had for evaporative cooling. If we have an environment where we have basically an air at 40 degree and maybe 50% humidity, if we humidify it to maybe 95% humidity, the temperature will drop to about 30 degree. And now, in order to, this is of course has a very high water content, then we remove the water isothermally using membrane. So we can go to like 10% or even lower water content. And of course, 10% water content is very dry, so we need to humidify it to a comfort level of maybe 50 to 60%. So, and then if we humidify it again, rehumidify it to the required comfort level, then we reach basically the required cooling temperature. So the process basically combines, we have two humidification steps and one isothermal dehumidification carried by membrane. And an example of the process basically on the system, you can get basically the outside air, you can humidify it by evaporative cooling, and then basically the cold humid air goes through a membrane, and then water will pass through the membrane, and the dry air will basically be rejected from the membrane, and you can take basically the water vapor, condense it basically, and collect it as water. So this would be basically pure water that you can actually use as pure water. If has number of advantages, so you don't need to use basically refrigerants, which is basically has a lot of environmental impact. And the energy reduction, it uses 25 to 56% less energy compared to vapor compression, and it also provides pure water. So the coefficient of performance of this process can reach to 25, which is much higher than what you get from vapor compression. But the challenges with this process lies in basically the membranes that's required for the dehumidification. So you require membrane that passes water very rapidly, so we need the high permeance, and it should reject most of the air. That means you need a very high selectivity, water to air selectivity, and of course the membrane has to have a long lifetime, and it should not foul, etc. So fouling resistance and durability. So that's why this is not yet commercially available. So there are some pilot units for a small scale, like 1 kiloton cooling or 2 kiloton cooling, etc. So in order to understand what's the requirement for the membrane, we just will consider the case of 3 ton of cooling, and we focus now on the energy consumption of due to the type of the membrane. So just for those who are not familiar with membrane separation, so membrane is basically a barrier that's either permeable or semi-permeable to certain species. So imagine that you have a feed that in this case would be air plus water, so humid air, go through the membrane, and then your membrane is selected such that water can permeate through the membrane, and the air basically, or nitrogen, oxygen, will be rejected and go out as a reject. So the membrane performance is defined by a number of criteria. So here, in order for the air to flow, you have to have a pressure gradient. So the pressure on the permeate side must be lower than the pressure on the feed side. And if we define basically the molar flow of the feed, the molar flow of the permeate, the molar flow of the permeate and the retentate, and the mole fraction of water in the feed Zi and the retentate Xi and the permeate Yi, we can calculate the flux of water through the membrane, and the flux of water will be equal to the permeance of water through the membrane multiplied by the partial pressure gradient of water across the membrane. So the partial pressure gradient is simply the partial pressure of water in the feed side minus the partial pressure of water in the permeate side divided by the thickness of the membrane. And you can see if you want to increase the flux of water, you need to increase the permeance, you need to reduce the thickness of the membrane, and you need to have high gradient basically. So this will tell us how fast water will cross the membrane, but water could cross the membrane fast, but if air also crosses the membrane fast, this would become inefficient. Then we need another parameter, that's the selectivity, which is the ratio of the permeance of water divided by the permeance of air. That also has to be high basically. And the permeance is defined as the permeability divided by the thickness, which is BMI divided by LM here. And we can also use another parameter that's more actually important when you have a process, that's called the separation factor, which is the ratio of the mole fraction of air in the permeate divided by the retentate to the mole fraction of air in permeate divided by retentate. So if we look at on these parameters, usually the permeability is reported usually in barrier or mole meter per meter square second Pascal, or in the separation factor the permeance basically is defined in GBU, which is barrel per micrometer or mole per meter square second Pascal. And the separation factor, of course, is dimensionless. So if we take a case where we have basically a 3 kiloton unit, we want to know what are the required permeance and selectivity for the membrane for this process to be economical. So this is what we have. We have air that's come basically humid at 25 degrees because it's already cooled by the humidification step, and it's already humidified to 100%. And then basically it passes, water will cross the membrane, and then we have a vacuum pump at a very low pressure, 1 kilopascal, and then the air would be rejected basically to maybe 50% relative humidity or less. So what we did is basically we calculated how does the bump duty that's gonna basically suck basically the water vapor gonna change with the separation factor. And you can see basically here the blue line define the relative bump duty. So if you have a membrane that has an infinite selectivity, means basically it only passes water, no air will pass through, you get basically this kind of 100% of bump duty. That's the base for us. And then if the selectivity or the separation factor becomes lower, then you start to increase the bump duty. And you can see basically if you go to much low, like a separation factor of 10, which is good for some applications, the bump duty will become 6 times higher basically. So we basically decided that in order to go maybe 5% of the duty of the infinitely selective membrane, we need basically a performance, a separation factor above 1,000. But still, if you go to 200, maybe you're about 15% higher, which might be accepted. So somewhere between 200 to 1,000 might be actually acceptable for performance. So that's one requirement. The other requirement is the permeance. So here we're looking at the membrane size, which will define the size of the system basically as function of the permeance of water. And you can see if your permeance of water becomes really high, like 10 to minus 4 kilomole per meter square second kilopascal, then your membrane area would become really small, like 1 meter square or so. So typically those units would be acceptable to have a membrane area of 10 meter square, and that requires to have a permeance of about 7 to 10 minus 6 kilomole per meter square second kilopascal. And if you reduce the permeance to, instead of 7 to 10 minus 6.
Sorry, but I am not able to see the PowerPoint.
Oh, you don't see the PowerPoint? So let me share again. Do you see it now?
No.
No, it's then your problem, because we are actually seeing everything perfectly. Okay. Dr. Paula, I think it is your problem.
Okay, I will see. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you can see if the permeance reduced below 7 to 10 minus 6 to 1 to 10 minus 6, the area would be basically 7 times higher, which was going to increase the cost significantly. So that lets us basically that we need a permeance 7 to 10 minus 6 or higher. In addition, of course, we need mechanical durability, fouling resistant cost, and scalability has to be taken into account. So now we know what's the requirement for the membrane. Let's go basically and talk about what are the required, what kind of membranes can be used. So remember the issue that we have, if we have air, which is nitrogen and oxygen, with water, and one membrane that allow only water to pass through. So typically you need something that's really hydrophilic. And there are 4 types of membranes that currently studied basically for this kind of application. One is the inorganic membranes, which is mostly based on zeolite, metal organic framework, or metallic membranes. And the second very important class is polymeric membranes, basically. And recent classes of membrane include graphene oxide membranes. And of course, there are a new class of membrane that's mixed matrix membrane, which use polymeric membranes, and then you incorporate either inorganic membranes or graphene-based kind of material to improve the performance. So look at these type of membranes. What are the state of the art in this membrane? So we're gonna just show you the best of the best in each one of these classes. So in inorganic membrane, the best currently reported membrane is basically zeolite membranes supported in porous nickel. And this membrane is basically prepared by having a nickel support and then coating the nickel support with a crystal of zeolite material, and then you grow the zeolite on the surface of nickel, and then you remove basically the homogeneous zeolite that did not grow on the surface, and then you get a membrane product. And you can see here basically this is the zeolite on the surface, and if you look at the cross-section area, here you have the nickel porous support, and then you have an area probably of a thickness of about 2 micron. That's basically the active membrane area. So if you use this, and you can see basically here an image of this kind of membrane. So the bottom is nickel, and then this coating basically is zeolite coating. That's the active area which makes the separation. So we can test basically this membrane by having basically a membrane cell, and then you get a humid air, and then you have a vacuum pump basically that suck the air, and then you condense the air and collect it, and you can take basically the air and cool it if to either by humidification or some other source. But we're interested in looking at the performance of the membrane basically for this. So this shows basically the performance of the zeolite membrane in terms of water separation, permeability, the permeance of water, and you can see over about 200 hours almost constant performance at greater than 6 to 10 minus 6, which is what the target that we actually defined. And on the other hand, the separation factor, the water nitrogen or separation factor basically is about 300, which in the range of 200 to 1000 that we actually defined. But the issue with this kind of membrane, because if it's very rigid, then in fabrication of the membrane cell, it becomes really challenging. So there are practical issues to use this into an air cooling system, basically. The second type of membrane that actually was developed in collaboration with our collaborator at Texas A&M University in College Station is basically a MUF type of membrane, and that's the UIO 66 membrane that was actually functionalized with amine groups. And then basically we grown this MAF on the surface of porous alumina. And then also we encapsulated the MAF with ionic liquid, C4MM brominated ionic liquid. And basically the process that we use, so first we prepare the amine modified MAF, and then we add the precursor for the ionic liquid, which is entrapped in the pores of the MAF, and then we actually form the ionic liquid, and now the ionic liquid has a larger size than the pores, so it cannot actually go out, it cannot leach out of the MAF, and that was a main challenge for previous work. And then we looked at basically the performance of MAF on porous alumina and also MAF incorporated or encapsulated with ionic liquid into MAF. So we looked at first the mutability, and you can see MAF is already, this because it's modified with amine, it's already actually very hydrophilic, contact angle 35. With ionic liquid, it goes to 29, so you get better hydrophilicity. And here is, you can see the morphology of the active layer at the top and at the bottom, made of the MAF, and at the bottom you have the porous alumina. And then if you look at the performance, so we look at the separation factor, which is basically the permeance in this case. For ionic liquid alone, we can support the ionic liquid in alumina. It's about 10 to minus 10 to minus 6. But then if you add MAF, you go to something like 7 to 10 minus 5. If you incorporate ionic liquid in MAF, you get much higher permeance. That's much actually higher than what's required. So we reach up to 2.3 to 10 minus 4 permeance. The separation factor was also higher, 1,560. So this is actually exceeds the requirement in terms of permeance and separation factor. The challenge, it's still in organic membrane, so it's not flexible membrane that would be easy to use. So in the flexible membrane, then you have to go basically to polymeric membranes. And here we're going to show basically our work to make polymeric membrane with high performance for air dehumidification. So we started from polyimide membranes, which is very common membrane used in air separation and in water treatment, etc. And what we did here is we basically made a polyimide membrane and a porous alumina as a start, and then we basically hydrolyzed the surface of the polyimide membrane to form basically polyimic acid.
Ahmad, excuse me, you have now only 5 minutes.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
And that led to actually a significant enhancement in the wettability. So this is polyimide membrane, and then basically with the hydrolysis, we introduce hydroxyl group on the surface, and you can see basically we can decrease the contact angle from 86, we go down up to 13.4, so we can make it very hydrophilic, and that you can see basically that led to a significant enhancement in the permeability of the membrane as well as the separation factor. So we can actually get, we encapsulate, of course, different cation for the that we use for the hydrolysis, and then you can get basically with the sodium, just basically we treat it with sodium hydroxide, you can get basically very high permeability and separation factor, again above the 200 limit, minimum limit that we define. So this was promising, but of course it's still supported in inorganic membrane. So now we're working to make it in a fully polymeric. The second type of, or third type of membranes is graphene oxide based. And graphene, basically, we know graphene oxide is prepared by the oxidation of graphite, followed by exfoliation in water, etc. And you can actually make stacked graphene oxide membranes by vacuum filtration or some other techniques. So if you have graphene oxide suspension, you vacuum filter it over a porous membrane, then you can make actually a stacked graphene oxide membrane. You can see here the image, and this is basically the SEM that shows. And this graphene oxide is highly hydrophilic, so water basically flow through the pores between the layers, and it gives very high water permeance. So people has already prepared large area like 20 by 20 centimeter of graphene oxide on porous alumina. You can see the top layer is graphene with a thickness of about 1 or 2 micron thickness, and that given a very good advantage because it's really thin. and then you can get actually permeance. That's again in the range that we selected. So from 4 to 10 minus 6 to 1 to 10 minus 5. And the separation factor was really high, above 1,000. So this is actually very promising. The challenge is actually it's not yet scalable. We have been working with our collaborators in University of Waterloo to make a scalable process. So people came out with the printing of graphene oxide into porous membranes, coating of hollow fiber membranes, etc. So still challenges in the large scale fabrication and the durability. We have been working in pillaring the graphene oxide layer because the issue is it could leach with time and functionalization to improve. So on the large scale, we actually developed the process based on Langmuir blotjet to make a roll-to-roll process, which you can basically, the objective is to make this a continuous process so we can coat 10 layers of graphene oxide on the surface of porous polyether sulfone, and we reach a selectivity that's much higher than 10,000. The permeance is actually now limited by the support. So we're working on to improve the support itself to improve the permeance. And we look at basically to try to reduce the number of layers that's required to get a perfect membrane. And that's kind of promising, but that's kind of still ongoing research. So with that, I would conclude and just discuss with you what is the required for the membrane to be able to use it in the air cooling system. And we'll discuss the different type of membranes, what's the best of this kind of membrane. We'll discuss the current research offered. For future direction, the people haven't yet looked at the mechanical durability, fouling, long-term stability, and also now looking instead of flat sheet, go to basically membrane configuration as hollow fiber or spiral wound, and then the cascading of different membranes. With that, I will finish and just will acknowledge our collaborators, my student, and the funding from Qatar National Funding, and will thank you for listening. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Abdullah. Really, it was a graceful and energetic talk. And in your talk, you have emphasized the principle and advantage of the membranes based on the air cooling process, and that will analyze the different classes of the air dehumidification membrane and their state of the art of the performance. Really, it was good. And if you have any question of the participant, if you have any question, you can ask. Only one question is acceptable.
Not a question, but I just wanted to say hello to Professor Abdallah. Hello, Professor Abdallah.
Hey, my friend, how are you?
Very nice to see you.
Nice
so
to see you.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We stay in touch. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you.
Okay, Abdallah, really, it was a nice talk. And but I have one question regarding your presentation. Okay, so that membrane. Okay, so it is that membrane what is applicable for the societal benefits. Apart from you, the research, is there societal benefits directly, and is it scalable? Is it scalable, and how much?
Okay, so polymeric membranes, basically, if you go to first, the polymeric membrane, of course, they're scalable. I mean, you can produce them in a continuous process. I mean, continuously, basically, you can make the sheet with the required width. This is a known technology, basically. That goes to mixed matrix membranes, where you can incorporate. For example, we discussed here MAF, zeolite, and graphene oxide. There are still challenges in the scaling up, okay? But us and other groups, we work on a new kind of membranes called mixed matrix. So what does matrix mean? Is we can take this membrane that has high water selectivity like MAF or graphene oxide or some zeolite and incorporate them into a polymeric membrane. And this way we can fabricate basically the membrane following the membrane fabrication techniques. And would give basically a flexible membrane. So you can combine the advantages of polymeric membrane, ease of processing, fabrication, etc., with the high selectivity of inorganic membranes. And I think that's most likely the way that's going to end to something that to be commercialized. Because that will produce a flexible membrane with the high performance that combine the performance of membranes and inorganic membranes as well.
Okay. Thank you so much, really.
Thank you.
So on behalf of core committee members of the conference, so I am thank you so much.
Thank you.
So
thank you.
okay, thank you, Abdullah. Now we have the next second speaker from this session is Rizwan. Okay, Riyazuddin, yes, Riyazuddin, Dr. R. Riyazuddin, say he's from Department of Plant Biology, University of Szeged, Hungary. So I'd like to request.
I have to introduce, sir.
Yes, I'd like to request Dongre sir. Please introduce to the speaker.
Thank you so much, sir. Rathiram Chaudhary, sir. Dr. Riyazuddin, sir. He was a research associate at Biological Research Center, Hungary, and he was also a postdoctoral researcher at Department of Plant Biology, Doctoral School of Biology, University of Szeged, Hungary. Sir has a graduate researcher from Department of Plant Biology, Doctoral School of Biology, University of Hungary. Apart from that, sir has pre-doctoral researcher and research student summer internship and project fellow innovation project. So sir has worked on these positions. Sir has a basic degree in MSc in botany, and then after he has completed his PhD degree from Department of Plant Biology, Doctoral School of Biology, Szeged, Hungary. There are 14 publications in his credit, and 6 book chapters sir has written, and presented 16 posters and 7 presentations. Sir has many awards and honors in his credit, including Young Research Scholar Award 2021, postdoctoral fellowship supported by bilateral state scholarship, and he has also won a 2nd International Alumni Conference Award in this conference, and he has also been awarded from Hungarian bilateral state scholarships, departmental fellowships he has won. Sir has awarded with a Young Researcher Poster Presentation Award from Hungarian Plant Biological Society, and he is also stipendium Hungaricum full scholarship program sir has received. Apart from this, sir has participated in many workshops, and sir has actively participated in many biological and international biological societies. Sir also has delivered many invited speakers. So without wasting any time, I would like to invite sir to deliver his lecture. Please, sir.
Thank you so much for a nice introduction. And I'm sorry for because I'm in India and I'm not so well, so my throat is not so working well. But I would like to present. Yeah, thank you. So today I'm going to present about the ethylene and glutathione peroxidases isoenzymes. So my topic is about today is interplay between the membrane localized arabidopsis-glutathione peroxidase like isoenzymes and ethylene. So
it is not visible. Excuse me,
no,
sir.
not.
Yes. No, yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible.
It's working. Yeah.
Yes, sir. It is.
Is it visible?
Okay. Thank you so much. So first of all, I would like to talk about the ethylene and followed by the glutathione peroxidase isoenzymes. So ethylene is the first gaseous phytohormone which was synthesized in plants, and it has a multifunctional role from plant development to various physiological activity. It regulates, like senescence, growth, flowering, synthesis of peroxidases, etc. Also, it's regulate the abiotic stress and biotic stress tolerance in plants. And ethylene is like is basically what is ethylene is very simple hydrocarbon C2H4 which is synthesized in plants, and it's simple synthesizing plants is basically 2-step process. First is is synthesized from the S-adenosyl methionine, and it's converted to ACC, which is the precursor of ethylene by the ACC synthesis. So ACC synthesis, there are many in plants, and various types of, and they are like organ dependent, and they are like situation dependent also, they are working. So after ACC, then the final conversion of ACC to ethylene is regulated by ACC or any ACC oxidase. So in basically in Arabidopsis there are now reported only 5. So but in tomato there are 7 or 6. So it's varied from from plant species to different plant species. So once ethylene synthesized in plants, it can diffuse and it can bind to the receptors, and it can start downstream signaling pathway. But in this cases, like there are 2 models when no ethylene is there. So how it's work? So when ethylene is not there, then okay, so here there are 5 receptors: ETR1, ERS1, ETR2, EIN4, and ERS2. This is about the ethylene model in Arabidopsis. So when ethylene is absent, then CTR1, this has a protein kinase activity which can phosphorate EIN2. It's a signaling event component. And after this phosphorylation, it leads to the direction of the ubiquitization. So degradation of EIN2 happen here, and after that, these cannot travel to the nucleus, and there will be no response. So no ethylene stimulated transcription regulation will be there. But in case of ethylene, ethylene binds to the receptors and deactivate these receptors, and this CTR1 will not be activated, and it will not phosphorylate this EIN2C. Therefore, EIN2C will not go to for the E3 ubiquitination. That's why it can bind to the transcription factor and can transfer to the nucleus, and therefore it will bind and it will stimulate this transcription regulation. So after that, I spoke about this ethylene, and after that I'm following the GPXs. These are the isoenzymes. These have also the same function, like they regulate various aspects of plants like development, various physiological process. But in plants, they have only the basic difference in plant and animal is the cysteine in their catalytic sites, and they consider like GPXLs are antioxidant enzymes in animals as well as in plant also. So I would like to tell this brief introduction about these GPXLs. So in animal system, if you see, so this GPXs, they use glutathione for reduction of H2O2 into water molecules. But in plants, they use thyroidoxine as a reducing agent. They have also in reduction, detoxification of hydrogen peroxide molecule. They have role in signaling because of their cysteine. And cysteine also present in GPXLs as well as in ACO, which are the enzymes responsible for conversion of ACC to phenyl in ethylene. Also, they have in redox regulation process, they have detoxification of reduction of organic hydroperoxide, mainly in plants. So these are the important aspects of GPXLs. And after that, in plants, there are 8 isoenzymes, and they are located at various places. Then why we choose only the GPXL5 isoenzymes? There are so among them, this is the first reason I can say is least characterized among the all 8 isoenzymes, and it's also located at the membranic. Our ACO5s also, if you see, these are also the receptor and ethylene receptors, they are also membranic. So we were thinking like maybe they have some coordination between them. So we try to find, and we did some preliminary experiment, and we found something interesting, and that time we decided to go further. So basically we had 3 aim to investigate the effect of ethylene on the development of ATGPXL5 mutant and overexpressing seedlings under normal and after ACC treatment. The second aim was, does the ethylene affect the glutathione peroxidase and thyroxine peroxidase activity? The last one aim was, does the AT-GPXL5 isoenzymes have any role in ET evolution or signaling? So to follow or to address these question, we use two different kind of experimental system. In first experimental system, we check in vitro some growth parameters or phenotypes. And after that, when we grow, like in dark condition, we grow differently. In light condition, we grow differently. And we measure, like after clicking picture with stereo microscope, and we measure hypocotyl and radical length using image J. So in another experimental system, so it's a 6-week-old plants. We grow in a Hoagland solution, and we measure like hydrogen peroxide, MDA level, gene expression analysis by QRT, RT-PCR, enzymatic and non-enzymatic, and ethyl level by gas chromatography. And in these cases, we use, like plant material was like Columbia col 0, AT-GPXL5 tDNA insertion mutant, and 2 AT-GPXL5 highly overexpression lines. And these were the following, like the growth conditions. So after that, when we use this different, experimental system, and we observe these results like in vitro condition. So we can say like, sorry. So ethylene. So as my title says, like ethylene precursor, treatment affect differently the growth of investigated plant lengths. Like if under control condition, if you see root length, like in wild type and overexpressing lines, they were the similar as compared to the wild type. Only the low length of root length was in AT-GPXL5, and number of lateral roots were lower only in AT-GPXL5 mutant. So after that, when we see some differences, and we decided to apply the different concentration of ethylene precursor, and we use 1 micromolar and 5 micromolar ACC. And in all investigated, like genotypes, we can see the reduced effect of ACC, but strongest effect was reported only on the AT-GPXL5 mutant. So from this we got idea like maybe ethylene and AT-GPXL5 protein has some connection. So therefore we why it's not going up? Hello. Hello. I'm not. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes,
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yes, sir, you are audible.
But it's not going further.
Sir, just click one time on your screen.
Okay. So after that, we decided to go for to check in a dark ground condition, because ethylene has a role in, as because it's showing the triple response, and that's time we decided, and we grow, and we found very interesting result, as you can see here. So if you compared with this, like mutant with Columbia and overexpression, so these were like the hampered growth. You can see the, like the root length were lowered, hypocotyl, and even, like the hypocotyl, hook was not properly, So we can say like if you see hypocotyl length was lower, and after applying ACC, they were able to show the triple response. If you see Columbia, and they were also, but in mutant, the root length were very lowered, and if you see the hypocotyl, like hook bending was not proper. So based on this, we can say like ethylene and AT-GPXL protein has some important role in scotomorphogenesis. So after that, to further evaluation of the relationship between AT-GPXL5 and ethylene was performed on 6 weeks. So these are the 6 week now, 6 week old hydroponically grown plants. So under normal condition, if you see here in both root and in shoot and root, the ET production level was higher. If you see in mutant, it was higher, but in case of overexpressing lines, it was work at the level of wild type. And after ACC treatment, the ethylene production was higher reported in mutant plant in both shoot and root. as compared to the control condition, while the highest ET evolution was reported in the roots. So after that, we also check the gene expression analysis of AT biosynthesis and signaling genes, and found that AT-GPXL5 dependent expression pattern and organ dependent differences we reported. So in general, we found that several like investigated genes, if you see here, this is the shoot and this is the root, and higher relative expression level was reported. If you see more higher expression here in both in case of genotypes in root, but compared to the shoot. So as you can see, these are the biosynthesis enzymes of ethylene biosynthesis, as I mentioned before. And in case of root, they were highly upregulated. Is compared to, if you see the ACS2, it's higher compared to the Columbia col 0, but here it's downregulated. But in case of if you see others like the signaling ETR1, these are receptor, we also check, and we found that mostly like ETR1, ERS1, EIN4 and ER4 were highly upregulated in the suit of AT-GPX5, but most of cases here they were downregulated except here ERF1. But also we check in root, and we found that in all cases it was highly the expression level was higher except ETR2 in AT-GPXL5 mutant root. So after that in ACC application, ACC treatment induced the expression of ACO4. If you see the ACO4, treatment induced the expression of ACO4 in AT-GPXL suit, while in the root rather variable expression pattern of ACCS and ACO genes. ACS and ACO genes were detected in all three genotypes. So mostly ACO1, ACO2, ACO4 genes were upregulated, while ACS2, ACS2, ACO5 were suppressed by ACC treatment in the roots. So because if you see highly upregulated, but here the color is little bit light. So we found a different kind of alteration among the ACC biosynthesis signaling component, but I don't want to go in more details because I have the time scarcity, so I'm going to further. So after that, the second the another aim was like, does ACC affect the GPOX and TPOX activity? Yes, it's affected. But if you see in under control condition, there were no differences in GPOX activity in shoot and root, except in the overexpressing lines. They had the lower GPOX activity. While we applying this, like ACC, and we found the higher expression in all genotype in both root and shoot. But in case of thyroidoxin peroxidase, only after application of ACC we found more TPOX activity. But here only after ACC treatment, TPOX activity was lower compared to the control condition. Then after that, ACC treatment reduced the H2O2. H2O2, if you see in control condition, there were higher in mutant plants, and in overexpressing line it was similar to the wild type, and when we applying, so it was lowered. If you see here, and similar pattern was observed in case of MD. So after that, we also check the non-enzymatic defense component, and we didn't find any clear tendency of ascorbate or glutathione, but we observed some interesting observation. In case of ascorbate in soot, so the highest ascorbate content was reported in the overexpressing lines as compared to the, if you compared with the AT-GPXL mutant, and here there were no such differences were reported. And after applying ACC, highest ascorbate, both reduce and oxidize DHA were higher in the GPXL5 mutant, but in these cases only oxidized ascorbate were upregulated. After that, the similar pattern was reported in glutathione cases, and we found the higher expression of of glutathione in root and shoot in overexpressing lines, and lowered one in the shoot of ATGPXL5-1. After application of ACC, it's reduced in all genotype. If you see the compare, so it's reduced, but lowest GSH content was reported in the ATGPXL5 route. So based on these, we calculated the redox potential, and in the case of shoot the most negative means the reduced one we found in the shoot of overexpressing lines in both cases, shoot and root in overexpressing lines, when we applied compared to, if you see, compared to the others genotype. And when we apply ACC, the precursor of ethylene, the most oxidized redox potential was reported in this case, if you see in mutant compared to the other genotype. After that, we also check the ROS processing, peroxidases, which are the enzymatic defense component, and we found more alteration in mutant compared to the others. So I would like to tell, like in case of APX and POX activity was higher in suit in the ATGPXL5 mutant, and GR activity was lowered in both, if you see in here. And after that, similar patterns. So I'm not going to tell like each and every step like is going up and down. So I would like to summarize in one word. So more alteration or more peroxidase level was reported in only the mutant. So so my whole talk I would like to summarize in 5 points. So ATGPXL5 protein is not only antioxidant and redox fine-tuning enzyme, but it is involved in seedling development, including apical hook establishment under dark growth conditions. So we said like it has a very important role in scotomorphogenesis also. Because the role of GPXL5, I also reported as antioxidant in my previous paper in respect of salt stress. Number 2, so physiological characterization of 6-week-old lines reveal that overexpressing plants contained less hydrogen peroxide and MDA level, but higher PA level, polyamine. Okay, I didn't put here polyamine data because I'm having like 3 or 4 slides. So due to the time limitation, I didn't put it here because it's also work as an antioxidant. And similar ascorbate and glutathione content and redox potential than the wild type. Number 3, the ATGPXL5 mutant, the EGSS become more oxidized. Parallelly, it produced more ethylene than other genotypes. Although the enhanced ET evolution measured in ATGPXL mutant can be the result of the increased ROS level, the altered expression pattern of ET-related genes, both in mutant and overexpressing plant. So it indicates that ATGPXL5 and ethylene signaling, they have something interplay between or some dialogue between both. Number 4, one-day treatment with ET precursors. So we applied ACC, so induced the GPXL related glutathione and thyroxine peroxidase and some other ROS processing enzyme, mainly in mutant. The last of this summary point, so I can conclude on these 4 points. Like our results confirm that ATGPXL5 may have function in ethylene biosynthesis and signaling due to like what I present over here. So the last will be my conclusion. I would like to tell like to conclude in 2 lines. The differences found off in the etiolated seedlings and ethylene response of the GPXL5 mutant and ATGPXL5 overexpressing plants underline that ATGPXL5 protein and ET related processes are interlinked. So and I would like to acknowledge my professor, my former professor, PhD Professor Dr. Cesar Yolan, and my collaborator and my current supervisor also, and funding agency as well. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Riazuddin sir, very informative and knowledgeable lecture delivered by Riazuddin sir. And the way by which he has presented his lecture, I think it was an excellent lecture. And the data sir has presented, I believe that personally, I believe that it will definitely help us and the researchers of this area to think in this direction in which you are right now working, sir. So I believe that whatever things you have told over here related to the genes and gene expression with respect to the ethylene you told particularly and its various role, and you also explained the ethylene signaling pathway and the gene which is responsible for this ethylene. You have studied on that. So thank you very much, sir. And from the audience, I would like to invite only one question. If anyone is having, may ask question to sir.
Dongre sir, I think a few questions are there in the chat box. 1 to 2 questions.
Yes. I myself have 4 to 6 questions, sir, but due to the time.
Yes, time.
Sir,
time
there
question.
is one question.
Yeah.
Are these enzymes are able to reduce metal precursors? Pawan Hilkar sir is asking, sir. Yes, sir. Are these enzymes are able to reduce metal precursors?
Sorry, so can you repeat? I can't hear you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Pawan Hilkar sir is asking, are these enzymes are able to reduce metal precursor?
So which enzymes? Because I'm talking about different enzymes. Which one?
Sir, Pawan sir, will you elaborate your enzyme?
No, I think he is not joined here. So, sir, it is a question from the chat box. Dongre sir.
Okay, okay. If you say of course, if in respect of ethylene, of course, it has a role in binding through the GSH, the chelating enzymes, or it can, activate the GST enzymes, and it can bind with, metal as well. So with if I know very well about because I know about ethylene, it has a role, of course, with insulation of metal as well. But in isoenzymes, glucan peroxidases, I don't know any result yet about metal, because they have only about temperature, like they have drought and salt stress. So I don't think so about glucan peroxidases. But I'm sure about this related to ethylene. Yeah.
Yes, 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 yes. And the enzymes are able to do certain things, and it might possible to reduce metals also, because right now nanoparticles are being synthesized by various enzymes from microorganisms and other things. So it may possible. Sir, thank you so much. Sir, just one question from my side, please forgive me. Sir, you told that S-adenosine methionine is responsible for ACC, and sir, this S-adenosine methionine.
Sir, your voice is not so clear, sir. Can you?
So sorry, sir. Sir, this S-adenosine methionine contain adenosine group, and that is come from the ATP. So, had you checked the effect of ATP in such studies?
Actually, sir, okay, that can be a good idea, but as you know, to checking these things, you need to prepare, some transgenic lines. You have to, work in that direction, but it's not too easy to work. You cannot check it, because I'm very new in this research area. So of course of course it has an effect with ATP and all these things, because with methionine, some scientists have check only. Because through the sulfur, they applied the sulfur, and because it has a role in as methionine and these things, and it also effect on ethylene also, but they applied exogenously, but nobody did it at the genetic level. Nobody, I think, I am not sure, nobody, I'm not making a comment, but I don't know, somebody did it, but I didn't do it yet now.
Thank you so much, sir. Now over to Rathiram, sir.
Thank you, sir. Actually, Rathiram sir is busy with some with organizing team. So on behalf of organizing committee, I, Dr. Sudeep Mandal, will carry out this event further. Next plenary speaker is Dr. Aniruddha Mondal. Dr. Mondal, sir, are you? Have you joined? Are you there?
Yes, I have joined.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sudeep.
Just a second. Participants, I am very happy and delighted to introduce to all of you that one of my good friend and research colleague, and I am very happy that he is one of my MSc batchmate, and today I am introducing him in front of all of you. Dr. Mondal have completed his BSc in 2008 and MSc in 2010 from RTM Nagpur University with organic chemistry specialization. After that, he joined in 2012 as project assistant in Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, National Metallurgical Laboratory, NML, where he worked on the topic of corrosion inhibition, synthesis of copolymer, corrosion from brass and copper-based material, synthesis Taipei in 2019, and then he worked went for another postdoctoral fellowship in Luleå University Technology, Sweden, where he is working in the nanostructured material and their application in energy conservation, storage, electrocatalysis, electrophoresis, and still date he managed to publish 35 papers in international journals, where he reviewed 3 book chapters and bagged 1 patent. He is also the guest editor of Catalyst Journal of MDPI. His Google Scholar citation is 662 and I index is 19 and H index is 15. So with this brief introduction, and Dr. Mondal today, he will be speaking on electrocatalytic hydrogenation evolution reaction, HER, at near neutral pH region, current understanding, recent advances, and future prospect. So with these words, I request Dr. Mondal to kindly go with his proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sudeep, for your kind words. And thank you also the management and Professor Rothiram sir for inviting me to give an opportunity to share some of my my experience, previous experience. Now I need to share screen. Okay, is it visible now? Is it visible now?
Yes, visible. Anirudh is visible.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you very much. Yes. Now, today, mainly, I will talk on electrocatalytic hydrogen evolution reaction and current understanding, recent advances, and their future prospect. And now I am doing the postdoc researcher in Luleå University of Technology in Sweden, northern part of the Sweden. And previously, I have done my PhD from CSIR lab in Gujarat, Bhavnagar. And now I come to the point about the uses of hydrogen mainly, why hydrogen is important and why it is a game changer in recent in the future. So hydrogen is an excellent and alternative alternative to fossil fuels. So there is no side product like CO2, CO, NOx, SOx, and up to now hydrogen is having the highest energy density and definitely with the efficient ignition. As in case of if we use now in the most of the industry, car, as well as in a home also, so we are using still now the fossil fuels, and as a result we get energy, and there are the bad output, and whole human civilization is suffering due to that. Byproduct is carbon dioxide, belly cox, carbon monoxide, SOx, and NOx. SOx means sulfur base oxide, and NOx means the nitrogen base oxide. So in an alternative way, there are different energy resources are already being implemented, like solar cell is playing a very important role, but to implement the solar cell in still it's facing a lot of challenges. Wind power as well is playing a very good role, but in the large scale or industry scale, it's very difficult to bring them in the real life. So for the above obstacle, hydrogen will play a big role as an alternative energy without emission of any toxic gases. So hydrogen is also an industrial reactant used in the making of fertilizer. And now the big question is how to produce the hydrogen. So basically, in most of the wait a minute, in most of the hydrogen production by steam reformation. So what is the steam reformation? Steam reformation basically it is comes from the methane. So in methane the formula is CH4. So there are 4 hydrogen over there. So we'll get 2 mole of hydrogen, but as well as we'll get the carbon monoxide. So it's not feasible for the healthy future. So the best one is the alternative way, that is the electrolysis as well as photocatalysis for the hydrogen production. But between the electrolysis and photocatalysis, using photocatalysis strategy, the hydrogen production is a little bit difficult due to the low yield. But in case we can use the electrolysis, which is efficient method, and the yield is quite high compared to the photocatalysis. So now the what is electrolysis? Using the water. Basically in water molecules, there are 2 hydrogen molecules and 1 oxygen that split into H2 and half O2. So there is 2 unit reactions over there, and that produce the H2O into half O2 and 2H plus and 2 electron. That is the oxygen evolution reaction, and that take part in the anodic part of the electrolysis, and the hydrogen evolution reaction is taking place at the cathodic part of the hydrogen cathodic part of the electrode. So in case of cathodic part, there is the reduction reaction is taking place, and in case of oxygen evolution reaction, there the oxidation reaction is taking place. This is the as simple as this is very simple reactions we know already. So to favor that electrocatalysis process, we need some efficient catalyst to produce. But in early time, most of the research group or researcher are using platinum as a. Is it listening, everybody? Hello.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay, great.
You're visible. Dr. Mondal is visible. You please.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. So in case of platinum is quite effective and very efficient to produce the hydrogen gas. Still, there are some limitation also. That limitation is the abundance, because platinum abundance is not that much, and as well as it is highly expensive. So so most of the research group and eminent research group all over the world are looking for alternative electrocatalyst material, as well as it must be effective or potential material to produce the hydrogen efficiently. So for that to get that alternative of a platinum based material, MOS2 is playing a good role to produce the hydrogen, but still now this material also has some super limitation. In case of molybdenum sulfide, it is very cheap and abundant, and it's a two-dimensional material, layer seed type molecule, and catalytically active towards hydrogen evolution. And in this case, I already mentioned that there are there are how the studying how the catalyst is working. So there is some activation energy barrier, and to produce the hydrogen efficiently. And if we lowering that activation on EA energy to be able to more faster reaction. So a catalyst, a efficient catalyst lowers down that EA, and definitely it speed up the overall reaction. So this is the basic things the catalyst support, and we generally applied voltage, and as well as we are getting some hydrogen, pure hydrogen we are getting. So it is from the thermodynamical point of view, the water electrolysis energy is required mainly 1.23 volt. To overcome this, this is a kinetically controlled process, so we need to overcome the 1.23 volts. So we need to additional energy to produce or to get the hydrogen efficiently. So this is the basic HER mechanism, and in acidic medium, and in alkaline medium, and in neutral medium. So basically, there are three processes that the hydrogen electrolysis is taking place, mainly in acidic condition, in alkaline condition, and as well as in neutral condition. So for in that acidic condition, there is a form the hydronium ion, and that hydronium ion reduce to produce the active or molecular hydrogen. That molecular hydrogen again react with another molecular hydrogen to produce the hydrogen, and this is the a step in Volmer step, and this is the Hebowski step, and there are some kinetic terms, and this is calculated through the Tuffle slope from the polarization of anodic and cathodic region. And this is basically the active sites number, and this is a strategy, different strategy to produce that active sites and their intrinsic activity. So here some example how that pH is regulating the current, and as well as the potential at a different potential, how it works to produce the hydrogen. And here is also the acid and neutral and the alkali medium. From this point of view, it is quite common and generalized that to produce the effective and active catalyst preparation is the primary primary target of most of the research group. So to get this enhancing the intrinsic catalytic activity of the electrocatalyst, here have some parameters to produce the more efficient catalyst in electrocatalytic hydrogen evolution reaction. And the first one is the anionic technique, cationic technique, creating defects, grafting H2O dissociation promoters, increasing density of the active catalytic site using substrate with a large surface area, fabricating 3D structures using templates. But let me tell you to all of you that these parameters are not limited. There are more parameters, and maybe different researcher will able to produce more hydrogen using or creating more efficient sites So here I am putting some parameters or some engineering methods, whereas core cell nanostructure material is very important to counter as a efficient electrocatalyst. So there are some point like carbon cells are efficiently suppressed and sintering the aggregation of metal cores in high temperature treatment, and as well as there are some heteroatom, the nitrogen, phosphorus, sulfur can be doped into the carbon and onto the surface of carbon. Carbon may be its graphite carbon, non-graphite carbon, and it may be the GC3 and form graphitic nitride as well. And we can also dope that nitrogen, phosphorus, sulfur or into other metal-based nanostructure like in MOS2, nitrogen dope MOS2, phosphorus dope MOS2, nitrogen dope MnO2 as well, to increase the or to pick the Jonteler distortion to get a more active surface for efficient hydrogen evolution reaction. Here I put some reference like MOP, that molybdenum phosphide, how molybdenum phosphide is reacting very efficient way to produce the hydrogen. So here is the MOP on the 001 plane, and water adsorb on the surface of the molybdenum phosphide. So the difference is here how H is absorbed on the phosphorus surface phosphorus and to produce that molecular hydrogen. So then later this molecular hydrogen is diffused to MOT, and as if you see here, and this MOT H and H adjoin and to produce the hydrogen. So our target, or in most of the people target to produce or to favor this kinetics to dissolve from the surface of molybdenum phosphide as a hydrogen. So here we have used the 0.5 molar H2SO4 and 1 molar PBS. This is a buffer solution. The pH is 7 and 1 molar KWH, and the pH is 14. You can see how it is work, like in case of MO3P, MOP, MOP2, MOP, and platinum carbon. So if you see here MO3P in pH 7, the production of hydrogen is highest, the catalytically more active. But still now we have a problem, because to synthesize MO3P is not reasonably economic friendly. So we'll try to minimize that synthesis cost, so we can make hydrogen cost very low. So here is the some Volmar discharge reactions as we are already mentioned. So this is the generalized process and electrochemical. Here is a hydrogen and H plus with adsorb and with a reduce from the material the electron and produce the hydrogen. And this is some another example, that core cell material that we already discussed in the previous slide. So this core cell material, how and it is also important to know or to get this exact material, like the core cell hollow sphere or porous material is very difficult. So this is the unique way to synthesize this porous and hollow spherical material for the electrocatalytic hydrogen evolution reaction. And so here I worked previously to synthesize. It is my work mainly, and using I tried to all parameters in the one bench. So here I tried to make the MOS2 and MOS2 RGO nanocomposite sets and their corresponding depicts, like enhancement of interlayer spacing and generation of sulfur vacancy, ammonium ion induced phase transformation 2H to 1T, and stepped edges. So we produce these four kinds of physical parameters in one material. So it was almost 2 years work. After that, we got this material, and it was very difficult to measure all points at in one material. So in general, MOS2 having the 3 phases, 2H, 1T, and 3R. So here we, and among these 3 phases, 1T is the most effective and most reactive material, but the problem is with 1T phase MOS2, it is unstable. So in this case, to stabilize the 1T MOS2, there are several methods to functionalize the 1T MOS2 surface using organic molecules, small organic molecules. But after react with a small organic molecule on the 1T surface, it is facing some problem due to mainly the surface coverage. So if the surface covered by any organic molecule, then again it is creating the problem to absorb the H molecule. So it again reduce the overall kinetics. So it is still challenging, and people are working all over world. So in this case, we successfully synthesize large scale MOS2 RGO, RGO. So using the spray drying method. So spray drying method is a commercially and industrially relevant procedure. So if we unable to produce less effective material, but the material cost is low, then it is quite feasible to make it, and it is acceptable. So using this method, we successfully synthesize MOS1T2H MOS2, and this is the XRD spectra, and from the XRD spectra, it is quite in the nano form from their peak area. And this is the Raman spectra. From the Raman spectra, we confirmed that there is 1T phase, and this is MOS2 pristine, and there is also J1 and J3, which indicate that there is 1T phase, and this is MOS2 RGO. And from the J2 peak, it is confirmed that there is some oxygen vacancy. And this is the XPS result from their peak area. We calculated the percentage of 1T MOS2 and 2H MOS2. And next, this is the TM image. We perform TM image of the various sample for a long time. And thanks to our TM technical officer, he's from in Gujarat, and we try to find out what is the surface of the MOS2. And from the TM atom, if you look at the L, and it is the atom, and this atomic orientation is in octahedral form, and it signifies that it is 1T MOST. And this is the electrochemical data, and this data is the LSB polarization, and out of these all samples, all materials, MOS2 RGO, 20% RGO is showing almost good result than other materials. And this is a Tuffle slope, and this is the stability test. We have done the stability test, and in the stability test it is quite stable up to 24 hours. And this is the EIS spectroscopy. From the EIS spectroscopy, we can come to conclusion that that our material is quite less resistance. Now we try to make some MO2C type material in large scale. So we successfully synthesize some MO2C nanoparticle onto the carbon. So so it's a very important important to grab that small size MO2C onto the carbon layer. And we successfully did it, but the problem is with this material is is the quantity is very less. The yield of the reaction means the material yield is very less compared to MOS2. So here is the yield is around 30%, and in case of MOS2 it was around 80 to 85%. So this is the surface area, and we got here the excellent surface area, and this is the corresponding XPS analysis which proved that their molybdenum and MO2C is formed successfully. And this is the nickel oxide hollow spherical microspherical for bifunctional overall water splitting. Here we have done nickel oxide material with a hollow spherical and some hollow spherical type materials, and it is in also a large scale synthesis, and the percentage is almost 90%, and surface area is quite good. And here it was our target to use the commercial electrode. Means the electrode is also playing an important role in the electrocatalysis, because if you go for the for large scale production, you need some less expensive or low cost electrode. So we manually fabricated this electrode using graphite and PMMA polymer, and grafting that nickel oxide hollow sphere into the modified electrode, and we use the two electrodes. Generally, the hydrogen evolution reaction performed in 3 electrode system, but for large scale system we tried in a 2 electrode system. And in our material we have 3 series of materials, that is nickel oxide 300 and 400 and 500, that is that indicate the calcination temperature of nickel oxide. So here we use the 2 electrode system, and out of that nickel 300 is best, showing the best result. And here is the 2 electrode system, the picture where it is visibly that the bubbles is formed, and it produces the hydrogen. In other part it is the oxygen. So except the electrocatalytic reaction, I tried some material to produce hydrogen using photocatalysis. So solar hydrogen generation. So in this case, we successfully synthesize sub-10 nanometer cobalt oxide, cobalt monoxide nanoparticle decorated on GC3 and 4. That is graphite carbon nitride for solar hydrogen generation via efficient charge separation. So for that we have used this material as a photocatalyst, and using solar light irradiation, and we get a good result of hydrogen, and this work is published in Nanoscale Advance in 2020. And later it is very important how to measure that hydrogen gas. So generally this is the system, and we can measure using gravimetric method hydrogen and as well as oxygen. So our target is to measure the hydrogen, and this parameter is connected through the GC, so we can check how much hydrogen is produced from the peak area. And here I took it from the Google. So hydrogen, different field, how hydrogen is playing a game changer in near future. So like hydrogen can be used in refined crude and shale oil. Hydrogen creates clean electricity and store energy from renewable source. And hydrogen binds the molecule together different in pharmaceutical industry as well as in electronic industry. And the most important thing, I am living in a Luleå, that is the northern part of Sweden, and here one steel factory, they are now using hydrogen as an energy resource rather than the fossil fuel. So thank you very much to all of you. for listening my short and brief electrocatalytic hydrogen generation and their possible way. So thank you very much. If any question, I'll be very happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anirudh. Really, it was a nice talk on the electrocatalytic hydrogen evaluation. So already we are running late. So without any questioning answering, we will go ahead. So I invite Mandal sir to summarize the whole session. Sir Mandal sir.
Yeah, it was wonderful listening to 3 plenary lectures. Okay. Basically, as you told that we are running late by almost an hour. So we have to finish, and then a lot of other presentations are there. The first lecture was delivered by Professor Ahmed Abdallah, and he delivered the talk on air dehumidification membranes for air cooling applications. It was wonderful. Everybody listened carefully, and there were some questions as well. Then the second in this seminar, second plenary lecture was delivered by Riajuddin, and he talked on interplay between membrane localized Arabidopsis glutathione peroxidase like isoenzymes ATGPXL5 and ethylene. It was related a little bit to my area of research as well. There are so many questions, so I did not, but it was wonderful, and the work was also quite good. And the third and the last in this plenary lectures was delivered by Dr. Aniruddha Mandal, and he talked on electrocatalytic hydrogen evolution reaction, ACR, current understandings, recent advances, and future prospects. He talked at length about his own work, I think in India as well as in Sweden. It was really wonderful, and we had a good glimpse into this subject that those who are from biological sciences background may not be so much acquainted with. So it was a wonderful, occasion to listen to all these 3 speakers. So I think with this, we will conclude this plenary session 1, and it is over to Dr. Rathiram Chaudhary. Thank you. Dr. Chaudhary.
Ji sir.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mandal sir. Now I request to Dr. Alok Rai, please give the vote of thanks for this session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Alok Rai, Head Department of Microbiology at Kesrimal Pawal College. I would like to thank all the technical speakers of this session. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Ahmed A. Abdallah, who has given very nice lecture on some new emerging techniques. And next one, Dr. Riazuddin, who is very well-known personality in biology, basically Department of Plant Biology. And the last one is Aniruddha Mandal. He is our best colleague and he is a very good speaker. Now I would like to thank all of you for your sharing your time with us or keeping patience for this conference. Thank you very much.
Okay. Madam, you can now start. Life science and biotechnology systems. Announce without life science direct presentation.
All participants are requested to stay online as we will be beginning the poster and presentation session in few minutes. Just be patient and be online.
The voice is not clear.
Am I audible, Rohan sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir,
Sir,
you should proceed for life sciences poster presentations.
That the same thing I was about to tell. Okay, sir. We will be proceeding for the life sciences poster and presentation things.
Yes, sir.
So the list is already the participant list is already shared on the Telegram group. I believe all the participants have went through that list. So as per that list, we are going to start.
Rohan sir, before to proceed for the presentations, I request you to please introduce our judges before the presenter, so that
Sir, because of the time constraint, this presentation should have been started 2 p.m. only, but it is already 3:20. So due to the time constraint, the organizing, the principal ma'am asked me to just proceed by that. I will be shortly introducing the speakers. Let me proceed with that. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So, due to the time constraint, I have already said the program which should have been started 2 p.m. is already been delayed by several minutes. To be precise, 80 minutes. We are going to start our life sciences presentation. We have got 48 to 50 entries for the presentation. Those who are not able to find the presentation, their name in the presentation list, are supposed to contact Dr. Somkuar or Dr. Rahul Kamble sir. And as per the list.
Excuse me, sir. Can you please give his contact number?
Madam, if I am giving the contact number, then who will be conducting the presentations? Okay, so please find the contact number on the brochure itself. It's my humble request to you. Okay. So the first presentation will be of Miss Dodia Brindeshini.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Harshad. Please wait. Please wait.
Should I share my screen?
Please wait. Please wait. Then Harshad Bote, then Mahindra Pratap, then Reshma Sonwalkar, and Dr. Praveen Kumar Domde. Please, all these 5 people, be ready with your presentation, be ready with your poster. Meanwhile, I will introduce the jury before you. By that time, please be ready with this. You will be given 2 minutes. Just explain your basic idea. Tell your title, and please be very precise and concise regarding your presentation. Okay, so our jury is having 3 prominent scientists of our country: Dr. S. Abdul Kader from Madras Presidency College, Dr. Tikre from PG Department of Zoology. He is head at RTM Nagpur University PG Department of Zoology. And Dr. Sudhmay Mandal, whom we all know, principal scientist at ICAR, National Science Research Institute, Qatar. So with this brief introduction, we will start with the presentation. I'll call upon the first presenter, Ms. Dodia. Please start presenting your poster. Please share the screen.
Okay, sir. Is my screen visible?
No.
Is it? सर आपको मेरी स्क्रीन दिख रही है?
स्क्रीन दिख रही है मैम, आपके उसमें प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं दिख रहा. प्लीज प्रेजेंटेशन चालू कीजिए.
Sir, I already presented my screen. I don't know why it is not sharing.
Organizer have PPT, so organizer can present, can share the PPT.
கொஞ்ச நேரம் காத்துல இருக்கிறதா இருந்தா கூட இருக்குது போட்டுட்டு ஏன்னா அந்த இது வந்து கரெக்டா
Okay.
Yes, now visible.
You can
now
see my presentation.
Yes, yes, now visible.
I am presenting from my side. Please, madam, go on. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So, my name is Richard Odia, and today I am presenting the paper on evaluation of phytochemical parameter of medicinal plant. So, the objective of present study was aimed to quantitative test of possible phytochemical component of Cetulus lanthanus from Gujarat, India. I have choose this species because for the ethnomedical information and the review of literature, as a plant is widely cultivated in India. So in resultant discussion, the graph shows that the total phenolic, total flavonoid, total phenol content in form of standard like gallic acid, crucin, rutin, and tannic acid. So my concept is to form evolution of this plant in form of diabetes. So phenolic compound can play fundamental role in diabetes management, then say reduce the blood glucose level. Then flavonoid supports the regulation of carbohydrate digestion and insulin signaling. Tannic acid also have explored for their effect in treatment of diabetes complication by acting their various pathways like increasing oxidative stress, the flux of polyon pathway. So the conclusion of my study is that there are very few study of my chosen herbal material for the phytochemical property in term of diabetes mellitus. So the current study has give a basic information on the commercial interest in both research institute and pharmaceutical companies for the manufacturing new drug for the treatment of various diseases, especially diabetes mellitus. Thank you, sir. Hello.
Hello. Okay. Richa.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you one question. You have selected only one medicinal plant. Only one medicinal plant.
I have chosen one medicinal plant, Citrullus lanthanus, from 2 different cities.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Next presenter, please.
The second presentation is also on the screen. Mr. Harshit Bote, are you there? Mr. Harshit Bote.
दूसरी क्या रहता है फोन में नहीं दिखाना मेरे को मेरा फोन हो गया तेरे फोन को आधा तो कैसे करता तू
Please kindly please be mute. Please maintain the decorum. Please mute yourself. Mr. Harshit Bote, are you there? I believe Mr. Harshit Bote is not there. We will go for the next presentation by Mahinder Pratap.
Yes, sir.
Let me find this. So this is the presentation, Mr. Mahendra Pratap. I hope you got the message of how to be concise. Please go on.
Yes, sir. Actually, the presentation is not fully visible, this callus structure and the cell suspension culture. I am sharing the poster, sir. Hello.
Okay,
If you can,
yes,
please,
yes, visible. Please proceed.
Please proceed. That is okay, sir. Please proceed.
Okay. Sir, the picture is not visible, sir, on my poster, sir.
Yes, poster visible. Please proceed.
No, some of the pictures, sir, like callus culture or cell suspension culture.
That are not visible.
Yes,
Callus
sir.
culture, cell suspension culture, and harvested cell bioma for analysis. Now only. Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
now visible all.
Okay,
Now
okay.
visible all. Okay.
Hello.
Hello, please present.
Please go on. Please go on.
Myself, Mr. Mahendra Pratap, a senior research fellow at CSIR Institute of Himalayan Bioresource Technology, Palampur, under the PhD program of Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research. I am working on the high altitude medicinal plant of the Himalayan region, and today I am presented a poster of one of my work on Picrorhiza curua. Picrorhiza curua is an endangered isomatous medicinal herb of northwestern Himalayan region of the India, found at an altitude range of 3,900 meter to 4,500 meters mean sea level. The annual demand of its raw material is 500 ton, but supply is 100 ton. There is a 400 ton supply gap of the Picrorhiza curua in the market in the global perspective. And the Picrorhiza curua is majorly and commercially used for their pharmaceutical importance like hepatoprotective, anti-cancerous, and immunomodulator properties. And these properties are due to the presence of their iridoid glycoside compounds such as picroside 1, picroside 2, and picroside 3. But the status of this plant is endangered in the Himalayan and natural habitat. Therefore, there is an urgent need. There is an alternative need for their production platform for their iridoid glycoside. Therefore, the present study aimed to develop a cell culture process for the sustainable and alternative production of picroside along with their anti-steatotic potential in the Picrorhiza curua. To execute this study, we have followed the following methodology. Like first, we induce the callus, then we develop the cell suspension culture process, then we do the assay like antioxidant, anti-denaturation assay. Then we develop the UPLC, PDA, ESI, count of MS method for the qualitative and quantitative analysis of picroside compound in the callus and the cell suspension extract. Then we do the RT-qPCR analysis for the molecular analysis of the picroside biosynthetic pathway genes. Then we do anti-steatotic potential. It revealed is the hepatoprotective activity against the fatty acid-loaded human hepatoma cell line, which is represented to the hepatic liver. In the result section, we collect the plant from the Picrorhiza curua and we cut the X plant as a source for the callus induction. And we induce the callus in the different MS media fortified with various plant growth regulators. And the callus is induced after a month of culture. Then we optimize the cell suspension culture process for the higher yield of the cell biomass. Then we harvested the cell mass and used for further analysis. In the callus culture studies, the maximum callus induction frequency was reported is 56.66%, in which and the maximum callus induction response was found on MS media fortified with thiazolone and picloram in the concentration of 0.5 and 5 mg per liter respectively. And the maximum cell proliferation rate, that the enhancing cell biomass, is reported on MS media with TDZ and indole 3 butyric acid 0.3 mg per liter. We obtained the maximum cell growth biomass is 339.99 gram per liter fresh weight in only 28 days in the cell suspension culture shake flask. And we have reported the antioxidant, antiphenol, antiflavonol, anti-genogenic activity. And we also estimate the picroside content in the callus and cell suspension culture of the picrorhiza. These are the main metabolite or specialized metabolite of the Picrorhiza curua. We reported that Picrorhiza 1, Picroside 2, and Picroside 3, all the metabolite content are presented in the callus and cell suspension culture of the Picra. Therefore, it would be a alternative platform for the sustainable production of these moieties. Then we also check the molecular analysis of some of the picroside biosynthetic pathway genes of iridoid, shikimate, and phenylpropanoidal pathway, and we found that mostly the iridoid pathway genes have the upregulate expression as compared to other, and they showed the positive correlation with the observed metabolite like picroside. We also check the antistatic potential. We check the crude extract of the picrorhiza cru of callus and cell suspension culture on human have 7 cell line loaded with the fat, and we found that our callus and cell suspension culture extract reduce the intracellular triglyceride, lipid content, and the reactive oxygen species in these cells. And the study represent a alternative process for the sustainable production of these picroside.
Kindly conclude, sir. Kindly conclude, please.
Yes, sir. I can conclude that we can optimize a cell culture process for the large scale production of the cell biomass containing the picroside content, and by this process we can conserve the status of our picrorhiza crua. Simultaneously, we developed a UPLC PDI-SI cutoff method for the qualitative and quantitative analysis of the picroside content in the callus extract. Then we revealed the hepatic activity against the fat in the liver cell lines of the humans. And we cited the reference of I have communicated this research in a bioresource technology journal. And thank you. I hope it is useful for you.
Thank you, sir. Any words from the jury, sir?
Hello. Any questions? Hello.
Okay. Hello. Any questions from the audience side? If any questions, will you move the next presenter, please? Next presenter.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay,
so next presentation is by Reshma Sonwalkar. Reshma Sonwalkar, is she here? I believe not. She is also not. So we will go further for the 5th poster by Dr. Praveen Kumar Dombe.
Should I share the screen, sir?
I'm sharing, sir. I'm sharing.
Okay, okay. Okay, thank you very much.
You have only
am I
4
audible?
minutes now.
Okay,
yes, sir. Please go on. Please go on.
My topic. Yes. My topic is bioremediation of wastewater from automobile service station laden with petroleum hydrocarbons by bacterial consortium. My objectives were to study bioremediation of wastewater which was contaminated with the petroleum hydrocarbons by the process of biostimulation and bioaugmentation processes. And second objective was to perform comparative analysis of bioaugmentation and biostimulation processes. To accomplish this particular objective, I had set 4 bioreactors. 4 bioreactors. This is the design of the bioreactor. Here, the first bioreactor AC was the control bioreactor for AE, and BC was control bioreactor for BE. In all the bioreactors, 3 liter of automobile wastewater was added, and in all the bioreactors, 0.1x minimal medium components were added. In these minimal medium components, the nutrients were present for the growth and development of the bacterial species. During my PhD studies, I had developed a consortium. That consortium consisted of Bacillus subtilis PD6, Bacillus species PD9, Enterobacter species PD11, and Bacillus species PD14 at a concentration of 0.02 OD per ml was added in the reactor AE, this AE reactor, and in the BE reactor. Whereas the reactor BC, it was called as a biostimulation reactor, and in this reactor 3 liter of automobile wastewater 0.1x and M9 minimal media, and sewage was added from the Nag river at a concentration of 3000 mg per ml. Here in this reactor there was no bacterial consortia, whereas in the other bioreactor, that is what BC, along with the sewage, I had added bacterial consortium which was developed in the laboratory. And in all these bioreactors, I had tracked the biodegradation of petroleum hydrocarbons by the COD analysis. In this COD analysis, these bioreactors were first run in batch mode, and then they were shifted to the continuous mode. In the batch mode, in the AC bioreactor, which was simply a control reactor, I had found 8.3% removal of COD. But in AE, that is the experimental bioreactor, I found 72.1% biodegradation, that is removal of COD. And in the BC bioreactor, I found 53.6% removal of COD. And in the BE bioreactor, I found 79.7% removal of COD, that is petroleum hydrocarbons from the wastewater. Then the same bioreactors were shifted to the continuous mode. In continuous mode, in the first bioreactor, AC bioreactor, I found 8.9% COD removal. In the second bioreactor, AE, I found 81.7% removal of the COD, which contained the automobile wastewater, minimal media, and consortium only. In the third bioreactor, BC, I found 48.3% removal of the COD, which contained sewage only, along with all these components. Only bacterial consortium was missing. In the fourth bioreactor, that was a bio-augmented bioreactor.
Kindly conclude, sir. Kindly conclude.
Just a minute. I found 97% bioremediation of the wastewater. So, in concluding remark, I would say the bio-augmentation is superior than all the processes like biostimulation and biodegradation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from jury and participants, please?
No question from jury, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. We will go for the next. So do we have Piyush Chahal? Mr. Piyush Chahal?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, sir. I mean, am I audible, sir?
Mr. Piyush Chahal?
Hello, sir. I am here. I'm audible, sir.
Okay. I'm putting your presentation on.
Yeah, sir. Yeah, so should I
believe
start?
your presentation is visible. You have only 4 minutes, sir. So shall I bring it?
Yeah, sir. Yeah, sir. Okay, sir. Hi, my name is Piyush Chahal. Hi, my name is Piyush Chahal, and I am a PhD scholar at Munad University, Hapur, Uttar Pradesh, India. And my topic is separation and antidiabetic activity of alkaloids of Tecoma stans plant. So let me tell you first about Tecoma stans. What is that? It is the species of flowering plant perennial shrub that lives more than 2 years. It is belonging to the family.
Please, your slide, your conclusion part is there. Please go.
Okay, sir. So the conclusion of my study, sir, can we go to the conclusion slide?
The jury want to see the presentation. I'm just putting the first slide.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So I think this slide will be okay.
Okay. Please present. Okay, please.
Mr.
Proceed.
Chahal, please proceed. We are not able to hear you.
Okay, sir. Tecoma stans, I have collected this plant from my local area, which is Hapur, UP, India, and the plant is authenticated by CSIR Delhi. I have reduced the size of my plants with the help of a stainless steel grinder. The extraction is done with the soxylate extraction process. And the conclusion, I'm directly going to the conclusion. The conclusion, I have done UPLC MS spectroscopy of the alkaloids which I have extracted from these plants. The UPLC MS spectroscopy is not done before. It is for the first time that I have used analyzed my alkaloid samples through UPLC-MS. Let me tell you something about UPLC-MS. UPLC is an ultra performance liquid chromatography which is used to separate at higher pressure, which is more than 15,000 pounds, and tandem mass spectroscopy, MS, tandem mass spectroscopy, that is, in these two mass analyzers are coupled with each other by using a collision. That's why we called it tandem mass spectroscopy. I have used this method to analyze my alkaloid sample, and the analyze study shows that it has anti-diabetic activity, which is when I compared that study with the standard compound or standard drug which I have used, that is acarbose, the spectra in the presentation, the spectra shows that it has 24 alkaloids, and that conclusion of my study shows that that it has the significant anti-diabetic potential when compared with the standard acarbose. The feature scope of my study is that if my study goes well in the right direction, the animal study will be performed.
Piyush, I have one question.
Yeah,
Hello.
sir. Yeah, sir.
See, you have separated alkaloids from the Stachymos strands, but you have not told the name of that alkaloids. You have either collected only a single alkaloid or a group of alkaloids.
Sir, there are 24 different alkaloids in that sample.
Okay.
Yes, sir. The spectra, actually, I am not sharing the screen. That's why, otherwise I can show you the spectra. Spectra shows 24 different alkaloids.
Okay. All the isolated alkaloids have this anti-diabetic activity?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. We will proceed for the next. Nifrat Naqvi.
Yes, sir, I am there. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, can you please allow me to share my screen? I'll finish that way quickly because I'll just pass on the slides instead of saying next to next. If I share my screen myself, sir.
Yes, you can start.
No, if you allow me to share. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
सबने क्या कर रखा है कि सबने एक पेज पे पूरा वो बना रखा है, जैसे रिलीज पेपर होगा ना ऐसे.
Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, your screen is visible. Please go on.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My work pertains to a very important group of fungi, which is arbuscular mycorrhiza as key components in sustainable plant production system. And the present growing concern about the negative impacts of various chemicals used in plant production system is promoting the idea of sustainable management practices. One such approach is the use of the agrochemicals to non-polluting levels through the development of alternative strategies to ensure increased productivity. And one strategy which you can use is the better exploitation or management of the biological components, that is the microbes which are present in the soil, which contribute to soil fertility. And these soil microbes, they colonize and form symbiotic association with the roots of the plants, that is the mycorrhiza. So mycorrhiza is a symbiotic association. Out of the 7 different types of mycorrhiza, arbuscular mycorrhiza is the most important ecologically and economically. And this use of AM fungi to reduce the need for pesticides and fertilizer, especially the phosphorus fertilizer, and increase the crop production yield was studied using the Sophocarpus tetragonolobus as the test plant. And the plants were inoculated with the mycorrhizal fungi, Glomus macrocarpum and fasciculatum, and also they were given the phosphorus fertilizer. And I wanted to test whether the mycorrhiza can be helpful in substituting some amount of superphosphate in agriculture, because that would help in considerable saving to the farmers of the phosphorus fertilizers. And I also studied the nutrient uptake in both mycorrhizal and non-mycorrhizal plants. 4 different treatments were given: control, mycorrhiza, then superphosphate, and mycorrhiza plus superphosphate. The first slide shows the control. So the growth was substantially, and the second one is of inoculated with mycorrhiza. And you can see that the control is poorly, plant is showing the poor growth as compared to the plants inoculated with mycorrhiza. All the growth parameters were taken at 15 days, 30, 60, 90 days, and then root length, shoot length, and dry weight, they also were increased in the mycorrhiza. The plants were inoculated with mycorrhiza and also given phosphorus fertilizer as compared to the control plant. The slide is not moving again. One second, sir.
First, you unselect the, please unselect the, okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. These are the roots showing the, these are the chlamydospores. This is the hypha which enters the root. Then these are the structures known as arbuscules in the cortex. And these are the vesicles, which are the storage organs. The protein content also increased when the plants were inoculated with mycorrhiza. You can see this one, second one, as compared to the control plant. Then the uptake of zinc, which is an important micronutrient, in the control it was 100 as compared to the 135 when the plants were inoculated with fasciculatum. And then the phosphorus content was also significantly increased in the roots as well as shoots. You can see in the control in shoots, phosphorus is 0.22 as compared to 0.31 when the plants were inoculated. And then same thing in the roots also, substantial increase in the roots when the plants were inoculated, 0.57 as compared to 0.31 in 120 days old plant. So I would just like to conclude that Sophocarpus tetragoniolobus, it responds to mycorrhizal inoculation and exhibits superior growth response as compared to the uninoculated control. And protein content as well as the uptake of various nutrients were also substantially increased by mycorrhizal inoculation. And I would like to conclude my presentation by just saying that AM fungi, they are important members of soil microbial community, and they can potentially offer benefits to low input and organic agriculture system, and they are eco-friendly, environmental friendly, bioregulators and biofertilizers, and fungal inoculation in agronomical management. It can be a very component of IPM. Thank you so much. And I want to thank the organizers to giving me an opportunity to share my work. Thank you so much.
Any questions from the jury?
No question, sir. No question.
Okay, let's go for the next. Abin Kurian.
Yes, sir.
You are sharing your presentation, please. Please go ahead. You have 4 minutes.
Am I audible, sir?
You're audible. Your presentation is not visible. Please go ahead.
Okay, just a second, sir.
Your 4 minutes have already started, sir. Huh?
Okay, yeah. Can you see my slides, sir?
Yes, now you can see your slides. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay. Myself, Abin Kurian. I'm a research scholar in botany. I am working under the guidance of Dr. Binu Thomas. And my topic is the evaluation of phytochemical composition of a polyherpal formulation and its source plants using chromatography techniques. And you know that in the recent time, there is a paradigm shift is seen in the pharmaceutical industry from the use of single drug based system to polyherpal formulations. And you know that the majority of the Ayurvedic formulations are polyherpal formulations, and there are the different components interact together within the polyherpal formulations, and the positive herb to herb interaction is called as synergism. And the bioactive molecules responsible for these alleged therapeutic effects are not thoroughly studied. And there is also a lot of chemical changes occur in the bioactive molecules in a polyherpal formulation. So in the current study, an important Ayurvedic pharmacology herbal remedy is quada or a decoction is selected, and the Nayavayam quada, which is used for the respiratory diseases due to its bronchodilatory and carminative action, is selected for the study. And by main objective of the study was for to develop a standardization profile for the polyherbal formulation, and also to compare the phytochemical constituents present in the Ayurvedic formulation, and also with that of the constituents present in that of the individual plants. And by doing that, it will be helps in the validation of the validation and standardization of the polyherbal formulation. And for the present study, the plants for the plants selected for the study was the Nayabhaga. It consists of mainly 3 plants: Sida cordifolia, Cuminum cyminum, and Zingiber officinae. And the Sida cordifolia's root, Cuminum cyminum's dried seeds, and the rhizomes of the ginger were used for the preparation. And the drugs were and the formulation was prepared according to the standard methodology in the Ayurvedic formulary of India and the classical texts. And it is prepared in the ratio 10:2. And these are the ingredients: raw drugs used for production: Sida, cumin, and ginger in their powdered form. And generally, according to the procedure, the dry drugs are taken in a specific ratio, and it is added 16 times of water is added to it and reduced to 1/8 portion. And for the preparation of the individual decoctions, the plant extracts of the salt plants were prepared in the same methodology as that of the Nayabhaga Quada. And for the HPLC analysis, these plants were highly reduced in a rotary evaporator and then powdered using freeze dryer or lyophilizer. And for HPLC analysis, the differential separation of the individual extract and the formulation was done using different solvents such as hexane, chloroform, methanol, and distilled water. And for the methodology for the HPLC analysis, the HPL analysis were done using pre-coated silica gel plate, and the solid systems were standardized for the purpose, and their visualized UV visualization was done, and the densitometric scanning was also done. For HPLC analysis, the methanol fraction of Kada was selected, and the experiment was done in Shimatsu HPLC system, and the methanol and water 50:50 was selected at the mobile phase, and 20 ml of the sample was loaded. Okay, sir. Okay. Yes, sir.
Directly go to the result and discussion part.
Yes, sir. It's the HPLC result of chromatogram of the hexane fraction, chloroform fraction, and that of the methanol fraction and the water fraction. You can see that the difference is that in hexane fraction, the Sida and cumin consist of low bands, and the ginger and Nayabhaga consist of high bands in hexane and chloroform. In the case of methanol and water fraction, the Sida and cumin has high, the ginger has very low bands. And comparing the HPT analysis, the quantitative variation can be observed, and the number of 71 constituents were observed in Nayabhaga Quada, and 7 bands were unique to the Quada. And these and when comparing the Sida and other decoctions, there are a lot of unique bands, and these bands were modified during the processing in the Ayurvedic formulation, because these R values are not found in the Nayabhaga Quada. And this is the densitometric scan and the methanol fraction peak of the methanol fraction. You can see the difference in the quantitative amount in the densitometric scanning. And the HPLC profiling, the compounds with the different reiteration times. It's a Yes, it is HPLC chromatogram of different combinations, and the conclusion of the HPLC result is that the constituents present in the individual extract are disappeared in the final formulation, or they are increased in quantity, or they are decreased in quantity, and there are certain interactions taking place in the formulation when they are mixed together. So in concluding that, by developing a phytochemical characterization of the individual plant with that of the respective formulation, it can be used to study the chemical modification during a reaction, and also develop the multiple markers to study it will make it more authentic. And finally, the isolation characterization of these phytoconstituents formed during the Ayurvedic process will substantiate these chemical modifications, and the further spectroscopic studies are being carried out to find out this and isolation of this chemical constituents in that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from Julie?
Yes, I have a few questions. Please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Your aim is to evaluate the phytochemical composition of the 3 selected plants individually, as well as a cumulative formulation.
Cumulative formulation, yes, sir.
Cumulative polyherbal formulation.
Yes,
My question is, whether the phytochemical constituents you evaluated individually on the Sida cordifolia, Gingiber officinae, and Cuminum.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Both qualitatively and quantitatively are similar to the polyherbal formulations.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, then we will move ahead. Next speaker is Tushar Mondal.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir. Please share your screen.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. Please go ahead. You have 4 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Tushar Mondal. I am going to present my topic, CRISPR-Cas mining in rice ecosystem microbes. Here, the CRISPR cluster regularly interprets short palindromic repeats and cases called CRISPR-associated protein. When a bacteria is infected by a virus, viral inserts its DNA inside the bacteria. Now that bacteria will take a portion of that DNA and keep it in a locus, which is called CRISPR locus. Here the first viral DNA saved here is called number 1, and in the other one, the second one, the second viral DNA. So this colorful region is called spacer and the white region is called repeats. And this whole locus is called CRISPR locus. Beside this CRISPR locus, there are several Cas genes are also present. This Cas gene produced a protein called Cas9, and these regions, spacers and repeats, are produced a guide RNA or called also CRISPR RNA. CRISPR RNA or guide RNA will make up from a complex with Cas9, a single effector Cas9, and bind with any incoming with the same virus. If they find any similar sequence with that guide RNA, they will make a cut in the viral DNA. So this virus will not replicate. Here are types of CRISPR-Cas. There are 2 classes, 6 types, and 33 subtypes. For the class 2, we need a single effector protein. So the class 2 is much simpler than the class 1 to design. In the year 2020, Emanuele and Jennifer got a Nobel Prize for the repurpose of genome editing tool. If this is a guide RNA, and if we'll design a guide RNA, then this guide RNA complex with Cas9 can be targeting in any genome sequence, but it cannot make a cut if the matching sequence is not followed by any PAM sequence. So PAM is the limitation of Cas9 system. After the double stranded break, it will activate cellular repair pathway. There are 2 types of cellular repair pathway. One is non-homologous end joining, other hand is homology direct repair pathway. For non-homologous end pathway, it is error prone, but the homology direct pathway is a very infrequent. In
Last 1 minute, sir. Last 1 minute.
Okay, sir. In the landscape of CRISPR-Cas, the application in bacteria and eukaryotic depends on few Cas effector protein. Example, SpCas9. There are suitable position of the NGG PAM. This is the 20 nucleotide, and after that a PAM sequence. PAM means any nucleotide and then GG. Different Cas9 recognition is also present. SA-Cas9, Cas12a.
Tushar Mandal.
Yes. Yes.
Please, you say what you have done. Please, because the lack of time, what you have done, please tell me. Please tell me.
Yes. We extensively literature search from the common microbials from the rice ecosystems, then 315 microbial genomes, NCY rep sequence, and then we search the CRISPR-Cas finder. Then we performed in CRISPR-Cas finders on in Juke's Cantor model, 500 bootstraps in Genius Prime software. And here is my output. Out of 315, we found only 44 species to contain CRISPR-Cas sequence. And this is the type of the Cas. We found class 1C12, class 1E13, 1F17, and such on. And there is the heat map of the showing species with abundance of the CRISPR peptides. Here the blue box represents the 0 Cas present in here, and teal represent the 1 CRISPR-Cas system is present, and the yellow one shows that there are 2 CRISPR-Cas protein present in here. Relationship tree representation of the CRISPR-Cas harboring microbes. Here the blue color denotes type 1, 2, 3, and 4 CRISPR-Cas present in there, and green color denotes that accession number denotes only type 1 CRISPR-Cas, and red color denotes that there are type 1 with type 2 or type 3 CRISPR-Cas present with them. And this is our ongoing research. Thank you.
Tushar, I have one question. Tushar, your topic is CRISPR-Cas mining in the rice ecosystem microbes. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Have you done in a rice ecosystem?
Yes, sir.
You have not
Yes,
mentioned. You simply the collection of review of literature and using the computer model. You have explained whether you have tested. You have said so many microorganisms. All these microbes are found in the rice ecosystem, paddy field.
Yes, sir. I've shared a snap sheet in here. Presenting.
Next presenter, please.
Oh, okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Next presentation is by Dr. Punita Tiwari. Dr. Tiwari, are you there? Dr. Punita Tiwari. Dr. Punita Tiwari, are you there? I believe she is not there, so we'll go further. Mr. Kamlakar More.
Yes, sir. I am here, sir. Shall I share the screen?
Please share your screen. You have 4 minutes.
Okay, so thank you. I'm Keshimori here to present the topic on taxonomic positioning of some species of bamboos based on qualitative and quantitative morphological descriptors. In case of bamboos, we can't rely on the reproductive characteristics for the classification of the species because there is a delayed flowering, irregular and delayed flowering, and some species take 120 years for flowering. After flowering, there is a death of the species. So researcher can't rely on the reproductive characteristics for the classification of species. So we have to shift into the macro morphological descriptors, and the preparation of taxonomy key based on the taxonomic descriptors and use of the statistical clustering tools are essential to infer the inter and interspecific taxonomic relationship between the species. And in material method, we have selected 10 different species of the bamboos belonging to the bamboo nursery, which is maintained by the government of Maharashtra in the Amravati. And we then go for the observe the data, and then we record the data in the Excel sheet in the binary matrix, and that data is used for the clustering as well as the similarity index, preparation of similarity index, principal common component analysis, coordinate analysis also done. And these are the different 10 species with the voucher number. And this is what the dendrogram, which is having 4 different clusters, and this cluster is showing the association of species, and that is also supported by the Jacquard similarity distance indices based on the quality data set. Here you can find that the C1 and C2 species having the high close association, that we can say the high similarity index as compared to other species. And that data also can be supported by the principal component analysis and principal coordinate analysis. You can also find here the C1, C2 species also belonging to the same group. And further, we perform the quantitative descriptors based Euclidean distance matrix, and that is also having the support with the dendrogram which is prepared. Here you can find that the B2 species is totally distantly related with the other species, having high distance relationship between the species, and that is also shown here in the form of this particular dendrogram, which is prepared based on the Euclidean distance matrix. This kind of data is very important to illustrate the taxonomic relationship between the species. In case of the bamboos, especially because we can't rely on the flowering characteristics, and this data is also helpful for the molecular biologists to go for the further analysis, and they can they can interpret the data for the identification and classification of the species. Thank you very much for providing this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the jury?
Yes, sir. I have one question, sir. Kamalika.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, you mentioned that. I mean, you have selected 10 bamboo species.
Yes, sir.
From the nursery. I mean, the selected bamboo species are at the seedling stage, or?
No, these are all species are at the juvenile, at the old stage, sir. Fully matured species. These are all fully matured species. There are 60 different species present in our bamboo garden. Yeah. Yes.
Sir, what are the characters you have chosen? I mean, the morphological characters.
Yeah, we have chosen, sir, clump sheath. Then in case of the quantitative, we choose clump circumference, then the height of clump height, diameter, wall thickness, clump sheath length, breadth, like that things we selected. In case of the quantitative, sorry, and in case of the qualitative, we selected like the close nature of the clump, free nature of the clump, sparsely clump. There is a key which is also given by the, which is given.
Then what about the leaf? I mean, it is very difficult. The bamboo, except some few species, rest of the species are very difficult.
Yeah, we followed this key, which is already given by some researchers, sir, in some article. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will go for the next presentation. Bhalachandra Jagtap. Mr. Bhalachandra Jagtap, are you there?
Yes, sir. Sir, I am here.
Please start your presentation. You have 4 minutes. I request other participants also to please be ready with their presentation. I request other participants also to be ready with their presentations also. Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Myself, B.R. Jagtap. I'm going to present the genotypic and phenotypic variability in watermelon. Here we use 66 genotype for observations, and we observe the significant variation among the 66 genotype for all the 9 studied traits, and here is the highest genotypic variation, average fruit weight, fruit length, and fruit diameter. While considering the genotypic GCV and PCV, we observe in seed size, average fruit weight, total soluble, TSS, and fruit diameter. While the broad sense heritability and genetic advance, we observe higher broad sense heritability and genetic advance in seed size, average fruit weight, TSS, fruit length, and fruit diameter. Then, while calculating the correlation between the fruit yield and other component rate, we observe the seed size, average fruit weight, then fruit length, fruit girth, and wine length has positive correlation with the yield, while TSS has negative, significantly negative correlation with yield, and fruit diameter and first flowering node also significantly negative association with the fruit yield. Then conclusion from the present investigation: the seed size, average fruit weight, and TSS, fruit length, and fruit diameter has a high heritability. This is due to the additive gene action. So we can put this line, this trait by simple selection. While for improvement in the fruit yield, we can directly select the seed size, average fruit weight, fruit length, fruit girth, and wine length, because it has a linear association with the yield. Hello.
Sir, I have one question. I mean, you have studied the genetic and phenotypic variability in watermelon.
Yes,
okay.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. How many phenotypes are available under cultivation?
Phenotypes means, sir?
I mean, the appearance, fruit size appearance.
Fruit size, 6 fruit size are there.
Fruit color and size.
For the fruit size, we have 6 fruit size.
I mean the shape, including the shape.
Yes, sir.
I mean, normally it is available in the market during the summer season.
Yes, sir.
Like how many phenotypes you have observed?
We have observed, sir, 3 phenotypes. That is of 6. That is oval, oblong, round, flat round, elongated, and cylindrical, sir.
Then what about the color? What about the color of this one?
Color we observe 4. That is pale green, then greenish with green strips, then pale green with dark green strips and yellow color, sir.
You have not with the I mean the white color with the green striation and the elliptic type of fruit.
What, sir?
I mean the fruit shape is elliptic or oblong.
Yes,
which is I mean whitish in color but variegated with the green stripes commonly available in our area.
Yes, sir.
In your area it is not cultivated?
No, sir. Mostly, sir, it is cultivated in market, but sir, blackish green is most preferable. So most of the most of the fruits we observe that is blackish green.
Okay. Say, what are you going to say to the society from your observations? What is the message you are going to say?
Sir, for increasing the yield, we can focus on these traits. That is the seed size, average fruit weight, and fruit length, and fruit girth, and wind length. Because, sir, as the wind length increases, then the flowering node is. Yes, sir.
Jacob, एक minute, please wait. See, you have studied.
Yes,
See,
sir.
based on your research, you are going to say something to the farmers for
Yes,
their
sir.
benefit. What
Yes,
is
sir.
your message, or what variety you are going to suggest for the farmers?
I suggesting the sir sugar cube, then sugar baby. These are the good cultivars, and they yield more and having good TSS also, sir.
Okay,
Because
okay, thank you, please. Okay, okay.
okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We will go for the next presentation. Ms. Sarika Gurao, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Please share your screen and start
Yeah.
presenting. You have 4 minutes.
Yes. So it's saying you cannot start screen share while other participant is sharing.
Please do it now.
Yes. So I hope it is visible to everyone.
Yes, it is. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Today I'm going to present on the floristic enumeration of flora of Seminary Hills, Nagpur. Seminary Hills, known as Green Lands of Nagpur city, is rich in plant diversity, and this study was conducted to explore this treasure. Various visits were conducted in various areas of Seminary Hills, and during the visits, photographs of plants were taken. Characteristics that would help in identifying the plants were also recorded, and on the basis of all of this, plants were then classified. They were classified on the basis of their habit also, like herbs, shrubs, and trees, herb, shrub, trees, and climbers. And they were classified on the basis of families also. So we found that 63.46% of plants were herbs, 30.77% were trees and shrubs, and 5.77% were climbers. And when we classified them on the basis of families, it was found that the flora is enriched with the plants of about 37 families, and highest representation is of family Fabaceae. And we found various plants belonging to various other families also, and these plants, we found that these plants are having economic, ethnobotanical, and ecological importance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
One question, sir. One question. You have studied the plant diversity of this hills.
Yeah.
Whether any specific plants found in this particular area? That means they are endemism, like endemism.
Sir, we are still exploring. Means we are still doing the studies. But then we found that most of the plants, they belong to family Fabaceae, and this includes plants like Indigofera, then Hardwickia is there,
then
Acacia catechu, Acacia leucophylla is there.
You have mentioned some, 30.7 some trees. Will you please tell me, few trees excluding these Azadirachta India?
As we know, there is a lot of teak plantation is there, Tectona grandis is there, then Acacia catechu is there, Acacia leucophylla is there, Albizia is there. We have Pithocillobium dulce, then Tamarindus indicus is also there. Besides that, Bahunia racemosa is also there, Mangifera indica is there, Ziziphus is there, Butea monosperma is also there. So these are some of the plants.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will go for the next presentation. Dr. Mayank Kare.
Yes, sir. Let me
share.
Yeah.
Dr. Kari, your voice is not. No. Please start sharing.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes,
am I
sir.
audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Am I audible right now? Just yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Mayank Varun, and my topic for the present seminar is assessment of edibility and effect of arbuscular mycorrhiza fungus on brinjal grown on under different heavy metal contaminated soil. Rapid industrialization, agriculture activity, rapid agriculture activity, urbanization, and various anthropogenic activity resulted in the accumulation of various kind of pollutants into our environment. Heavy metal is one of the is of our main concern today. Unlike organic contaminant, they cannot be degraded. They remain persist in the environment. They are cytotoxic, genotoxic, and they have even toxic at a very low concentration. And apart from them, they have a tendency to bioaccumulate in the living tissues in animal as well as in human being and plant, and they causes the various kinds of disease. The river Yamuna is one of the major lifeline river flows in the northern India, and many reports of heavy metal pollution and research paper have been published from time to time. And in India, we see a practice of growing crops along this adjacent area of the river, and these crops contain a various kind of heavy metal pollution. As one of the report published by a study conducted by the NIRI found a significant amount of metal in the edible portion of the plant. Phytoremediation is a technique which is used nowadays to remove or clean up the heavy metal contaminated soil. So for our study, we selected a brinjal plant, and three metal effect of three metals like arsenic, cadmium, and lead was chosen. And we also wanted to see the role of mycorrhiza in assisting the phytoremedial portion of the plant. So the main objective of the study is to elucidate or and to check the performance of the brinjal in the heavy metal contaminated soil as well as under AMF inoculation. Second, to check whether the alteration in the physiology, biochemical, and antioxidant defense system of the plant in the alone metal treatment along with the arbuscular mycorrhiza treatment. And third one is to assess and highlight the risk associated with on the human health consumption if we consume that particular edible produce. For the experiment setup, we grow a brinjal plant in a different pots prepared, and the treatments were given individually as well as in multi-metal contamination form, and arbuscular mycorrhiza are also given as an amendments. After the growth period of 70 to 80 days, plant were harvested and divided into three different parts: root, shoot, and fruit. And the metal contamination in this plant was analyzed and reading were recorded. What we found in the result that the effect of metal was hampering the growth of the plant. However, the application of arbuscular mycorrhiza improved the overall defense system and health of the plant, improving the metal uptake in plant. Among the metal, lead was heavily accumulated in the root part, maximum followed by the cadmium and arsenic. In case of lead, metal was mainly restricted to the root portion, while in case of cadmium and arsenic, it was translocated to the shoot part. In the multi-metal contamination,
so your time is up, sir. So your time is up. Please conclude.
Okay. So, health risk assessment shows that the higher value obtained for the lead, in case of the higher value uptake for the lead in the root is not suitable for the consumption purpose. If we consume it for the longer duration, it is toxic for the consumption. While in case of arsenic, cadmium, it can be suitable for the cultivation as the metal remain in the shoot portion, not in the fruit part. We found that AMF inoculation improves the overall health of the plant physiology and defense system. It can be used to improve to grow the plant in a soil in heavy metal contamination, can be used to remediate the soils. Further, AMF increases the uptake and it can be used as a viable option for the future phytoremediation studies. Thank you, sir. And the study is published in some of the reputed journal. Our study in Ecotoxic Environment, International Journal of Phytoremediation.
Thank you,
and
sir.
Again,
Any question from the jury?
Thank you.
Any question from the jury?
No, sir, no.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. We will go.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the next will be presentation by Dr. Syed Qureshi. Dr. Syed Qureshi, are you there? Dr. Syed Qureshi? So we will move further. Next presentation will be by Dr. Megha Bhamri. Dr. Megha Bhamri. Dr. Megha Bhamri, are you there? Okay. So we will go further. Next presentation will be by Pooja Kadu. Miss Pooja Kadu, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm there.
Please start presenting your.
Yes, sir.
Sir. Ma'am, please present your poster.
Yes, sir. Sir, is the screen visible?
No, ma'am, not yet.
The screen isn't sharing, sir. Sir, wait a minute, sir.
Okay, I am sharing.
Yes, sir.
So I believe you are able to see.
No, sir, this is not my presentation.
This presentation is not by you.
No, sir. Role of heterocyclic compound. Pooja Morishwar for antibiotic formation.
Just a minute. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, respected sir and ma'am. My name is Pooja Guru. The topic of my poster presentation is the role of heterocyclic compound for anti-obesity potential. Heterocyclic compound are cyclic compound with ring containing carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and sulfur. Heterocyclic compound hold a special place in medicinal and pharmaceutical industry due to their biological activities in
Ma'am, you are not audible. Ma'am, you are not audible.
Pooja, go to your.
Sir, shall I go for next? I believe there is some technical difficulty there. Hello, sir. I believe there is some technical difficulty at Pooja ma'am's behalf. I believe. So shall we go ahead?
Yes, we can move to the next presentation because she may have some technical problem. Okay.
Okay, sir. So I call upon Dr. Deepti Tomar.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Should I
Please
share
share.
the? Yes, sir.
Please share.
So kindly inform me about my slides are visible or not. So slides are visible to you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is visible
Okay.
now. Please go ahead with your presentation. You have 4 minutes now.
Okay, sir. Namaskar and very good afternoon to all of you. I am Dr. Deepti Toma, Assistant Professor at Nainpur College. All right, my topic is Cassia fistula essential oil effects on Epilentia varivestis. As we all know that today the environmental hazards are many more, and the chemical treatment is hazardous to all of us. Madhya Pradesh, as we all know, contributes about 75% of the total Indian production of the soya bean, and beans are already the gold from the soil. Previously, we have seen that there are insecticides, there are pesticides and all that to control the pest. But because of the environmental alarm and all that, the public is or the researchers are more alarmed, and they are moving towards the plant extracts and the plant products for the treatment of the insect pest. I have, in my investigation at my postdoctoral work, I have treated Epilentia varivestis with Cassia fistula. The both pictures are there. The experimental insect is there. The experimental plant is there. Right. What I have seen that I have extracted essential oils from the Cassia fistula, and the essential oils are from the leaf and the flower. And this is what I have shown in the graph, that the Cassia fistula essential oil on Epilentia varivestis, I have taken first, second, third, and fourth instar larva. Along with that, I have taken adult male and the adult female. For different durations, 24, 48, 72, and 96 hours duration, I have treated in different concentrations. And secondly, I have taken the Cassia fistula flower essential oil and treated on the Epilentia varivestis, what were my experimental insects. And again, it was shown. What I have seen that when I have compared both, so I have found that the Cassia fistula leaf essential oil is more toxic in comparison to the Cassia fistula fruit essential oil. Most of the research work has been done on the reproductive physiology. The main aspect was that to control the fertility of that particular plant insect by treating with them the non-biodegradable type of the plant extracts as well. So there is a little bit of my research work in regard for the control of that this particular serious Epilentia varivestis on soybean insect plant. And these are all the references. And thanks from my side.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Any questions from the jury?
Yes. One question, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I mean, you said that the Cassia fistula leaf and flowers essential oils are used to control this
yes, sir.
pest.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
you
sir.
found that the leaf essential oil is more effective than the flower.
Yes, sir. I have
essential oil.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Yes, because I mean, if it is the leaf is more effective than the flowers, it is good because flowers are available only in one season. I mean,
Right, sir. Right, sir.
Only 1 or 2 months periods only.
Actually, this work is my postdoctoral work, so I have worked for 5 years, sir, on this particular work. And for a longer duration of time experimenting that particular plant on this particular insect, I have found these particular results were shown.
Yes. Although nearly more than 10 months period, you get the leaves.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well,
Thank you,
any work earlier? I mean, earlier any work has been done towards this way?
No, sir. It was my original work in this regard.
Well, this is the first one. This is the first one, or somebody has done elsewhere?
No, sir. Another things like the terpines were used, the alkaloids were used, but essential oils were taken for the first time.
From this Cassia fistula?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Okay. I may ask to jury. Ms. Pooja wants to present again. Shall we ask her to present?
Yes. Pooja can go ahead. Yes.
Yes,
Pooja,
sir.
ma'am, please present your poster.
Thank you, sir. Sir, screen.
You share your screen.
Sir, is the screen visible, sir?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Visible.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. The topic of my poster presentation is role of heterocyclic compound for anti-obesity potential. Heterocyclic compound are cyclic compound and with ring containing carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, sulfur. Heterocyclic compound hold a special place in medicinal and pharmaceutical industry due to their biological activities as natural product and synthetic compound, and also abundant in nature and great significance to the life because their structural subunit exists in many natural products such as vitamin, hormone, alkaloids, antibiotics. Heterocyclic compound very important role for anti-obesity potential because obesity is becoming major health problem around the globe and as a risk factor for insulin-resistant diabetes, hypertension, and atherosclerosis. And obesity is also considered as a lifestyle disease and emerging as a worldwide pandemic. Clinically, targeting metabolism at genetic level for anti-obesity treatment and may allow development of more efficient and reliable compound, agent, or drug than the existing drug, such as heterocyclic compound, and these drugs play important role for anti-obesity potential. There are various heterocyclic compounds available in the market that have anti-obesity potential, such as cholesterol, phentermine, tautopriam, that have ability to control obesity. In this figure A shows dyslipidemia in adipose tissue. Dyslipidemia means a modulation of lipid metabolism. High calorie diet leads to adipose tissue dysfunction, resulting in higher 2-hydroxy factor alpha expression and free fatty acid mobilization to the liver. In this elevated level of free fatty acid synthesis, increase triglyceride concentration, that is hypertriglyceridemia, and later convert this triglyceride concentration to VLDL, that is very low density lipoprotein. While 2-hydroxy factor alpha increase the cholesterol synthesis, finally both free fatty acid and 2-hydroxy factor alpha increase the amount of low density lipoprotein, while they decrease the amount of high density lipoprotein. This altered lipid metabolism, that is to promote atherosclerosis. Atherosclerosis are the hardening and narrowing arteries caused by cholesterol plaque. Arteries are the blood vessels that carry blood from heart to the and transfer throughout the body. Second figure B shows adipokine and cytokine in atherosclerosis. Adipokine and cytokine are the cell signaling molecules and that secrete in adipose tissue and act as an enzyme, hormones, growth factors, which modulate inflammatory response in vascular endothelial cells, macrophages, and thus contribute to atherosclerosis. Thus, this heterocyclic compound hold a special place in pharmaceutical and medicinal chemistry due to their biological activities in natural product. Thus, this heterocyclic compound play a very important role for anti-obesity potential. Thank you, sir.
Pooja, I have one common question.
Yes,
see,
sir.
You have some medicines you have mentioned. These heterocyclic compounds, already these are available in the market for treating this anti-obesity.
Yes, sir.
Anti-obesity, okay, disorder.
Yes,
I think this is simply the review work. I am correct?
Yes, sir. This review work.
Review work only. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's go ahead with next presentation. It is by Samidha Kakade. Miss Samidha Kakade, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Please start presenting.
Yes. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible. Please go ahead. You have 4 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Samidha Kakade, and I am here to present my research work entitled CNBB ameliorate and aspartame-induced oxidative stress in HG2. With present degree of urbanization, it would be impossible to maintain food distribution without its processing. Thus, people are involuntarily get exposed to these commodities in their food. Hence, aspartame is one of the most common artificial sweetener, that is most common food additive in use today. But it has been reported that it acts as a potential stressor. Hence, responding to this situation, we are proposing to use potential natural antioxidants, that is gibberellic acid and boravinon B, to fight against aspartame-induced oxidative stress in HG2 cells. In methodology, we have procured HG2 cell line from NCCS Pune and cultured it in DMEM supplemented with 10% FBS. the photographs of cell line cultured HEPG2 at low confluency as well as high confluency are shown here. Then primarily we have measured reactive oxygen species by using 2,7-dichlorofluorocene, that is a fluorescent dye, on spectropluorometer, and it was observed that the cells exposed to aspartame showing highest accumulation of reactive oxygen species, whereas supplementation of borevinone B and cebulonic acid to these cells have minimized the accumulation of ROS. Next, measurement of RNS was done using grease reagent, and it was observed that the elevated levels of RNS, reactive nitrogen species, get lowered by BB and CA supplementation. The same pattern was followed in the antioxidant enzyme activities, that is superoxide dismutase catalase and glutathione peroxidase. That is the elevated levels of superoxide dismutase catalase and glutathione peroxidase respectively have been considerably minimized by using BB, that is borevinone B and cebulonic acid supplementation. From this study, we can conclude that the natural antioxidant cebulonic acid isolated from Terminalia cebula and borevinone B isolated from Borrelia diffusa have efficiently protected HEPG2 cells from oxidative stress and proved beneficial in reducing further oxidative damage. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Any question from jury? Sir, any question?
Hello.
Hello.
The presentation is over.
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Samidha Kakade.
Huh?
Samidha Kakade.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, ma'am. You can stop your screen from presentation. We'll move ahead for the next presentation. Next is by Akshay Dornikar. Mr. Akshay
Yes, sir.
Dornikar. Please start presenting your presentation.
Yes, sir. Sir, can you please share the presentation? I am unable to share the presentation.
Okay.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Akshay Dornikar, and my topic is sustainable organic agriculture. In the world of growing complexity and uncertainty, food system must be resilient. That is available to deliver sustainable and equitable food and nutrition security in the face of multiple stock and stress. Focus on the limiting nutrition losses from the farm by inducing measures to apply fertilizers in more sustainable way. In the case of selecting aspect of the farm management, focusing on the issues of sustainable agriculture and their tools, the main aim of the study was to evaluate farmer knowledge of the fertilizer process and its aspects, as well as applying sustainable agriculture activities on farms. The study emphasizes the importance of the nutrition management and as are very important for the sustainable farming. The important issues concern measures for the sustainable farm management introduced on the farms, as well as the measures to limit nutrient leaching into the groundwater. We evaluate whether the organic farming has some potential to bring resilience to the food system, but it has to clarify design and implement to overcome the contradictions between the dominant.
Akshay, please, 1 minute. Akshay, 1 minute. Sorry for the interruption. It is, is it a review work?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then you say what you have done. Please, within 2 minutes, you tell what you have done.
Sir, we have concluded that what happened. We have concluded that the organic farming is more sustainable than the conventional farming. The conventional farming that decrease the nutrition from the crops and as well as the damage the food also. So organic farming is best to best for the nutrition as well as for farming also. Thank you, sir.
Sir, any questions, sir?
Okay, thank you. Please, next.
Okay, thank you, sir, for presentation. Next presentation will be by Ms. Apurva Patil. Ms. Apurva Patil, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Please present your work.
Is my PPT is visible, sir? Visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible. Go ahead. You have 4 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Hello, everyone. This is Apurva Dadasaheb Patil, working as a PhD scholar under the guidance of Dr. Mrs. P.B. Dandge, ma'am, in the Department of Biochemistry, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, and I am here to present my paper work on isolation, characterization, and antibacterial activity of astaxanthin from newly isolated Paracoccus bacterium. So let's start with the introduction. Astaxanthin. Astaxanthin is a strong lipophilic phytocarotenoid pigment found in some plants, algae, fungi, and bacteria. It is having orange-red shade, and it is having a cyclic C40 scaffold with 8 isoprene units. In the global market, it is recognized as a pure antioxidant because it is 110 times potent than because it is potent, pure antioxidant, and it is well known for its antioxidant activity because it is 110 times potent than vitamin E, 560 times potent than green tea catechins, 800 times potent than coenzyme Q, 3000 times potent than resveratrol, and 6000 times potent than vitamin C. So, and in the global market, it is ranked at the 3rd position as an most.
Please, madam. Sorry.
Yes,
please,
sir.
you straight away go to the methodology.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. In our study, we perform 5 steps: screening, selection, and isolation of chromogenic strands from different locations in the Kolhapur city. Then we have identified astaxanthin producing bacterium. Further, we processed for production, extraction, and purification of astaxanthin. Then we studied biophysical characterization and antibacterial activity. In case of isolation and purification of pigmenting strain from 5 different locations from Kolhapur city, we got 23 samples and 27 pigmenting cultures. Among that, orange red pigmenting culture was isolated and purified from local slaughterhouse area. And we further processed for its biochemical analysis. Preliminary identification of this orange red pigmenting strain was carried out by conventional methods such as morphological and biochemical assays. According to Burgess Manual of Systematic Bacteriology, and from that we found that the probable strain belongs to the Paracoccus genus, and we further processed for its molecular ribotyping technique for confirming its species, and the phylogram drawn for this species with the help of Mega7 software, and the partial sequence was deposited in DNA Data Bank of Japan. In further studies, optimization of bioprocess variables were carried out for its astaxanthin production, extraction, and purification. Initially, we used specific growth medium which are readily available in the market, such as nutrient agar, Kazarek dox agar, Luriabertine agar, Bennett's agar, glucose peptone agar, and peptone glycerol agar. Among these growth medium, optimum growth and pigment exposing medium was further used for the mass production, and such well-grown culture was wrapped aseptically and optimized for extraction. So as you can see here, we have used different organic solvents for extraction, and the chloroform extracted pigment showing maximum nanometer at 489 nanometer, absorption at 489 nanometer. Further, we studied its phase separation technique, where we have used chloroform and methanol mixture, and the chloroform extracted pigment that was further concentrated by rotary evaporation, and we further studied its silica gel chromatographic purification using triphasic solvent system, that is N-hexane, DCM, and acetone with 5:2.5:1 proportion, and we further taken these eluted fractions, well eluted fractions for thin layer chromatography. and that thin-layer chromatography scrapped pigment was further analyzed by biophysical identification by using LC-HRMS technique, Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy technique, micro-Raman analysis technique, and spectropolarimetric analysis. So after this biochemical identification, we confirmed that this pigment belongs to the astaxanthin group. So that was taken for antibacterial activity and studied for against 4 opportunistic pathogens such as E. coli, Proteus vulgaris, Staphylococcus saprophyticus, and Bacillus cereus. So from these studies, we found that at 50 μg per ml concentration, we got maximum zone of inhibition for Staphylococcus saprophyticus, which is followed by Bacillus cereus, Proteus vulgaris, and Escherichia coli. So in the conclusions, I want to say that among 21 different pigmenting strains, the orange-red culture was screen purified and identified from Kolhapur location, slaughter area house, and probably this is the first report in Maharashtra as well as in India for identification and isolation and identification of this culture from slaughterhouse area. And further, we studied astaxanthin production ability, and that was again characterized by different biophysical technique, and antibacterial activity was assessed. So from these studies, we can say that it is a potent antibacterial compound that can be used for further studies. So I want to acknowledge Department of Biochemistry, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, for providing me lab facilities and the microbial entities because without them, I couldn't able to do my work. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Any question from the jury? Sir, any question? I believe there are no questions ahead. So thank you very much, ma'am, for your presentation. We will move ahead.
Thank you,
for the next presentation. That is by Sheikh Muzaffar.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Am I audible, sir?
You're audible. Ma'am, Patel, ma'am, please stop your presentation. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Sir, please start sharing your presentation.
Yes, sir. Is that visible, sir?
Yes, sir, it is visible. Please start your presentation. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, all the judges. Give me a chance here. I'm myself, Sheikh Muzaffar. I'm a research student of under the guide of Sudhir Napde, Dr. Sudhir Napde. My oral presentation on the prevalence and evolution of anemia and parasitic infection rate among sheep and goat through Pharmaca score, correlation with the fecal egg count and taxil volume in around Sillut and Kannada Tehsil, Aurangabad district. So there is 70% is more important agricultural sector in our country, as well as the 40% of the population of our India is poor family, and they always depend on the veterinary as well as the livestock animals. The government of India have already published in 2012 65 million sheep as well as the 135 million goat population in our country. The farmers always face the disease and the health of their small animals. If no proper precaution, them the death may occur, and the infection that may cause very loss of the health of animals. So in this study, I have started the Pharmaca test. Pharmaca test is the indicator. This is given name by Pharmaca. Sorry, sir, one minute. Given by the Pharma Malan. This is most helpful to diagnosis the gastrointestinal parasite, that is Haemonchus contractus. And now this Pharmaca test, I have checked out this and correlate with the fecal egg count and taxil volume. This is the image that is shown here. This is shown here the Pharmaca charts, and in green table indicate the level of the 1 to 5. So that shows the red, pink, white, and the white shaded. Each shades give us guidance: is the treatment necessary or not? Here we can say 4th number and 5th number. This is lining of pink, white, and white color that indicate the we have to give a treatment of the gastrointestinal parasites. Now for this project was I got a approval committee authority from the Dr. Baba Ambedkar University as well as the Veterinary Hospital Aurangabad, Paulana Azad Research Center Aurangabad. So with the help of them, I done this is. So with the help of this Pharmaca test, we try to find out the Haemococcus contractus. This is gastrointestinal parasite. They always feed on the small abomasum stomach of the animal. They feed and the bleeding is occur. Due to more bleeding, the anemia occur. If not proper treatment, the animals may die. The objective of this work to fecal egg count, then packed cell volume, and correlate the pharmaca score with the FAC, PCV, and gastrointestinal parasite. The study has been done as image there is Kannad and Silot Tehsil from Aurangabad district. Near about 760 samples has been collected, out of them 360 for sheep and 360 for goat. So fecal samples has been collected on the site of these are 10% formalins, and the fecal egg count is done by the modified McMaster method sensitivity and egg per gram, as well as the blood is collected from jugular vein of the animals, and after collection is immediately put down into EDTA tubes and transported for the identification. The study period was from the 1st March 2019 to 1 February 2020. This is a work periods that's on the field levels. The blood is trying to collecting from the sheep, got fecal sample is collecting from B, from C sections. Again the blood sample is collecting from the sheep. Now at the D, trying to find out is there any other disease apart from the Haemococcus contractus gastrointestinal parasite. Number E indicate this is a pharmaca card and trying to find out the inner eye lower that having any disorder with the gastrointestinal parasite. This is result and discussions. So here, if we kind of the pharmaca score as a 4 and 5 level, so I have find out correct result 72.22%. So obviously, 72% is very good result for us to find out the band 4 and 5, and we have to necessary to deworming or treatment to animal. Other hand, this is a blue color chart. We can find out here if you find out the 5th number of band to understand the disease. So I got the 93% correct result. So obviously, this kind of result will benefit for the farmer with the help of pharmaca card sheet that used to early diagnosis is their gastrointestinal parasite are present or not without using any doctor, and they started their treatment. So conclusion from this all over the world, I have found that a high correlation between pharmaca and packed cell volume. This is very good for us to understand for the farmer. Pharmaca score can be validable and it can be used. Second conclusion we can got fecal egg count correlate with the pharmaca is lower significant because always fecal sample gives the positiveness of this parasite, but pharmaca doesn't now sometimes use the anemic conditions. And the finally, this is very easy to diagnose gastrointestinal parasite. Thank you so much for all the judges. Sorry, sir. This is all the macroscopic result. I have found some parasitic eggs. This is all the eggs I have find out from the result. And this is one achievement. Last month I have completed the international certificate course of the pharmaca certificate under the guidance of Susan Madam. It is a professional of the sheep and goat specialist from the University of Maryland, Extension, America. That's
okay,
what.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you very much for your presentation. Any question from the jury?
Thank you.
Any question from the jury? Okay, thank you very much, sir. We will move further ahead.
Thank you so much.
Next presentation.
Next presentation is by Mr. Rajendra Singh. Rajendra Singh, are you there?
Hello.
Mr. Rajendra Singh, are you there? No. So next presentation is by Dr. Nayak. Dr.
Hello.
V. Chinnababu
Yes,
Nayak.
sir. Yes, sir.
You can start sharing.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Amar Padore.
Sir, you have to wait for your turn. Please, sir.
No, sir. I'm the friend of Rajendra Singh. Our group is Amar Padore, Rajendra Singh, and Anurag Gupta.
Okay, so on behalf of Rajendra Singh, you are going to present?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Naik, we have to wait for a.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. So please, Mr. Amar Padore, please start presenting.
Okay, sir. Okay, now I'm Amar Padore and my friend Anurag Gupta and Rajendra Singh from the Chemical Engineering Department, Priyadarshini College of Engineering, Nagpur. Our topic is sustainable consumption and production of the wash water. Wash water is any used to clean or wash the material. Fortunately, much of the commercial wash water consumed on a daily basis can be recycled. Wash water treatment is contained clean to gray water state and used on the commercial cycle. Recycled wash water never enters the environment, water table, and does not contribute to the pollutant problem. Gray wash water refer to the supplies that are unsuitable for human consumption as a potable water. However, recycled gray water is perfectly suited for washing equipment. Collecting wash water, treating it, and recycling it over is simply right thing to do. Here are some waste water created. Common wastewater comes from the cooking, cleaning.
Excuse me, Savarda. Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Are you hearing?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. It is a review work only.
Okay, sir. We can recycle the wash water by two ways.
Okay,
One
you tell your contribution only. Conclusion.
Yeah, conclusion is that we can convert it, wastewater into pure by two ways: open loop and closed loop. So we can recycle the wastewater and use it.
Okay, thank you. Sir, one request to the organizers. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
I have some network problem here. So I have missed two presentations. One, the Apurva Patil, the last one. If Apurva Patil is there, I want to ask one question. And also the Sheikh Munafar, the previous presenter. If he is there, I want to know this first slide. Will you please help me?
Ms. Apurva Patil, are you there?
Then what about the Sheikh?
I can see Ms. Apurva Patil in the participants, but she is not able to respond. Mr. Sheikh Muzaffar, are you there?
Yes, sir. I am here, sir.
Okay, the
please,
jury want to ask you some question. Please go ahead.
Please display your first slide, the introduction slide, the title page, please.
Yes, sir. I am going to present this one.
Sir, I have a serious network problem here.
Yes.
No issue, sir. No issue, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. This one, sir.
The question, sir.
Yes, sir.
Kader, sir. Hello, Kader, sir.
Please wait. 8 minutes. Then, Sheikh, what is your message from your research? What is your message?
Yes, sir. Sir, this is one of the sheet whatever we display on the this is one of the card sheet. The Papa Malam is one of the scientists in Africa. He started this technique. There is some color band. So there are 5 color band are present there. This is one red, pink, white, and white. So the physical property behind that, some of the gastrointestinal parasite, such as Haemonchus This parasite always feed on the stomach wall of the small ruminant sheep and goat. And that time they start to feeding on the blood. So much more amount of blood will lost from that animals. And then ultimately anemia occur. And due to high anemia, animal's health decrease down. And if not not medication, the animals will die. Okay. So now come to the point. The farmers can check out the early diagnosis if her animals is anemic or not. So how you can identify? So this star sheet will help in. We have to only check out the lower eyelid of the animal. If there is a pink white or white color, then we can ultimately conclude that this is a very anemic condition and we have to give treatment as soon as possible of that animal.
Okay, so take me. So your
Yes,
research finding can help to early diagnosis of that anemic disease in cattle.
yes, sir.
Okay, thank you,
But sir, I want to 1 minute, sir. But we have to find out the exact correct answer. So for this, we take a certain fecal account, their fecal matter, as well as their blood, or check out the yes correctly is matched. So finally, I got the correct answer. 93% I got result is accuracy. That farmers is very.
Shall we go further, because we are having so many of participants? More than 20 participants are still waiting.
Excuse me, I have one point to make. Okay, Mr. Thavre, Rohan Thavre, you are conducting the program, okay? So you should be very strict about timing and you don't allow any questions.
Yeah, Tavleen,
okay?
sorry, actually there was a call on my phone.
No worries, no worries. No worries. Okay,
Yes, sir. I am trying my best to be very strict.
No. One thing, you
But I have
are
to.
wasting much time talking, and then other. You see, what you do is that the other people are not getting chance to talk, and you are allowing these people to repeat their presentation. This is not fair. Okay, so don't do that.
Sir, only
What you
jury
do
asked.
is
That's
just
why I
straight
did
away
that.
give only 2 minutes time and allow everyone to speak. Let them see
I'm
what you are doing.
right? And what is the healthy purpose? This is a healthy purpose to change lifestyle.
Yeah, one of my question is, I will not be involved in sales part. I basically need to.
Next presentation is by Dr. Chinna Naik. Please start
Yes, sir.
presenting your presentation.
Sir, one of the slide, can I tell unmute, sir? Already there in presentation.
Yes, sir. I'm going to back, sir. 1 minute.
Sheikh ji, thoda unmute कर लीजिए. Mr. Sheikh ji.
Okay, sir. Start presenting.
Yes. Sir, my slide is visible, sir.
Yes, sir. Your slide is visible. You have 4 minutes.
Yes. Fully visible. Respected organizer, so I'm going to start with the topic. So impact of yellow sticky strap on different heights against sucking pest of cotton. So all are you know that BT cotton at present 90% area occupied the cotton. So the BT control the bollworm, especially in bollworm groups. So you have the American bollworm, pink bollworm, and the sucking pest, sub-sucking, sap sucking groups, other sucking pests like whiteflies, thrips are there. So BT will control these bollworms, but in case of other sucking pests, very difficult to manage. To go for only the using the insecticide. At present, area is under the 127 million hectares. Around 1600 cotton hybrids is available in Indian market. So this is a So major Mulwam groups, you have to control the BT successfully. So no issues. But in case of sucking group, we have the jassids and thrips and whiteflies and aphids and myriad and other things. So those things based upon the ETL farmer very difficult to control. So for understanding them to easily way, we have this is a symptoms of jassids where there's grade 1 different grades. So grade 2 will farmer to suggest the manage for using the insecticides. Like that, aphids also, this is grade. When the grade 1, you no need to recommend any insecticide. Grade 2, you have the recommendations. Grade 3 is initiation of the management practices. In thrips also similar grades was given. So we have made our studies regarding this. So conduct the experiment on different yellow sticky stuff, different heights. You have the 4 different plots, 4 RBD and the genotype Suraj and 90 and 60 centimeters. We have different heights you have took. For example, 60 centimeter above crop level and 60, 80, 100, 120 and control without trap data was taken. This is attracting the sucking pest. Those group have mentioned the whiteflies, thrips and jassids. There are sharp sucking pest. Those BT won't control this pest. So we have the alternate methodology should follow. So in our studies, you have initiated after 7 days, different days after installations. You can see the peak level at 49 to 56 days. So around this is control, this maximum attraction of the aphids, jassids was noticed. In 80 days, 80 centimeter above crop level, is maximum catches was noticed in jassids. In those yellow sticky stuff entered the season. Similarly, in case of whiteflies also, around 49 and 60 days, that crop is 60 days interval, the peak incidence of the sub-sucking pest in cotton. So there also maximum catches was found in case of T2 treatment. T2 treatment. Similarly, thrips also around 49, 50, 80 centimeter crop level was the maximum catches was. So the finally I'm going to conclude that, for example, the other bollworms were the monitoring traps like the pheromone traps. In case of sucking pest, very difficult to monitor the farmers directly going the feet. So we'll put in install a yellow sticky stuff, we will be able to understanding the what is the catches getting this maximum number accordingly. The management practice can be interpreted to the farmers. So 80 centimeters above crop canopy, which is the maximum catches was getting those sucking pest, that is easily understand the farmer. This is a simple method study we have conducted, sir. Thank you for the organization giving the opportunity to present this 4 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Jury, any questions?
Straight you go to the next presentation, Mr. Thare.
Okay, so the next presentation is by Mr. Arjun Hegde. Arjun Hegde, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here. My slides are visible?
Yes, your slides are visible. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Arjun Hegde. I'm studying MSc Agrometeorology in the College of Agriculture, GB Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Pantnagar. The research is entitled as High Spatial Resolution Multispectral Land Use Land Cover Mapping using a Hybrid Approach. So basically what we should understand what is land use and land cover. Land use refers to the physical characteristics of Earth's surface. For example, forest area or agricultural forest area or water body. Land use refers to the way in which land has been used by the humans. For example, agriculture, cropland, etc. So accurate and up-to-date information regarding this land use, land cover changes are important for assessing environmental consequences, and thus they are helpful for developing the strategic plans. Remote sensing is a powerful tool to get such information, and we can get very frequent information regarding the land use, land cover changes. So in present scenario, we study area was selected as Udham Singh Nagar district of Uttarakhand state, which is one of the plain districts of Uttarakhand state. We used Sentinel-2 satellite data for this study, and Sentinel-2 has 13 bands. The reason for selecting Sentinel-2 is having a high spatial resolution of 10 meter and also having a high multispectral resolution with 13 bands. Cloud-free image of Sir? Okay. Cloud-free image of Sentinel-2 satellite was dated February 15, 2022 is downloaded from the official website of European Space Agency. Next, we collected from the ground truth points using the Android app called Map Marker, and also some land use, land cover using the app using Google Earth. Then we used two major platforms for this study. One is a Sentinel application platform, shortly called as SNAP, developed by the European Space Agency for resampling, mosaicing, and subsetting. The major problem we got while classifying in the Udhamsigar Nagar district is it is not covering in one tile of image of Sentinel-2. So we need to do mosaicing. So we've all carried out these processes in the SNAP software only. Next, we used for ArcGIS software for further classification of the image and as well as area estimation. Okay. So I have in this slide I displayed the image of a mosaicing of 4 different tiles of Sentinel-2 satellite. Now, as name indicates, hybrid approach, we first done unsupervised classification. Unsupervised classification, it is done in ArcGIS software using isocluster analysis. In this classification, software assigns a particular pixels using the natural breaks in the image and assigns particular pixel to a particular class. So in this unsupervised classification, there is no need of man's supervisions. In this approach, water bodies, forest area, and built-up land are clearly identified. But you can see here the blue. This blue one represents the water bodies. This brown color indicates the forest areas, and the urban area is like pink color. And wheat and mustard fields, the Rabi season crops, they are not that much classified very well. So next we did the supervised classification. In supervised classification method, we used a maximum likelihood classifier. The beauty of that maximum likelihood classifier, it has a property that it assigns a class for a particular pixel based on its maximum probability towards a definite class. You can see here.
Is up, sir. Please conclude.
Sir, I have spoken 3 minutes 4 seconds right now, so I'll conclude within 4 minutes. Oh, okay. The brown with the here we can see the wheat and mustard fields are classified very well. So in the results we can see wheat fields are accounted for a larger area by covering 36.8% of the total area. So we compared this with the data provided by the Directorate of Economics and Statistics by the Government of India, and the results are displayed in this slide. Okay, this is all about my research study till now. So thank you for hearing and thank you for giving me a chance. I completed within 4 minutes only.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from the jury?
Yes, any questions, please. Welcome.
Any questions from the jury?
No questions. Please go ahead.
Next,
okay, thank
presentation is by Chetan Ugare. Please start presenting. Dr. Chetan Ugare, please start presenting.
I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Please go ahead with your presentation. Please start with sharing.
Good evening to all respected juries and the present participants. Myself, Dr. Chetna, and here I am going to present my preservation needed for the beauty of monosperma Parachi Vijaya. So, as this is commonly known as the yellow color or the flame of the forest, as we are already aware about the beauty of plants with the orange colored flowers. But the yellow colored flowers is a very rare species, a rare and an endangered species, and it is also considered as a globally endangered woody tree species. This belongs to the family and is commonly known as the yellow color. So, with respect to the distribution, this plant has been distributed in the Deccan Plateau of India. Deccan Plateau consists of the Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and the Maharashtra. So, up to the according to review of literature, up to date, the Jurga district, Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, which is a part.
Dr. Chetna, we are not able to hear you. Dr. Chetna. Dr. Chetna, I think we lost Dr. Chetna. Dr. Chetna, we are not able to hear you.
Can I continue?
Please continue.
Hello.
Please continue.
Okay. So for this, I have presented for the conservation strategy for the Bhutia. So till date, I have identified the two sites from the Maharashtra. One is from the Karam, Yavatmal district. This is the first report from the Karam Tehsil of the Yavatmal district. I have cited these the yellow palash plants, and suddenly I come to know that this is a very rare and endangered plant. Then I have extended my search for the availability of this yellow palash. Then I cited a second plant from the Wardha district of Maharashtra. So till date, I have cited two plants from the Maharashtra. So later on in the second phase, I have collected the seed, and now the work is in the process. For the earlier reports suggested that the seed germination of these plants is quite hard. That's why the availability of the plants due to the germination of the seeds, it is a quite irresponsible for the natural. Therefore, the tissue culture is one of the great strategy for the conservation of these plants. So which are going to plan in a second phase. So presently we are in a phase 1, and we have monitored the entire plant for the 1 year, and we are planning for a monitoring for the next 5 years. So development of a monitoring plan is one of the great strategy for the conservation of these plants. So with conclusion, I concluded with the remark for the appealing to the all people regarding this conservation. I think the above strategy can be used for the Bhutia monosperma variety latua conservation and plantation in the Deccan Plateau. I'm also appealing to people to connect the conservation drive, which I have been started from last year, and you can easily find out the entire detail on my personal website, that is chetnaogle.com. If you have the other sites for these plants, you may share the location so that this conservation drives to be continued for the next 5 years. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You can stop your presentation. You can stop sharing your screen. We can move ahead with next presentation. Kamanna Singh.
Yes, sir.
Kamanna
Yes,
Singh,
sir.
are you there?
Yes, sir.
Please start your
Yes, sir.
presentation.
Yes, sir.
Chetna ma'am, you can stop sharing your screen. Kamanna Singh, please start sharing.
Yes, yes, sir. Sir, can you show my presentation, please? Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Rohan Thabre. You can share her presentation.
I believe you can see your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I, Kamna Singh from Department of Biological Science, Schwartz University, is extremely honored to have such a golden opportunity to speak before this gathering on National Science Day. So let's start with the introduction part. Cadmium is among the hazardous metal released as a byproduct from industrial waste, plastic, mining, and electroplating, etc. into the soil. Small concentration of cadmium could be very toxic to plant species and may cause metabolic disorder. Increasing the concentration of cadmium show a significant difference in a seed germination, shoot, and root length. What is the purpose of this thing? Sesame is an important oil seed crop, belongs to family Pedaliaceae. Sesame seed deteriorate rapidly after harvest from the field and under stress condition promote initial dormancy. So please next change the slide, please. So what is the importance of cadmium? Presence of cadmium in higher concentration in soil produces negatively influence in the seed germination. Sesame is oilseed crop show internal dormancy and exposing to cadmium stress result in poor germination. So what is the purpose of priming here? The purpose of priming sesame seed is increasing germination percentage, decreasing mean of germination time, and improving growth and vigor of seedling at wide range. So study was aimed to overcome the effect of cadmium stress with the help of priming by nitric oxide, and this will helpful for the farmers in the future for increasing their productivity. Objective was to study the effect of priming agent nitric oxide on sesame seed germination under cadmium stress. So material method used, so please change the slide. There are two details, experimental details and treatment details. So in experiment details, sesame seed variety used is JTS8 Kharif as a test subject. Sodium nitrosuproside is used as a priming agent and used as a donor for nitrogen oxide. For cadmium stress, cadmium chloride is used. In treatment detail, priming agent used is nitric oxide. Stressing agent used is cadmium, and time duration we have taken is 12 hours, 24 hours, and 36 hours. Parameter analyzed were germination percentage, germination rate, seedling radical length, plumule length, fresh weight, dry weight, and vigor index. So, sir, these are the these are the treatment details. In T0, it is water. From T2 to T4, different doses of nitric oxide is used. For T5, cadmium stress is used, and all others are related to cadmium stress and sodium nitroprusside treatment. So please let's change the slide. So there are total six tables. So from table number 1 to 6, it shows the effect of nitrogen oxide priming for different hours on seed germination percentage, germination rate, radical length, plumule length, seed fresh weight, and vigor index. In all the table, you can see the treatment 1, which is control, provide highest germination percentage, radical length, plumule length, and all other treatments, although significantly different to each other, but show lower for all the parameters corresponding to control. So please come to conclusion. So in SNP, priming under CD stress is not suitable form. Now we can conclude in sesame seed germination percentage, growth rate, seed vigor, and all other parameter was decreased, and increase in the concentration of SNP and under cadmium stress, the same effect has been triggered. Thus, or the case of sesame priming of SNP does not show any effect rather than deleterious. Although SNP has been found effective as a priming agent for several seeds, increasing germination and seedling growth, but in the case of sesame, it shows negative impact even with the cadmium stress. That effect has been enhanced. So at last, I want to conclude that for most of the seed plant, priming shows negative impact in the seed germination and seed vigor under stressed condition. But in the case of sesame, it shows negative impact even with the cadmium stress produce enhancing effect. Maybe it is because of the cadmium is itself a negative impact. Thank you, sir and ma'am, for your valuable time. Thank you to have patience.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. We will move on to next presentation.
Thank you,
by
sir.
our Aarti Kulkarni.
Pleasure
Aarti
is
Kulkarni,
mine.
are you there? Aarti Kulkarni, ma'am, are you there? Okay, I believe she is not here. So we will move on to next. Hemangi Damame.
Hello,
Aarti
sir.
Kulkarni,
I am
ma'am.
here, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Then please start presenting now.
Okay. My topic is extraction of Pandanus amylifolius by various organic solvents and its phytochemical analysis. Pandanus amylifolius is commonly known as Annapurna. Is the only species among family Pandanaceae that has fragment leaves. These leaves are often called vanilla of East due to their special vanilla-like flavor. The plant bears the same aroma principle to acetyl 1-toluene that has been reported in basmati and other scented rice. Quantitatively, the 2-AP contents are highest in these plants among the plant kingdom. Along the aromatic properties, the leaves have compounds with antiviral and antioxidant properties. The leaves are used in perfume industry and also medicinally important as dietary, cardiotonic, anti-diabetic, and for skin diseases. In material methods, first one, preparation of extract, then phytochemical analysis using different solvent in which test for total phenolic acid content, test for flavonoid content, tannin content, and vitamin assays. Then in result and discussion, the total phenolic content was estimated by using spectrophotometer. It estimated from different samples of Annapurna leaves, 42.82, 79.76, and 70.34 mg per ml of fresh or dried samples. Also, total phenolic content estimated using acetone and distilled water. But distilled water showed high result as compared to acetone, which is 140.2, 163.52, and 243.52 mg per ml of fresh oven dried and shaded dried samples. And for flavonoid content, ethanol, acetone, and distilled waters used as a solvent, in which ethanol is the best solvent for flavonoid, which gave more values like 90, 70, and 103.32 mg per ml in 3 different samples as like earlier. For tannin, distilled water is found best solvent, which gives value like 100, 120, 124, and 132 mg per ml in fresh, oven dried, and shaded dried samples. For vitamin C content found in fresh, oven dried, and shaded dried sample is 120, 80, and 140 mg per ml. For vitamin B12 riboflavin content estimated by fluorometer, the content was calculated as 97.50 mg per 100 gram. Then thymine estimation. Then atomic absorption spectroscopy, we found metal ions like Fe, which gives amount 0.7784 mg per liter, Mn 0.2304 mg per ml, Cu 0.0535 mg per ml. Zn content was 0.1267 mg per ml, and cobalt content was 0.012119 mg per ml. The conclusion, the various extraction solvents were employed to extract the polyphenolic compound from pandanus, ethanol, acetone, chloroform, and water. The total polyphenol content, total flavonoid content, and tannin content were determined in all extracts. The fresh leaves extracted from ethanol shows the highest amount to total flavonoids, while the water extract of shaded dried leaves showed the highest amount of total phenolic content. Hence, we can conclude the ethanol and water have the better capacity for extraction of phytoconstituents from the pandan leaves. The vitamin content is more in shaded dried extract, significantly not so more than fresh. The nutritionally important metal ions were estimated using atomic absorption spectroscopy. The results showed that leaves contain more amount of Fe and Cu than other tested ions. These are our future perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We can go ahead for the next presentation. Hemangi Damame.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please start presenting your
Okay, sir.
work. Please go ahead.
Am I visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Okay. So my topic is evaluation of effect of combinatorial herbal formulation in streptozotocin induced type 1 like animal model under the guidance of Professor Arvindekar ma'am in Shivaji University, Kolhapur. So what is type 1 diabetes? Type 1 diabetes is organ-specific autoimmune disease caused due to destruction of insulin producing beta cells. And this is the type 1 diabetes majorly observed in small children below the age 20. This destruction of autoimmune disease, destruction of insulin producing beta cells caused due to autoimmune attack, which involves the many cells as shown in slide. The actual mechanism involved in type 1 diabetes is shown in slide. So these type 1 diabetes is also causes the complications, that is short-term complications, long-term complications. And treatment and prevention trials available for type 1 diabetes is insulin therapy is the only one treatment available for this type 1 diabetes. And many researchers conducted their investigation to search alternative therapy for this insulin. So our research problem is currently injectable insulin is a major therapy for the treatment of type 1 diabetes, which is painful, cost prohibitive, and causes immune response and other problems. Hence, our interest is to there is a need to develop an alternative oral therapy that is easily available, cost effective, and without toxicity. So we attempted to prevent apoptosis of beta cell, regeneration of new beta cells, and use insulin mimetics by using herbal formulation. So we make these are the maternal methods used for the evaluation of effect of combinatorial herbal formulation in ceftriaxone inducer type 1 like animal model. So these are the in vivo assays, and all statistical analysis was carried out by Graphite Prism and MS Excel. So this is the design of in vivo experiment. That is, we categorize these normal male Vista rats into four groups. That is, group 1 is control rats. The second group is type 1 diabetic rat, where the ceftriaxone was used to induce type 1 diabetic rat by using the dose 55 mg per kilo per kg body weight, and ceftriaxone inducer was used for twice. The third group was insulin treated type 1 diabetic rats. As type 1 diabetes is only one treatment, that is insulin, so we use insulin as a positive control. And third group is that is herbal formulation treated rat. So all these doses were given twice a day for 30 days, as the type 1 diabetic rat could not survive beyond the 30 days. So treatment is restricted for the 30 days. So after 30 days, the rats are cervically dislocated and subjected for biochemical analysis. So the effect of our herbal formulation on body weight, serum, blood, and liver function parameters are given in table. That is, the fasting glucose level is decreased to 190 mg per dl, as well as glycated HB also decreased. So in case of herbal formulation treated rats, when as compared to type 1 diabetic rat. So overall lipid profile parameters also improved to the normals, and liver function test, that is GOT, AGPT, as increase in case of type 1 diabetic rat, where our herbal formulation treated rat shows the improvement in these enzyme levels. So the effect of combinatorial formulation on urine parameters. So all the parameters like glucose, albumin, and as are resolved to the normal when our type 1 diabetic rat treated with herbal formulation. So then we carried out the tissue antioxidant status of this tissue, liver and kidney. So we perform the superoxide dismutase
The 4
assay.
minutes are over, ma'am. Please conclude.
Okay.
The 4 minutes
So
are over,
my
ma'am.
conclusion. So these are the I want to say that our herbal formulation treatment shows the decrease in antioxidant increase in antioxidant level. So the conclusion: in your treatment with insulin mimetic, that is cinnamomum tamala, along with curcuma piper longa or piper nigrum and Tinospora cordifolia, shows the improvement in serum parameters as well as glucose levels. And these findings demonstrate that type 1 diabetic can be treated by oral herbal components that prevents the pain of multiple insulin injections, cost effective and non-toxic to on prolonged use. So this is the combinatorial therapy holds the promise for treatment of type 1 diabetes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You can stop your screen.
Okay, ma'am.
Next
Okay,
presentation is by Sharon Singh. Sharon
Yes.
Singh, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, please share your screen.
Yes.
Ma'am, please put it on the presentation mode and start presenting.
Good evening. So is the screen visible?
Ma'am, your screen is visible, but the presentation is on not presentation mode. Put it on presentation mode, ma'am.
Sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, good evening, one and all. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present my topic. My topic for today is, my name is Sharon Akansha Singh. I'm a PhD scholar from the Department of Biological Sciences, Schwartz, Prayagraj. My topic is effect of different priming treatments and durations on germination and seedling growth of okra, that is Abelmoschus esculentus seeds. We come to introduction. Seed priming is a pre-sowing treatment which leads to a physiological state that enables seed to germinate more, which was given by Lucas. Potassium chloride or calcium chloride priming improved the seedling growth as well as yield indirect seeded rice. Priming of normal or low vigor seeds improved the vigor of seedling in terms of radical length, plumule length, and the root shoot ratio and fresh weight. Okra, also known as lady's finger or bindi, belongs to the family Malvaceae and among well-known vegetative crop of India with outstanding nutritional profile. Okra seeds take approximately 10 to 12 days to germinate, even during summers. Priming may enhance germination by reducing time taken in general. Okra seeds need priming in order to enhance its germination and seedling quality parameters as well as to overcome the hindrances for its better growth. The purpose of priming is increasing germination percentage, decreasing mean of germination time, and improving growth and vigor of seedling at very wide range. It benefits the farmers if they know the maximum time length for soaking the seeds. My objective was to study the effects of osmopriming and halopriming on seed germination of okra. The material and methods were, experimental details were, there were two varieties of, namely Arca anamica and JKOH7315, and altogether there were 7 treatments and with 4 replications each with 50 seeds per replications. The treatments were first was the control, that is T0. T1 was hydropriming with distilled water for 12 hours. Then treatment 2, hydropriming with distilled water for 24 hours. Then treatment 3, halopriming with sodium chloride for 12 hours. And T4 was halopriming with sodium chloride for 24 hours. Then fifth was osmopriming with polyethylene glycol for 12 hours. And treatment 6 was, last treatment was osmopriming with polyethylene glycol for 24 hours. Parameters which were to be analyzed were germination percentage, speed of germination, shoot length, root length, seedling fresh weight. We saw that the germination percentage was maximum in case of Arca anamica, in the control also, as well as in polyethylene glycol, that is T5 treatment for 12 hours, as compared to JKOH7315. Next, the speed of germination was maximum in control in case of Arca anamica, and it was lower as compared to Arca anamica in JKOH7315. Again, polyethylene glycol with 12 hours was maximum in in Arca anamica as compared to JKOH.
Ma'am, please conclude in a minute.
Radical length was also maximum in polyethylene with polyethylene glycol treatment 5 for 12 hours in Arca anamica.
Ma'am, please conclude in a minute.
Okay, sir. So conclusion, I would like to tell you that although the treatment T5 osmopriming with polyethylene glycol for 12 hours duration was found suitable for increasing germination percentage, speed of germination, radical length, plumule length, seedling fresh weight, but none of them was found effective for reducing the time period of germination, which was from 10 to 14 days. Thank you. These are the references. Thank you, sir, for your patience.
Next presentation will be by Bipin Chandra Kalbate. Sir, are you there? Hello. Hello, participants. Am I audible? I just called. I got call from the organizers. They are asking to speed up the presentation. So now, from now, we are only having 2 minutes in our hand. So please introduce yourself and please come to the conclusion that what you have done and what you have found. So we will be going for the next presentation by Mr. Kalbande. He is not there. Okay, so next is by Dr. Aparna Yadav. Dr. Aparna Yadav, are you there? Okay, from then next is then Vedanta Bhalkar. Vedanta Bhalkar is there.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Sir, I am Sabil Ahmed Khan and I am presenting on behalf of Vedant Bhalkar.
Okay, so please share your presentation. You have only 2 minutes. Please come.
Sir, I am facing some technical issues. Can you please share your presentation, please? Sir, you can share your
That
screen.
again takes lots of time, sir. Okay. Go ahead. You have 1 minute, 2 minutes.
Sir, this is not my presentation, sir.
DB Kalbande, अच्छा Vedant Bhalkar.
Yes.
I believe this is, and I'm going to directly conclusion.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I am Sabil Ahmed Khan from Priyadarshini College of Engineering, Nagpur. And today I am here to talk to you about sustainable development of cities and why do we need them. Nowadays, half of humanity, that is 3.5 billion people, live in cities. By 2030, almost 60% of the world's population will live in urban areas. In the next few decades, 95% of this urban expansion will take place in the developing world. The world's cities occupy 3% of the Earth's land, but account for 60 to 80% of its energy consumption and for more than 70% of its carbon emissions. With these problems constantly arising, the ultimate solution to them is sustainable city development. Now, there are several things to be considered while aiming for a sustainable city, such as what sort of renewable energy sources will you use, such as hydropower, geothermal, solar, and wind energy can be used. What are the options for getting rid of trash and garbage without burying it in landfills? This can be achieved by converting waste to energy and composting, and so on. These types of problems need sustainable solutions. Importance of sustainable cities. Sustainability is more than just a simple definition. It is a way of life that benefit all interconnectedness of things and how these things can work more and more frequently. According to United Nations, 68% of the world's population will live in urban areas by 2050. Thus, the goal of making cities sustainable areas where the vast majority of the world's population calls home is an important one. A sustainable city is a system composed of many.
Your conclusion is better.
Okay, sir. I would like to conclude by saying that a sustainable city is meant for improving the citizens' quality of life, strengthening and diversifying the economy while prioritizing environmental sustainability through adoption of smart solutions.
Okay, thank you very much. So
thank you,
we will go ahead for the next presentation. It is by Jasti Murthy. Jasti Murthy is there. Okay, the next presentation is by Palash Thakre. Palash Thakre is there?
Yes, sir.
Please present your screen.
Yes, sir. Wait a second. Yes, sir. Is it my screen visible to you?
Yes, it is visible. You have 2 minutes to present your work.
Good evening, all. Myself, Palash Manoj Thakre, Department of Biochemistry, Kamla Nehru College, Nagpur. Today, I am presenting seminar on review on vitamin C and its role as an immune booster. Friend, as we all know that nutrition is an ability of a creature to eat food and use its to component to fuel the growth and development. This process reveals that the health of any individual depends upon his or her diet, the substance which are necessary to control biochemical process called as nutrients. This includes carbohydrate, lipid, protein, vitamin, minerals, water, etc. Each and each biomolecules and vitamins, minerals itself has a specific function. We know all about that. Vitamins have a lot of functioning in the body, includes daily body functioning, and most importantly for the energy processing in the cell. It has been studied that vitamins strengthen the immune system of our body. Each vitamin has a specific function and can act as an immune booster. It is also noted that vitamin C is one of the biggest immune booster of all. So
you have less than a minute. Conclude your presentation.
Yes, sir. So vitamin C has a various property, just like that. Vitamin C is a water soluble. Due to the water solubility, it has a 3 functional group, that is hydroxyl, carbonyl, and ether. So conclusion is that vitamin C is an essential part of skin health, both small and molecular weight, having a different types of factor collagen synthesis. As we all know that vitamin C is a water soluble vitamin because it has a functional group, that is carbonyl group, OH group, which is water soluble because it has a tendency to lose their electrons with respect to the water, and hence it is water soluble. Vitamin C applied to the skin can encourage the new collagen to grow. It has the ability to promote the differentiation in the keratinocyte, decrease melanin synthesis, leading to antioxidant protection against UV light.
Thank you, Palash. Your time is up. You got the conclusions from that.
Okay, sir.
We can move
yes,
forward
sir.
next presentation. You can stop your screen. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So next presentation is by Vaishali Badvaik. Ms. Vaishali Badvaik, are you there, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here.
Please start sharing
Yes,
your
sir. I'm
presentation.
here. Yes, sir. Sir, I cannot share the screen until.
I think you can now.
Okay, fine.
Time हो गया बोल.
Is it visible, sir? Is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes, it is. You can go ahead.
Very good evening to all the present over here. Myself, Dr. Vaishali, G. Boyer College, Selu, District Bihar. First of all, introducing my topic, that is predatory behavior of ants with respect to the biological control. And this work is carried out in the agricultural field of the Wardha district. So Wardha is included in the Vidarbha region, having incredible agricultural field, and the important crop fields are soybean, maize, gram, wheat, PGNP, cotton, and it is infested by the number of insect pests and decline the productivity. So we are not considering here all the pests, and some of the lepidopteran larvae can be eradicated by introducing the ant in the crop field and can eradicate the pest, increase the productivity of the crop. So the significance behind the study is with the reduce the chemical pesticide input in agricultural system and research evaluating the ability of general ant species to control the pest insect, that is must be so we established the ant colony and to improve the soil quality and increase the soil nutrients here.
I acknowledge the farmers of agricultural field of Wardha to allow to do this experiment. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am, to be so precise for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Our next presentation will be by Dr. B. Malesh Reddy.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, sir. Ma'am, please stop sharing your screen.
Yes, I'm stopping my share. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Dr. Reddy, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, very good evening to all. This is Malesh Reddy, Assistant Professor in Botany at Sri Shivaji Arts, Commerce and Science College, Rajura. Sir, is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Yeah, okay, sir. I am working on the biodiversity of Chandrapur district, and this paper is from my work, Phytoplankton diversity of a perennial lake of Bamanwada village, Chandrapur district of Maharashtra state. So directly I am going to material and method. This is the location map of the working site, the lake of Bamanwada village. This is the satellite image of Bamanwada lake, which is present at the coordinates of 19.788772 longitude and 79.385335 latitude. This is the image of the lake. The water of the lake is used for the irrigation purpose and for the cultivation of Trapanatans. This plant is grown for the for its edible fruit. The lake shows great diversity of phytophytes and also encompasses the suitable environment for the birds. Present work is carried out for a period of 2 constituent years from 2019 to 21. Samples were collected from 4 corners of the lake between 8 AM to 10 AM during February, May, August, and November months. From every site, 50 liters of surface water was collected with a bucket and a collection net made up of bolting silk. The samples were preserved in 4% formaldehyde, and then photography was done with the help of Koslab trinacular microscope. The isolated algal tags have been identified with the help of standard literature, and the names are validated with international database, that is algae base. So my observations are, while present investigation, total 65 taxa have been isolated and identified successfully, and the details of observed taxa and their microphotographs are presented here. So these are the algae of Microcystis, Aphanocopsa, Coilosporium, Mexocercina, and Trichodesmium from Cyanophyceae. And this is Pediastrum, Stauridium, and 3 species of Tetrahedron. Then Chloridium, Chlorella, Oocystis, Nephrodium, Nephrocitium, and Oonephrys from the Chlorophyceae Chlorococcales group. And these are Dictospirium species, Ehrenbergia, Reniforme, Indicum, Pulchellum, and Lutans and Vestella botryoides. And these are the species of Ankystodesmus, Kirchneria, and Selanastrum. These are some images of algae of Villia, Senedesmus, and Tetralanthos. Yeah, sir. These are only few slides are there. These are the algae from algae of Euglena, then Phacus, Tachylomonas, Coelastrum, Gonium, and Fusola. And these are some Xanthophyceae members and diatoms. The perennial lake of Bamanwada shows great diversity of phytoplanktons. A total of 65 taxa have been isolated and identified from this lake. The isolated taxa belongs to 43 genera, 18 families, and 8 classes. Present work adds significant data to the biodiversity of the district, state, and the country. Thank you very much. And these are some references which are cited for the present work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we move on to next presentation. It is by Ms. Karuna Gandhi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please
I'm
go
sharing
ahead.
the screen. Yes. Very good. Good evening to one and all the present participants in this international conference. My topic is my topic is recycler of organic waste, Hermetia illusions, which is a new boon for sustainable future. Yes, these are my contents. This fly belongs to the order Diptera, family Stratiomidae. This fly is very minute, like about 16 mm long. These fly larvae are voracious feeders and used for composting household food scraps and for agricultural waste products. This fly farming helps for bio-waste management and can solve the problem, food problem of aquaculture, poultry, piggery, etc. This is the life cycle of this fly, which continues only within 1 month. And these are the rearing method of my black soldier fly. So this fly, when it is converted into pre-pupa stage, it gain a biomass that is about 37 to 63% protein and 15 to 49% fats. And the larval stages of this fly are capable to bioconvert any organic waste like fruit waste, vegetable waste, livestock manure waste, farm waste. Not only this, but animal slaughterhouse waste also. So these are the objectives of my study. These are the material methods, and these are the bioconversion parameters by which I have calculated the bioconversion parameters when this fly feed on the waste. So these are my results, where I got waste reduction percent of 87.5% in batch 1, which was fed on waste fish, and waste reduction percent 85% when I fed it on the waste chicken. And these are the bioconversion rate and the feed conversion rate. These are the result when I calculated the nutrient parameters. So crude protein was 42.89% in batch 1. And
kindly conclude now.
Yes, sir. So these are the results I got. And in conclusion, so these BSF larvae biomass conversion values showed that these larvae are most efficient to convert these two types of waste in a short period of only 14 days and gain a protein, fat, and several nutrients. And because of good nutritional value of this larvae, high reproductive potential of the fly, low water and space requirement, ability to feed on several organic waste, and less environmental impact, these insects are the future for the livestock feed to help to develop sustainable future. These are the references I used for this experiment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation. We will move on to next
Thank you,
presentation. Aparna Durge, ma'am.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Hello,
Please
can you hear me,
sharing.
sir?
Please start
Yes,
sharing.
sir, I'm sharing my presentation. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
Please explain what you did and please conclude the thing.
Yes, so hello everyone. This is Aparna Durge from Gurman College of Science, Ballabur, and my topic is plant-based metal nanoparticles and their anti-obesity applications. So this is a review-based article, so I am speedily going towards the next slides. Now, these are the existing treatments for obesity, where you can use various pharmaceutical drugs in combination with surgeries. Also, you can also change your lifestyle, like waking up earlier in the morning, walking, cycling, like these physical activities. Also, you can develop good healthy eating habits to decrease the obesity problems. Then this is the core element of my topic, that is metal nanoparticles. And plant-derived metal nanoparticles is what I am going to work upon. Now, here the plant constituents are utilized as ligands or capping agents for coating the metal nanoparticles. And these plant-derived metal nanoparticles have phytoconstituents, and this can be targeted directly to the tissue systems. So this is one of the results which is presented here, where they used the Dendrophanax mortifera, and the plant extract derived nanoparticles were found so much effective against obesity. So here you can see that in a pathway, when receptor activated integration of nanoparticle is taking place, and this is actually down-regulating all the factors, transcription factors, which are involved in the synthesis of fats or adipogenesis. So this is the again next promising result, which was got using another plant known as Salacia chinensis, and the gold nanoparticles were derived, which were seen that they decreases BMI, inflammatory markers, and adipose index in rats. So these are the liver histology of rats, where first group is control, where they were fed on normal diet. Then in a second group, they were fed on high fat diet. Then in third group, they were fed 10 milligram per kg nanoparticles body weight. And in fourth group, cases, they were treated with 20 kg per kg of nanoparticles. And the results obtained were so much promising in a sense that the factor known as AMP activated protein kinase in a phosphorylated form, which is the active form of this factor, is getting increased. So you can see the results. This is the Western blot results. Here you can see the increase in the concentration of activated protein kinase enzyme. So I'm planning on a similar note to get the results, and I'm planning to synthesize nanoparticles, wherein I will be using some of the plants like Rakia tinctoria, which is widely present in my area, that is Kachapur. Then also Amorphophilus plant would be used, and Sitaphilum carylis I'm planning to use, and I'm going to conduct the study. So this was all from my end, as I am so much at the beginning of my research work. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. All the best for your work.
Thank you
for completing in 2 minutes. You can stop sharing your screen. Next presentation is by Shraddha Juare. Shraddha
Yes,
Juare,
sir.
ma'am, are you there?
Yes, sir. On behalf of Shraddha Juare, I myself, Saurav Ramteke, present.
Please start sharing, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Just wait a minute.
Tension free. Not cosmetic.
Sir, please share
Hello.
quickly.
Hello. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just wait a minute.
Yes, we can see your presentation. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, everyone present here, respected teachers and all my dear friends. My name is Saurabh Rajendra Ramteke. On behalf of from chemical engineering, studying in Priyadashini College of Engineering. We are increasing. Our topic is sustainable productivity and consumption. So we are increasingly polluting our waterways and vehicle uses in a projected to increasing by 40% in 2020 as per reports. If we have crave a healthy lifestyle, so we should have do that. The carbon tile phenomena, where we can collect the carbon from different factories and making process is quite simple. Carbon tiles are made up using hydraulic press instead of being buried. Energy required to make a carbon tile is 1/5 of the vitrified tiles to make energy efficient. While the heavy remove first and the natural material like marble derivate to craft the carbon tiles. While the phenomena is taking place, according to the IPCC, we need to reduce our greenhouse gases emission in 2050 by up to 70% of a current level to have a resources probability to stay below 2-degree limit of a global temperature. So we should do that. For that, impact is nothing but the product of the parameter population into consumption into production. So while controlling the consumption and production, we can conclude that for sustainable and consistent shopping should be definitely helps in responsible consumption. We can revise the idea for differentiate between the wants and needs. For solution is quite simple for consuming less as per needs by responsibilities. So through that, within 2 minutes, I hope that I conclude my point and I express myself more informative. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. You can stop sharing your screen. The
Okay,
next
sir.
presentation
Just a
will
bit.
be from by Nandu Hidulkar. Nandu Hidulkar, sir, are there? Nandu Hidulkar.
Hello, sir. I am Vishnu. Can I present, sir?
We are waiting for Nandu Hidulkar. Okay, the next presentation will be by Dr. Nasir Mohammed. Dr. Nasir Mohammed, are you there?
Yes, yes.
Sir, please share your
yes, I am
screen. You
here
have
only.
2
I am
minutes.
sharing my screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. Is it visible, my screen?
Yes, sir, almost. Yes, sir,
Okay,
now it
okay.
is
Very good
completely
evening to
visible.
all of you. I am just presenting my results on Pterocarpus marsupium. What is the status of this species in the tropical deciduous forest of Madhya Pradesh? I am from TFRA Jabalpur, and I'm a forestry researcher. We all know the importance of this species. You may have seen this species in your area also. It is excellent timber ranked after the teak and rosewood. Also, it is known for its anti-diabetic property. It contains the pterostibulin and marsupial, which have better effect than the metmorphin in controlling the hyperglycemia. And this species is enlisted as vulnerable in IUCN Red List. So we decided to check what is its status in the forest of Madhya Pradesh. And for this, we laid out the sample plots in different forest divisions of Madhya Pradesh and monitored the status of seedlings, sapling, adults over the period of 4 years. These are our study sites, which falls under different forest divisions. We also recorded the various disturbance parameters like movement of cattle, disturbances by peoples residing in forest fringe areas, and forest fire, and seen and correlated their effect on the seedling density in our sample plots, so that we can suggest some conservation strategy for the forest department. And what we have found that these are some pictures of the study, and we have found that sapling stage is completely absent in our sample plots. Sapling is the middle stage, and seedling, sapling, and adult should be present in the natural forest to say the species in good condition. So it corroborates its status as a vulnerable. Secondly, seedling density is also very low. And when we plotted these disturbance factors against our seedling density, and what we found that weed infestation has the major effect on its regeneration, and it's preventing the conversion of seedling to sapling, followed by the lopping and cutting of the branches by the people residing in forest fringe areas, and then livestock and human population. So what we have communicated to the forest department that first, this weed infestation is the major effect, which preventing the seedling from converting to sapling, and it is dying at seedling stage only. Secondly, sapling stage is completely absent, so we need to undertake the assisted natural regeneration in its natural ranges, so this species can survive for the future generations. And we also requested forest department to include the taller seedlings in their plantation programs, in their major plantation programs like Haryali Prasar Yojana, National Afforestation Program, so that somehow we can save this species for the future generation. So we have communicated this advisory to the forest department, and this is all from my side. Hope I have completed in 2 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We will move on to next presentation. That is by Mr. Shri M.B. Honuri.
Yes, sir. Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Sir, please share your screen.
Yes, sir. Sir, is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, sir, it is visible. Please
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead, sir.
Sir. Sir, my topic is ethno-medicinal uses of some of the plants of the village of Arku Valley, Mandal of Visakhapatnam district. So, definition of ethnobiology. Ethnobiology is the scientific study of the way living things are treated or used by different human cultures. It studies the dynamic relationship between people, data, and the environments from the distant to the immediate present. It has 3 subdisciplines: ethnobotany, ethnogeology, and ethnoecology, sir. So my voice is audible, sir? Hello?
Hello, your voice is clear, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, sir.
You
Sir.
have only 1 minute, sir. Please.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Data collection. Data has been collected through documentation from community health knowledge holders, including healers, doing transit walks, focus group discussions, and individual interviews. Ethnometric data of tribals of Virgan village were collected during the year 2018. A total of 123 species belonging to 118 genera and 53 angiosperm families were used in traditional medicine to cure different diseases. Some of the ethnometric plants used by the tribals are as follows. So the first one is aggravating coronavirus illness from exclusive parts use news. So these news are used for itching purpose to cure itching. Equal quantities of leaves and turmeric are grinded into paste and mixed with triple the quantity of coconut oil, boiled and applied on the infected areas. Next one is albizia lilac, a blood family fabaceae, and leaves are used to cure the night blindness. And Cleum Ganedra, so leaves are used to cure the paralysis. 3 to 5 drops of leaf juice is poured into the opposite ear of the paralytic part. If right ear is affected, it is poured into the left ear and vice versa. And next one is Pyrodendrum senatum. So the roots of this plant is used to cure rheumatism. Roots paste applied on the affected areas for rheumatism. So next one is Leptodynia reticulata, and the leaf of this plant is used to cure the eczema and the scabies. Loose paste is applied on the affected areas. Rubia cordifolia, the tubers of this plant used to cure the jaundice. Tuber grinded into paste with that of Mirabilis chelapa and made into pills. Each pill is administered orally with water on empty stomach. Daily thrice, and Petacocca olivinus is Ignace family Asclepidaceae. The leaves of this plant is used for snake bite. Handful of tender leaves are crushed and eaten to get vomiting and also act as an antidote. The next one is Sascadia teracea, Ignace family Apocynaceae. It is used to cure ringworm and scabies. And Caesaredia elliptica, this is used to leaf paste is applied over the bone fracture areas.
Please conclude, sir. Please.
Sir. So like this, so we have collected the data from the villages, and so we have compiled the data, and so it is a part of the people going to research, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We will move on to next presentation. It is by G. Sham Supreet. Honori, sir, please stop your sharing your screen, sir. G. Sham Supreet is there? I believe he is not. Sanchita Khanna.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, please start sharing your presentation.
Sir. Okay, sir, just give me a minute.
You have only 2 minutes to explain your research. Please.
Okay, sir.
Advice.
Okay, sir. Okay. My screen is visible to you, sir?
Not yet, ma'am.
Just a minute, sir. Now it is visible?
Almost.
Okay, sir.
Yes, now it is visible. Okay. Go ahead, ma'am. You have 2 minutes. Please be.
Hi, myself Sanchita. I'm a clinical dietitian by profession. Today, I'm going to present my topic, that is low risk perception of diabetes and impediment to achievement of Sustainable Development Goal Target 3.4. Sustainable Development Goal Target 3.4 aims to reduce 1/3 premature mortality from non-communicable disease by 2030. Diabetes is a major public health problem, and more than 57% of type 2 diabetes cases remain undiagnosed. Engagement in disease preventive action depend on individual perception for disease susceptibility. The study was planned to assess diabetes risk perception in university teaching staff from Vadodara, Gujarat. All the teaching staff were emailed the link of self-administered questionnaire Google form. About 194 non-diabetic subjects completed the questionnaire, and appropriate statistical analysis was done on the collected information. We observed that approx 57% of subjects perceive themselves to be at no to low risk of diabetes based on their lifestyle habits, and
on the basis of the family history. When we ask the subjects, are you worried about developing type 2 diabetes in your lifetime? It was worrisome to know that approx 45.7% of subjects were not worried to develop diabetes in their lifetime. And however, majority of subjects, approximately 3.8%, were planning to make changes in their lifestyle. When we ask them, are you planning to make changes in your lifestyle? In conclusion, we can say that the risk perception of diabetes is low and chances of taking preventive action will be on lesser side. There is urgent need to improve awareness about diabetes and its risk factors in general population in order to promote more accurate perception of risk of developing diabetes. Nutrition health education need to be imparted to sensitize and encourage people to make healthy lifestyle choices which may aid in prevention of development of diabetes and its associated complication. Effective innovative education modules need to be developed to generate awareness about diabetes and its sequelae. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your precise presentation. You can stop sharing your screen, ma'am. We will go for the next presenter,
Okay,
Jayendra Raut.
Just a minute, sir.
Jayendra Raut, are you there, Mr. Jayendra Raut? Okay, we will move ahead. Shilpa Madke, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Please start sharing your presentation, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Sir, is it visible, sir?
Not yet.
Is it visible?
No, not yet, ma'am. Dear participants, we are on very few presentations are remaining. Please be there in the meeting. Kindly do not leave.
Hello.
I'm sharing, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Your mobile screen is visible now.
Is it visible, sir, now?
Yes, now it is visible. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Be on conclusion.
Okay, sir. I'm Shilpa Madke. My topic is cost-effective protocol for seed germination in few tree species, a guide for smallholder sapling producers. As we know, demand for wood is increasing day by day in India and worldwide. Forest not only provide us timber, food, medicine, but it also gives an employment to a large section of rural India. But the main problem in tree seed is hard seed coat. During my research work, I have used so many methods and techniques for breaking seed dormancy and few successful methods. Now I am applying in commercial production of saplings. The trees selected for this work are commercially important: Emlica officinalis, Dilonix regia, and Cassia fistula. We have procured seeds from local market. Then we gave a small incision to seed to imbibe water. Then we kept seed for pre-soaking in hot water followed by cold water for 48 hours. Then we used plastic trays for sowing seeds. We also used paper cups. After 10 to 12 days, we have observed homogeneous seed germination. Then developed seed we have transferred to these black polythene bags, and this is how we developed saplings. Then
we used to sell this sapling to nursery or small scale producers. Conclusion and recommendation is of this work is this method is very feasible and cost effective. Survival rate of sapling is almost 100%, and this method would help or useful for smallholder producers and can be used even for large scale propagation of trees. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. We will move for the next presentation. Abha Manapure. Abha
Hello,
Manapure,
sir.
are you there?
Hello, sir.
Hidulkar sir,
Hello.
please, you have to wait, sir.
Huh?
Hidulkar sir, you have to wait. Abha Manapure, are you there?
Huh, sir. Sir, my PPT is ready. I'm waiting,
Sir,
sir.
your chance is gone, but I will ask jury to.
Sir, there was
take
network problem, so I could not present.
Sir, let me just go with the sequence first. Abha Manapure, are you
Okay,
there?
sir. Okay,
Abha
sir. Thank you.
Manapure. I think Abha Manapure is not able to contact. Okay. So, Shri Vishnu Murthy, can you present your presentation? Murthy sir. Shri Vishnu Murthy sir. Okay, we are not able to contact Shri Vishnu Murthy sir also. So again, okay, Vishnu Murthy sir's presentation is there. Sir, please unmute yourself. Shri Vishnu Murthy sir, please unmute yourself.
Sir.
Shri Vishnu Murthy sir, please unmute yourself. So we are not able to hear you, sir. So we are not able to hear, sir. We have to go ahead. Hidulkar sir, can you present?
Hello, sir.
Hidulkar sir, please.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Please.
I'm sharing.
Okay.
I'm sharing.
Sir, be fast, sir, please.
Huh, sir.
Hidulkar sir, please fast. Please be fast. Otherwise, I have to go ahead.
Hello, sir.
Murthy sir, we are not able to hear you properly, sir.
Hello, sir. I am audible now.
Very badly, sir. So we are not able to hear you clearly, sir.
1 minute,
There must
sir.
be
1
a very big problem there on your part regarding the network. Hidulkar sir is also not able to present his presentation. I got the
Hello, sir.
request.
Sir, hello, sir. I am audible now.
You are audible, sir.
Sir, I will share my.
Sir, instead of sharing, sir, can you just give your conclusion that because sharing is taking time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will conclude, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, sir. Respected delegates, I am here to present my poster on biological parameters of trichogrammated bacteria on different host eggs. I have read different host eggs like Coursera cephalonica and Spodoptera lutra, Pectinophora gossypiella, and Helicoverpa armigerata. On these different eggs, I have released Trichogramma bacteria for different observational parameters like percent parasitization, egg larval period, and pupal period, total development period, and total life cycle, and also male and female ratio.
So what is your
On all these
main finding?
conclusions? Yes, sir. My main finding is Coursera cephalonica is the best host for mass multiplication of Trichogramma bacteria, and also and it was a control check. Coursera cephalonica host X was, but Pectinophora is very best for field release to control the Trichogramma bacteria was a good host for Pectinophora gossypiella to control the pink bollworm, sir. That is my finding.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Hidulkar sir is not able to be contacted. Abha ma'am, Abha Manapure, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Please, if you can share, please share it, and please be precise. Please tell us your main findings.
Okay, sir. Sir, 1 second, sir. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
How can I help? And sir, is my screen is visible?
Yes, it is visible. Please tell your title and please come to conclusion.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. My presentation topic is characterization of phosphate and zinc solubilizing bacteria from rhizosporic soil of paddy fields. So here the PGPR bacteria means they are present in the rhizosporic area.
Please come on conclusion, ma'am. What are your findings, please, ma'am?
Actually, sir, in my study, we got phosphorus, and we actually done the phosphate solubilization test and zinc solubilization test. Here, in my field, we isolated the two bacterial species, the Bacillus mojavensis and Bacillus subtilis. They are zinc and phosphate solubilizers. So that we can use them as a potential bioinoculants for the plant growth and development. Here there are some diseases. The deficiency of phosphorus and zinc causing some diseases to different types of plants. Here's the slide. Are you visible the slide, sir? Hello.
Yes, we can see the slides. Please continue.
Yes, here's the Khera disease of rice and citrus. They are actually the deficiency disease of phosphorus and zinc. If the soil is deficient with the phosphorus and zinc, then we can use the zinc solubilizing bacteria and phosphate solubilizing bacteria as a bioinoculant or as a biofertilizer for the plants. We
okay, ma'am.
So here my conclusion is, and here's the result. This is the picovascuous agar plate and tris mineral salt agar plates for the phosphate and zinc solubilization test. So here's the some references.
Okay,
and thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. We have one more entry from the life sciences part. Charuta Gole, ma'am, can you share your screen? Charuta Gole, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I'm sharing my screen.
Ma'am, as you know, please be precise.
Yes, sure. Sure, sir.
Please tell us your title and please come on conclusion.
Yes.
And the last presentation will be by Pallavi Pantane ma'am. Pantane ma'am, please be ready with that.
गाडी लॉक आहे का माझा हे कर
Sir, are you able to view the screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Your title, please,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yeah. Yes. My topic is current threat status of endemic Iliocarpus taxa from the Western Ghats of India.
Okay, ma'am. Please go for the conclusion.
Yes, sure. So basically, Western Ghats in Sri Lanka are biodiversity hotspots, and it is home to some non-equatorial tropical evergreen forests, where few endemic tree species are precisely found. Iliocarpus is one such genus which has been known for highly endemic species. So this is the distribution of Iliocarpus around the world. In relation to Western Ghats, there are 10 species, out of which 5 species are endemic and are listed as endangered by IUCN. So most of the species need update in IUCN status because the assessment is more than 20 years old. In 1998, they were assessed. Rest of the 5 have not been studied for their threat status, and so these are the IUCN assessment criteria, of which very few have been used by Indian researchers. Categories like criteria like B and D are generally used because we lack the population size estimation data. In particular, speaking about the tree species, the trees have longer generation time, and so having their regeneration and population size estimation is really a tough task. So in order to go for that, prediction models which use geographic and climatic data for projected estimation of population size is the need of the hour. So like this, I have completed assessing Iliocarpus gausseni and Iliocarpus venustus. So gausseni has been published in the IUCN. It has been categorized as critically endangered. Venustus is also categorized as critically endangered, and it is accepted for publication. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your concise presentation. Last presentation is by Pallavi Pantanila.
Yes, sir. I'm
there? Yes,
audible, sir.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Please share your presentation. And as you know, please tell us about your title and go for the conclusion directly.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Thavare.
Yes, sir.
These names are included in the list.
These names are sent by the organizing committee. Only this presentation is the last presentation.
Just 1 minute. See, there are so many participants in the group. Now they are asking for permission for presenting in the conference. You check the chat box. Okay, you can't just arbitrarily select some of the names and then you just put into them, and the others should be denied. It's not that.
Allow him to present.
I cannot do that, sir. I will not be doing that, but just by arbitrarily picking anyone. The names have been given me by the organizing committee.
By the organizing committee should take the other names also into consideration. You check the chat box. There are so many people waiting and they are still here.
Yes, sir. If the organizing committee allow me to,
and then another thing, here in the list, these names are not there. Now, how we will score? The names are not
that question can be answered by Dr. Somkuar and Mr. Rahul Kambre. I cannot answer that question, sir, because
then you ask them to talk here. On the
order are coming from above, sir. I cannot do that. Order are coming from above, sir. So if the jury suggests, then I can end the presentation also right now.
No, why you would end the presentation? There are so many people waiting in the queue for presentation.
I definitely know, sir, but the names are coming from the organizing committee. I'm just the host, sir.
Then you
There
tell
is nothing
me
in my hands, sir.
how do we score them? The new names who are coming, who are just whom you are
I am unable to
here,
answer that,
how
sir.
do you just score their performance?
Your question will be answered by Dr. Somkur and Dr. Rahul Kamble, sir. I cannot answer that, sir.
You are talking absurd. You know, you ask them to be present here.
How can I ask, sir? They are my superiors, sir.
How do we score them?
Sir, that is the out. I cannot answer that, sir. That can be answered by those people, sir. Pantana ma'am, your presentation is the last one, I believe. Please
yes,
go
sir.
ahead, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to one and all. I am Ms. Pallavi Pantavne. The topic of my presentation is green synthesis of selenium nanoparticle from moringa leaf and its antimicrobial effect. So
Ma'am, please come on conclusion, ma'am.
Yes, sir. So as we know that the current medicines are revolutionary and treating the diseases like diabetes, heart-related cancer diseases, but the problem is associated with the size of the disease particles, drug particles. So the limitation for the current medicines, there is like, for example, the cancer treatment and the developing new antibiotic resistant strains. So these are the challenges for the scientific community to develop new strategies and new potential therapeutic molecules having this treatment capacity. So the gap between the current medicine and the new medicine, it can be filled by the nanoparticle, which can be synthesized using the nanotechnology. So nanoparticles have a potential to overcome this drawback and have, because of their size, as the size decreases, the application part is increases. There is a conventional method to synthesize nanoparticles are physical chemical method, but they have a drawback because it involves costly chemicals and toxicity towards the environment, and it can be overcome by the green synthesis method, which use the biological components like plant, bacteria, fungus. So green synthesis is relatively new and innovative approach to synthesize the nanoparticles, and there is a need to explore this area. With this aim, we synthesize the selenium nanoparticle. Selenium have a various medicinal properties, and we use a moringa leaf having also of traditional medicinal properties. So we synthesize the selenium nanoparticle using moringa leaf, and the result we got, the UV absorption showed the conformation of selenium nanoparticle synthesized. The FTR analysis showed the phenolic group has a stronger ability to bind with the selenium particles, and it acts as a capping agent as well as the stabilizing agent. The X-ray diffraction analysis showed the selenium nanoparticle having the size 63 nanometer, which is calculated by the Debye-Scherer equation. And the scanning electron microscope images show the spherical selenium nanoparticle synthesized. So, and the antibacterial antifungal activity show the significant results against the gram-positive bacteria like E. faecalis and S. aureus and gram-negative bacteria. So, green synthesis, we successfully synthesized the selenium nanoparticle using the green synthesis, which is eco-friendly, environment-friendly, non-toxic way to synthesize the particles, and selenium showed the significant antibacterial, antifungal activity. This is the conclusion of my study. Thank you, giving me chance to present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for all the participants for presenting their hard work in this hastily organized conference. We do understand that you want to elaborately present your hard work, but due to the time constraints, we have to be concise regarding this. I express my regret for any mishaps happened during this session. I hope the participants will understand. I, on the behalf of the Dr. Ambedkar College, wish you all the best for your future endeavors. Thank you very much. Thank you.
If anyone left for the presentation, we may call them.
So we should stop now, I think. Dongre sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anyone?
Wait, just Dr. Dongre, Utpal.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There are three participants in the chat box. They are requesting for presentation.
Yes, yes, yes. We can.
Sir, hello, sir. Sir, what's about, sir, chemical science, sir?
Chemical science, we are not handling those presentations, madam. We are just handling the life.
Sir, we are waiting here, sir.
Madam, for that you have to go to a different link for chemical sciences.
Yes,
and it is a link, this is basically for life science only.
Okay. Dr. Utpal.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There is one, his name is Suraj Adole. Okay.
Yes, sir. Suraj, sir, you may present.
And then Mr. Praveen Bagade.
Yes, and Vivek Jete is also there.
Another guy is there, another person is also there.
Yes, Suraj Adore, sir, please start your presentation. Yes, yes.
Sir, is it
And
visible, sir?
Yes, sir, visible
Another
and
guy is
audible.
here, his name is Swapnil Yadav.
Yes, sir, we'll allow everyone to present their work.
So here is my topic. Thank you, sir, for giving me chance to deliver my presentation. Cytotoxic study of PLGA encapsulated annona muric extract as a potent anti-cancerous compound. So here is the introduction. So we already know about that cancer is already known that it is a complex disease in which the cells are uncontrollable growth and spread in all over the body. So there are multiple therapies that develop to treat the cancer diseases like kinase inhibitor, liposome for the target of the drug delivery system, and variable of the antibodies and target immunoreceptor. So we are going.
Sir,
Okay, sir.
Sir, you will have to complete all these things
Okay,
within 3 minutes. Okay.
Okay, sir. So we are going to PLGA, polyester, as a copolymer of polylactic acid and the polyglycolic acid as the best biomaterial available for the drug delivery with respect to design and performance. So this is a material and methodology. So we are synthesize PLGA nanoparticle with crude ethylene extract. Then after that we grow the cell line of MDA MB231, which is a breast cancer cell line. So we treat the sample with we treat with the test compound like plate to incubate an observer under the microscope, see the cell was properly grown or not, and then we will prepare the sample, then apply an annexin. Okay, sir. So this is the observation that the test sample was added into the well plate in various concentration of the plate was kept for the incubation for 1 day before incubation image. So this is sample of the ethylene acetate. This is a cancerous cell, and this is an encapsulated ethyl acetate extract cell. And this is a water extract treatment cell. So this is a result. So from the following picture, it can be easily seen that the cell treated with encapsulated ethyl acetate extract has undergo apoptosis in large quantity than the cell treated without encapsulated ethyl extract. So this is my conclusion that the encapsulated ethyl extract is highly efficient in causing the cell death. In case of without encapsulation, water extract is more apoptosis is observed in causing the cell goes in the apoptosis. Thank you for giving me chance.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. And Vivek Jede, sir, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes,
sir. Please share
Am I
your
audible, sir?
presentation. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
I am sharing my presentation.
Yes. Sir, please complete within 3 minutes.
Okay, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Let him say.
But sir, please.
Sir.
Okay, sir. Yes, yes. You are now sharing. Vivek, sir, you are now sharing your screen. Yes, sir. Got it, sir. Visible? Yes, sir. It is visible and you are audible, sir. Yes. Please go ahead, sir. Okay, sir. Here is my topic that is effect of plant extract against particular phytopathogens. Here we take the leaf extract of Plua aspera against the pathogenic fungi. These are my fungi and one bacteria that is Pseudomonas. So it is the picture of that plant. Here is the fungi problem, which is associated with wilting of banana, tomato, etc. And also the penicillium problem that is with the blue mold of that is lemon. Then aspergillus problem. Then there is Pseudomonas problem. So we take the leaves of Lucia aspera and prepared the extract, then go for antimicrobial activity with different strategies. Then we find that the Pseudomonas aeruginosa do not have any inhibition with this leaf extract, but we find that the fungal pathogens has the actual inhibition with maximum effect in aspergillus, that is about the 3 mm inhibition. So here is the application of the study, that is the formation of biopesticide, formation of insecticide, and formation of potential nanoparticles using this extract. Here are my references, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to present my Thank you so much, sir. presentation. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes, thank you, sir. Anyone else who want to present their work? Anyone else?
Sir, this is
Hello.
Swapnil Jadhav.
Swapnil Jadhav, sir. Okay, okay. You can share your presentation, sir.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible and your PPT is also visible.
My presentation on microstrip patch antenna to improve performance and emphasis research in communication field. Basically, we know that antenna is a transducer. Antenna is a transducer which convert electrical signal into electromagnetic wave and electromagnetic wave into electrical signals. Then microstrip antenna consists radiating patch on one side of dielectric substrate which has ground plane on other side. A figure shows top view and side view of microstrip antenna. It is some dielectric substrate and its property. Then it is a types of microstrip antenna. There are some simulation softwares for antenna, and this research is needed for based on worldwide application for better coverage at low cost, for better energy efficiency at low cost, for better connectivity at low cost, for better signal quality, for better cancellation, for interference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Anyone
Hello.
else?
Hi, hello. I am Praveen Bagde.
Okay, sir. Please share your PPT, sir.
I am Praveen Bagde. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. You are audible, but your PPT is not visible. Sir, please share your screen. You are reading Praveen Bagde's screen. Sir, please share your PPT.
I'm sharing share. Now visible?
Yes, visible, sir.
I am Praveen Bagde from the Department of Electronics, Shivaji University. I am doing PhD under the guidance of the S.S. Shinde sir. My research topic, my presentation topic is CMOS compatible surface acoustic wave device for wireless communication using FEM-based simulations. So this is a SWOT device mostly used in the mobile phones, and it is a composer of the stack of the materials in the at the base. The substrate is a silicon substrate, and upper material is a piezoelectric layer, and on that there is a IDT structures. Traditional people use the lithium niobate, lithium tantalate, and quartz are the piezoelectric material. But to achieve the quality of the device, some researchers go into the thin film technology like zinc oxide, aluminum nitrate, lead zirconate. So this is designed for the SWOT device for the 915 megahertz. So people's up to now the peoples have done the work basically like the top ID structure. That is the first one is a substrate material. Next one is a piezoelectric material, maybe the lithium niobate, maybe the zinc oxide, maybe the aluminum nitrate, and top of the IDT materials. So my novelty in this work is that I have to use the buried IDT structure, and from that I got this simulation work in the COMSOL multiphysics, and I get these results. From I show that this structure is nothing but the buried IDT structure, and I improve the electromechanical coupling coefficient. That is, we can minimize the loss of that device. Second, I achieve the phase velocity of that device. That is, I got the phase velocity is the 4,234 meter per second as compared to the traditional structure. So by using the buried structure, we can improve the phase velocity and coupling coefficient. So this is my conclusion of my presentations.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir.
Oh, thank you.
Anyone else? Hello. Anyone else who would like to present their presentation? Okay, I believe all participants have delivered their oral presentations and poster presentations. So, okay. Thank you so much, everyone, all participants who have joined this conference and who have presented their valuable research work in front of our juries. And the most importantly, I would like to thank our today's juries. So on behalf of management members, principal, Dr. Ambedkar College, Dikshabhumi, Nagpur, I would like to express my deep and sincere thanks to our today's juries. Dr. Sudhamoy Mandal sir, Dr. Ashish Tiple sir, Dr. Abdul Kadir sir, for being here and to evaluate today's presentations and oral presentations and poster presentations. I hope everyone, each and every participant who have present here today have enjoyed all these scientific knowledge today, and will definitely help us and motivate to us to improve ourselves and to again organize such kind of events in future. So thank you so much, sir. All our juries and all the participants who have presented in today's presentations. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Sudhamoy, sir.
Okay, thank you. Shall we break?
Yes, sir. Now we can end this session. So with your due permission, sir, Sudhamoy sir, Ashish Tiple sir, Abdul Kadir sir, with your due permission, I would like to end this session.
Dr. Utpal,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just we'll scan these scores and we'll send to you, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So, okay. Thank you, one and all.